you like, so you better run. If you get a taste, you won't get enough. I know you like, feels good, deep in the night, so bad. You can't avoid it. I smell the blood in the air, blood on the leaves. I know I got them deceived. Most of them think that they know, but they not aware. That's why they keep running to me. It's the poison that you crave. In the middle of the night, you might try to get away, but you won't leave without a fight. This might get deadly, but I know you can't resist. I know you started off feeling good, and it come with a twist. Feel the rush in your veins. I'm the wicked to your bliss. I know you thinking this a game, but that ain't what you're gonna get. I know what you like, so you better run. If you get a taste, you won't get enough. I know you like it, feels good, deep in the night, so bad. You can't avoid it. I know what you like, so you better run. If you get a taste, you won't get enough. I know you like it, feels good, deep in the night, so bad. You can't avoid it. Lights, camera, action. You the main star. On the scene, feeling free with the chains on. So deceived, you can't see what the stakes are. I know you like, deep in the night. Lights, camera, action. You the main star. On the scene, feeling free with the chains on. So deceived, you can't see what the stakes are. I know you like, feels good, deep in the night, so bad. You better run. Roll the dice, but you don't know the stakes. In the game, but don't know how to play. Yeah, it's a dangerous game. Don't mess with the flickering flame. Yeah, 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 yeah. You might not come out the same. Yeah, yeah. Cause you might not come out the same. Yeah, it's more than a feeling. My motive's ulterior. Do it for fun, I know I'm inferior. You're never done, it's never a period. Do it again, they calling it serious. I'll never stop, I don't get delirious. You wanna taste, I know that you're curious. Take a break, you're feeling delirious. Started for fun, now it's getting serious. You can't avoid it.
I've got two souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Rock bottom make the man and some pressure make a gemstone. Trying to put $1 to my name like Creflo. Not the boy, late to the game, it's in the blood flow. But I'm from the south, it's thick skin and tough bone. Big attitude through big lips with gusto. Trust no kings, that's why they tried to crush souls. But it's IGBO, when the dust blow, this old head be standing there. No silver, just gold. Crack no books on the hustle. I was born rock bottom, make the man and some pressure make a gemstone. Trying to put $1 to my name like Creflo. Not the boy, late to the game, it's in the blood flow. And I'm from the south, it's thick skin and tough bone. Big attitude through big lips with gusto. Trust no kings, that's why they tried to crush souls. But it's IGBO, when the dust blow, this old head be standing there. No silver, just gold. Crack no books on the hustle. I was born to grind. Yo, scared of your potential, I'm adorned with mine. 30 times around the sun, man, of course I shine. My legacy will not dwarf with time. And in my daughter's eyes, it's basic, I must not say quit. Every day sees a present like a Rob St. Nick. Walk a fine line between tenacious and patient. I can't slip, I'm fighting clocks and they can't win.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way grown, trying to find my way back home. Count my wounds as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way grown, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Impeccably I flow, hardest raps you know, breaking status quo, reaping what I sow, artistry like Van Gogh. Get it from my mama, hip so thick that I need tempo. Personality spicy, body banging like a bongo. Cause black women been it since Timbuktu, since Pharaoh. Sponge rollers and hot combs, lips, cheeks and brow bones. If you ain't for the culture, then please stay out of my zone. These little dummy rappers could never grab grace like headphones. See, I'm from a place in space where ain't no storytelling, you just had to have been there. If you want the battle, ain't no problem, say where. I got so much experience, I can't even play fair. But I'ma keep evolving and growing and hurting feelings and showing. You need endurance to go in. I got mileage on this pen. I've been busy cause I've been out here schooling all these kids. Took 3 decades to have this glow up that I did.
I got bruised souls, cause I'm way grown. Trying to find my way back home. Count my wounds as some desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I got bruised souls, cause I'm way grown. Trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
What is up, everybody? Welcome to a very, very special day here at Africa TV. We have the first ever StarCraft 1 versus StarCraft 2 show match. This is a brand new mod that has been taking over the zeitgeist, the ecosystem of the StarCraft scene. We've got people hyped for both StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2. And so today, we're going to test it out. This is a mod that has both of the races from both of the games. It is in StarCraft 2, so you are under the StarCraft 2 controls, which should make it very interesting.
Yeah.
And I don't know, man. I'm super excited.
It's going to be a lot of fun. I have been playing so much SC Evo, which is the game mode. If you want to play this yourself, you can load up StarCraft 2, go into the mod section, host a game with SC Evo, and you too can play a StarCraft 1 race in StarCraft 2. It's a community-made mod, and it has been so much fun playing StarCraft 1 Terran and Zerg and Protoss against the StarCraft 2 races, watching these two different games clash. It's been a pleasure, man, and we have so many cool players about to come on stage.
Yeah, it's going to be half the ASL Legends and half of the GSL Legends. They are broken up into 2 different teams. We're going to start this out with a 4 versus 4 show match and then go on to the team battle. And look, I mean, it's like you talk about a lot of matches in StarCraft. Try having basically 3 more races now. And what each of the matchups is going to look like, we don't really know. This is going to be more of an exploratory cast. And I guess we'll be unpacking that as we get into the games. We're going to be going to the interview in a second here with our teams that are coming up on stage here. We saw Team A. We're going to bring Team B up here in a second.
Yeah, playing for Team AGSL on the left, Snow, TY, Soulkey, and here Team SKTX. Action Classic, Mini, and Darks are really getting the best of both StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2 on stage here at Studio AF.
All right, we're going to have a short interview with the players before we dive into the match. So we have the StarCraft 1, StarCraft 2 players on the stage right now. Have you ever thought of this happening? No, never. I mean, a lot of StarCraft content is out there these days. What do you think about today's match? I think this is an awesome idea. It's an awesome content. I think I can have an entertaining match today. I probably cannot beat StarCraft 2 players, but I will try to beat StarCraft 1 players. So can you think of some players on the other side that you might be able to beat? Maybe Action? Right, Action. Aren't you kind of like the brain of the team? Your build, your strategies, you're so good all the time. So Snow says that you're kind of like the pushover of this team. Do you agree? Well, I got the offer. I thought this was just like a chill match for fun, but this was more serious than I expected. But I think I can take down Snow at least. Action, what do you think about this team, your team? I think the balance is kind of off right now. I'm not too sure what the StarCraft 2 scene. I feel like the other side is a little bit more favored with TY and Snow there.
이 스타1 선수들과 스타2 선수, ASL, GS 선수들이 만나서 오늘 이렇게
So
대결
today we'll
어떠세요?
both have the
얘기하고
ASL and
있으니까.
the GSL players today. What do you think,
너무
Classic?
재밌을 것 같고.
Oh, I think it's going to be really fun.
상대가 이제 태양인데.
So my first opponent is TY.
같이 하고 있는 약간 유일한 선수여가지고.
He's the only player who's
걱정을 하긴
exceptional at
했는데,
StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2 at the same time. So
선수가
I'm
하나만
kind of
해도
cautious.
이것저것 하도
아!
약간 반쪽
But you know, he
반쪽짜리
should just go for one lane, not two lanes at
제가
once.
그냥 더 반으로.
That might be a sample.
반의 반!
I'll try to prove it today on stage.
네.
I'll try to destroy him.
죽도 밥도 아니 대란이래요.
Wow.
아니 죽도 아니고 밥도
Classic just
아니래요.
calling TY an
아니, 그
ambiguous Terran player.
중학교 때부터 선수했던 전태야. 오늘 어떠세요?
TY, you had a long career. What do you think about Classic's statement? Well, he's partially true.
스타2 GSL 때 김도우 선수 떨어뜨렸거든요.
그렇죠.
But despite that, I've taken down Classic multiple times.
같이 하니까 정말 쉬운 승리가 되지 않을까.
I don't think today's going to be much different.
팀 밸런스를 봤을 때 그럼 무조건 이쪽 팀이 이기겠다.
So TY, you think your team stronger
네,
than the other side?
김도욱 선수가 스타2 부분에서 뭐 비등비등하다고 해도 김민철 선수가
Well, I do think that way.
하기도 했었고.
Since Soulkey has won GSL before, I think our players are stronger than the other
사실
side.
김민철 선수를 좀 많이 신뢰하고 있습니다.
I have a huge trust in Soulkey.
ASL 우승자 출신, GSL 우승자 출신이에요.
That's right. Soulkey has both ASL championship title and GSL championship title under his belt. He's the only player to have achieved such feat.
뭐 오랜만에 스타트 하는 거라서 좀 재밌을 것
Well, this
같아요.
is StarCraft 2 in a long time.
스타트 할 줄도 모르는 애들이 나와.
You know, on the other side, we have players who don't even know StarCraft 2, how it functions.
보는 순간에
So I think it's going to be a really easy win for me.
뭐 그런 생각하시는 거예요?
저는 이미 2승 해놓은 상태고.
Well, currently I have 2 wins already.
오.
I think the other players will have an easy win as well.
진짜 이 스타트 해보지도 않은 선수 누구로 생각하세요?
So which player do you think is the easiest to defeat?
3명이요.
아 장윤철까지요?
You know, including Snow, I think 3 players
3 명이고.
that don't know
팀에서
StarCraft.
잘 케어만 된다면
2.
할 수 있다는 말씀해 주셨는데 아니 현현재 선수
Mini.
아니 그래도 지금 여기서 이 김민철 선수가 거의 뭐 스타트님 알지도 못하고
Soulkey is saying that you don't even know much about StarCraft 2,
그래도 나름대로 준비한 거 있잖아요.
but you still have some card up your sleeves, right?
오.
김민철 선수가
Well, I do agree with Soulkey to some extent.
아!
근데 원래 김민철 선수 팀이 항상 본인만이 어차피 다 지기 때문에
와.
팀은 결과잖아요.
But Soulkey's team, every time,
2승 하더라도
apart from Soulkey, they all lose, so I'm not too worried today.
아니 근데 보면은 쟁쟁한 선수 있잖아요. 뭐 김도욱
But you know, we have really competent players today. We have strong players.
너프가 되기 때문에
아 너프대 김민철이랑 하면
잘하던 선수도 어차피 의미가 없어요.
But Soulkey has gone through a nerf recently, so I think it's doable.
혼자야 되고
It should be winnable.
팀전이나 이런 거 그리고 우리 팀전도 있잖아요.
So there's a team match at first too there, the show match.
어차피 안 풀리기 때문에.
You know, even for the show match, if Soulkey's on the other team, it's not going to work for them.
쥐약인 선수다.
네네.
어 그래요.
I'm certain.
아니 그 김민철 아예 뭐 팀전 이런 건 완전 포기입니까?
So Soulkey, did you give up on the show match?
입구 딱 할 거예요.
You know, I'm just going to keep myself silent. I'm not going to talk much. I'm just going to focus on the game.
그 따르고 그냥 나의 이승만 하면서
I'm going to go for the team play today.
싹쓸이하고 있던데요. 잘 풀리고 있는데요.
I mean, you've been sweeping all the prizes these days in the StarCraft 2 scene.
저이
StarCraft scene.
멤버들과 함께 오늘 또 이 멋진 대결이 기다리고 있는데 뭐 전체적인 분위기 자체는
Alright, there are high expectations for this tournament, sure.
김동 선수 생각 어떠세요?
So what do you think about this tournament?
너무 재밌을 것 같고.
Well, I think it's going to be really fun, for sure.
1인분만 하면 이길 수 있어요.
And the other players are also strong. So today, I hope to achieve at least 1 win.
선수가 한
So is there any player that you're cautious about?
좀 만만.
No, I'm not too worried.
타원을 안 해봤다고 거의
I
안
think
해봤어요.
the other side
영우랑
consists of
하는데
players who are pretty easy to defeat. I mean, Dark hasn't played StarCraft 1 much before, so it's pretty easy.
네, 오늘 진짜 지금 천하의 박영우 선수가 지금
So Dark, the ever fearsome Dark. Sure is calling you an easy opponent. What do you think?
사전 그 얘기 때 제가 여기 팀에 오기 전에 먼저 가서 얘기를 한번 나눠봤는데
Well, prior to joining the team, I talked to the other team. The other team has a huge ego right now, so you know I'm gonna try to defeat them.
투지 넘치면 이기지 않을까.
So I think if we have the passion, we are fully capable of defeating the other team.
김성태?
네네.
넘쳐요 진짜?
네네네.
You know, Action has a lot of passion right now.
대표에서 우리 팀원들에게 좀 어떤 모습 보여줄지
Okay, as a team's representative, anything else you want to say?
그냥 뭐 저희는 우승해서 가볍게 이기고.
Well, today we'll try to win, get an easy win, and get the prize money.
또 이제 이벤트 매치 이기면 또 50만 원 추가되잖아요.
That's right. There's a lot of prize.
싹 쓸어가면 400개예요.
If you sweep all the prize money, it's almost like 4K USD.
제가 밑밥 가는 건 아닌데 스타운 때 저그가 아니고 테란이었거든요.
그렇죠.
그래가지고
I'm not trying to make excuses, but I was a different race back in the Brew days. So, you know, if I do lose, it might be because of that.
솔직히 많이는 안
Right,
와서
cure.
불안하긴 한데 그래도
I haven't
좀
tried this mode
최대한
too many times, so I'm a little worried. But at the end of the day, I'll try to have fun and try to put up a good match. Alright, that was the interview with the 8 players competing in today's match. Alright, without further ado, let's dive into the show match.
All right, it's time to get into the show match. I couldn't be more excited, State. What a special day. We're going to go to a 4 versus 4. Again, this is in the StarCraft 2 engine, and it will be on a StarCraft 1 map. We're going to go to the original, classic, kind of the OG map of all maps, Hunters.
Yeah, Hunters is going to be a pretty fun way to kick this thing off, because even coming in, I wasn't exactly sure what the format was going to be for this tournament. I know we're playing the SC Evo. I know it's a show match. I know we have StarCraft 1 pros and StarCraft 2 pros, but once we actually get into this thing, it is going to be so much fun. 4v4 with a lot on the line. And behind that, I mean, so many games ahead of us with people playing the StarCraft 1 races versus the StarCraft 2 races in the StarCraft 2 engine. And if you're a little bit confused about what that exactly entails, that means that they start with the same amount of workers that you would with StarCraft 2. You know, Terran, Protoss, and Zerg from StarCraft 1. Right. They have all of the original unit sets from StarCraft 1. I think there's very minimal balance changes that have been made just to make the things more kind of smoothed over, switching over into the engine. But those Brit War units, they pack a lot of punch. I mean, imagine units like the Dragoon not glitching out, Reavers landing all of their shots, StarCraft 1 Marines being able to split like StarCraft 2 Marines.
It's a great point. I mean, StarCraft 1 is a fundamentally very buggy game. Sure, you can, if you're good enough, kind of push through the glitchiness of it, but we're going to see some very smooth, clean unit movements, and as well as unlimited unit selection.
Yeah, that's huge.
You know, being able to only select a certain amount of units in StarCraft Brood War is kind of the key defining feature of the game. Unlike in StarCraft 2, where both games are macro games, where you take most of the map and you try to max out. One, you can grab everything on one hotkey. The other, you know, sometimes you'll need to fill up every number on the top of your keyboard and still not be able to do it. Grab everything like you would, as an example, in StarCraft 1. You have so many units as a Zerg in StarCraft 1, you can't possibly move it all at once, but that's going to change here now.
Yeah, I mean, imagine being a StarCraft 1 Zerg with like 9 different hatcheries just all in one control group. You don't need to inject or anything. They regenerate larvae, I think, at the same speed as StarCraft 1, so it's faster than a StarCraft 2 hatchery. It's just the quality of life features being applied to the StarCraft 1 races really shifts the power dynamic here as we take an overview. So we're going to start off, as Tasteless said, with a 4v4 best-of-1 match. Just one map on Hunters between these two teams. And the winner of that is going to decide, should we go to an ace match? Who gets to choose, you know, whether you want to play StarCraft 2 as the priority race or StarCraft 1 as the priority race, because every single 1v1 is going to be a StarCraft 1 race versus a StarCraft 2 race.
Right. We're not going to have a situation where we're going to have a StarCraft 1 match, StarCraft 1 race for StarCraft 1 race match, or a StarCraft 2 race for StarCraft 2 race match. We already have that. We have ASL, we have GSL. This is the AGSL. So it's going to be the different races from the different games duking it out, and that's what's going to make this so exciting.
Yeah, so in match number 1, the first best of 5, AGSL is only going to be playing the StarCraft 1 races. SKTX is only going to be playing the StarCraft 2 races. And then for parity, it'll switch in match number 2. And should those tie with a 1-1, we will be going to a best of 3 ace match. So it's going to be a lot of fun, man. I'm excited to see exactly how these players shape up in such a unique format on really kind of a new game mode. It feels like the beginning of Wings of Liberty, where you know, maybe things are imbalanced. Maybe one of these races is way better than the others.
Oh,
we have no way
possible.
of knowing. And also, it's so early on that, you know, it's hard to even tell, right? It almost feels like it wouldn't matter that much. It's more about the play you bring today.
Yeah.
More than anything.
Well, you know, this is such a fresh concept. You're right. We don't really know how the races size up from the different games, mirror matchups as well. You know, what exactly would that look like? And I don't know. It's going to be a very exploratory cast going into this. I'm going to learn a lot for sure. I don't know how on earth we're going to cast this 4v4. I mean, I've casted like a couple 2v2s and a couple 3v3s in StarCraft 2, and that's pretty overwhelming. Casting a 4v4 where we have different versions of the same race as well, it should be crazy.
Yeah.
One thing that I want to point out, and I think this is maybe the most important thing out of every other feature, you know, that makes this, is that the team makeup for Team A does have both Soulkey and TY. And those guys are both really god tier at StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2. TY, if you follow StarCraft 2, obviously you know him. He's also the GSL caster. But he was just in the ASL and beat Jadong. So...
And he qualified for GSL as well. I mean, this guy is...
Yeah, and to top all that off, the reality is that some of these StarCraft 1 pros never got into StarCraft 2. Everybody who got into StarCraft 2 came from StarCraft 1. We don't really have, at least in Korea, we don't have a player that kind of came from Warcraft 3 and then dominated in StarCraft 2, or came from, you know, no RTS at all and just picked this up. All these guys literally had professional backgrounds in StarCraft 1. So that would mean that anybody from StarCraft 2 can at least play pickup in StarCraft 1 and hang. But what happens to players like Mini, as an example? I don't know what his StarCraft 2 background is at all. And if he has to play a StarCraft 2 race, what is that going to look like?
Yeah, it's going to be really tough for a lot of these StarCraft 1 players to quickly adapt to StarCraft 2, not only just the engine, but also the races when they do have to play StarCraft 2 in these best of 5 matches. And I'm right there with you. I think AGSL as a team heavily favored here, just the weight that Soulkey brings at the very top, as well as TY being masterclass players that have proven themselves as champions both in StarCraft 1 and in StarCraft 2. Here, Team SKTX, they're going to have their work cut out for them. Now, they do have a pretty stacked lineup, and let's not forget that, at least in my opinion, I think StarCraft 1 Zerg into the StarCraft 2 engine is probably going to be pretty insane.
Yeah.
You know, the fact that you can only select a handful of units in StarCraft 1 is a big limiting factor to the power of Zerg in that game. And guys, we're already ready to get started into the first show match, the 4v4 between these two teams. Let's get ready to go on to the Hunters and decide who's going to have the advantage in the ace match.
This game's loading up, guys. Start of something beautiful. The SC1 versus SC2 SUPERMATCH 4v4 on Hunters starts now. Oh my God, all right. Okay, so, all right. Hold up. Okay, so this is Team 1. Red and green in the top left. White and yellow in the bottom right. So that's Snow and Soulkey in the bottom. So those are StarCraft 1 players. I don't believe that's by design, by the way. That just happens to be where they spawn. And the StarCraft 2 players, TY and Kira in the top left. On the opposite side, it's going to be actually Action kind of marooned in the bottom left, and everybody else in the upper right quadrant, with the rest of the team being dark. Wait, who's the top right? Who's top right?
Top right is teal. That's classic. That is classic with,
Okay.
I believe, the Brood War Protoss pieces. Now, there are skins. You can see, obviously, this is a Brood War probe, not a StarCraft 2 probe, so it's going to be slowly regenerating shields here. And let me tell you, these Brood War worker units are so strong. They're a little bit different from the StarCraft 2 ones here in this mod in that they accelerate at, like, the speed of light. They have basically instant turns, and as a result, they mine a little bit faster. Their pathing is a little bit better. But in terms of worker harassment, you thought the Brood War probe itself was fearsome. You should see the Brood War probe in this StarCraft 2 engine. It is nuts.
By the way, little history, guys. This map is where all of StarCraft basically started. It was a lot of like 4v4s, 3v3s, 2v2v, 2v2s, 2v2s, 1v1s. This was the original map. It is not a balanced map. It was kind of haphazardly made. But anybody who grew up in StarCraft in 1990, 98, 99 played on this. So I think it's a very fitting map to start this off on. We've got Lings on both sides here. Action currently in pursuit of Soulkey, as well as, sorry, that's Dark actually paired with Action here to drive him back.
Yeah, Team SKTX already choosing that they want to try and help their player in the bottom left quadrant of the map by going for Soulkey. And let me tell you, Baneling's quite potent in this situation. We already have Zealots out here as well. Those are some StarCraft 2 and StarCraft 1 Zealots all going toe-to-toe. StarCraft 2 Lings trying to get us around here on this Zealot. Can they get it? There's so many units from so many players already at the 2-minute mark here in the center of the map.
And it looks like Snow's going to have to run for it. A pretty common StarCraft 1 technique is to plug a Zealot behind minerals. Obviously doesn't get fully hidden. I think the Baneling is going to be by far the most impactful thing we could have here at the start of these games, and so the Baneling is going to hatch. And, you know, when it comes to melee units, I mean, you don't really have a whole lot of play around avoiding Banelings, right?
But not really.
So for now, the middle of the map... Oh, hold up.
Oh, my goodness. That's a lot of damage being dealt right now by Soulkey. There is a Sunken over here in the bottom left. Some worker micro going to try and save these drones here for Action, but already a good number of workers going down. The Lings are coming in to reinforce, and luckily we'll be able to save the day.
By the way, you know, you can see Action very used to StarCraft 1 where you can kind of worker drill to stop attacks. They're not so good in StarCraft 2.
Oh, more units fighting here in the middle. These Hellions actually with so much kiting power against all these slow units. Really, only the Lings are a threat, but will they be able to get us around? You can see Dark trying to push forward to get this around on TY's Hellions. And now finally, StarCraft 2 Stalkers also entering the fray. So much chaos.
Yeah, you can see the Hellions are able to damage a bit of those Banelings here. The rest of these Lings are going to come down. And another nice surround over here in the bottom, actually able to take out TY's Hellion. Meanwhile, Snow taking a real beating here. You know, he pushed out with Zealots on the map. It does seem like some of the StarCraft 1 Zealots are becoming slowly obsolete here as we've got Banelings, Hellions, other things that can basically either obliterate them with splash or kite them with damage.
Yeah, this is kind of an awkward position for some of these Zerg players as well because there's so many units on the map. Actually, look at this army that Kira, excuse me, has assembled. So much bio already while everyone was fighting in the middle. He's been slowly building up this bio ball stim. Nearing completion now, as well as combat shields, should be a huge power spike.
Oh my god, so it's going to be Shuttle Reaver.
Oh my god.
Oh, no. Oh,
you don't have queens!
He doesn't have any.
What do you do?
Yeah, I guess that's right. There's no queens.
That's an 18-kill Liberator!
Right, so Action's already dead.
He's out of the game. Action on 10 supply right now.
You have to imagine, has he ever had to deal with a Liberator before, ever, as well? It's like...
Oh my goodness. Oh wait, we have a Reaver out on the map. Oh my god, this hit could be huge! Oh. Ton of damage being dealt already. Wasn't able to get the second shut off. That shuttle slowly going to be retreating. Keep in mind, by the way, while there is a shield battery here, they did not get the quality of life treatment that the StarCraft 2 shield battery has. You still have to manually micro that shield battery here
it's still
as the
pretty
Brood War
bad.
Protoss. it still is. Oh my god, what a hit.
So this push here from Mini, I mean, this could actually make up for Action basically being dead here. There's not a whole lot you can do with Bio versus a Reaver. Now, granted, StarCraft 2 Bio is a little bit more pliable in a situation like this. TY got to come in here and basically give cover with the Liberator for the Reaver. Not a lot of recourse. The Reaver, by the way, the Scarab's a lot better in the StarCraft 2 engine than StarCraft 1.
Oh yeah, they do not miss. It is so microable as well here with this Reaver. You see all these shots just instantly connecting. The pack thing is perfect.
Oh my god.
And using the Liberator to try and provide cover. Oh my goodness, it was barely in range of the Lib. So the Reaver goes down in the mineral line, and this is in fact going to get cleaned up. This push that had so much potential, and now here in the bottom right, Classic trying to levy some heat here on his Snow, unpowering these gateways. Those Dragoons are not going to complete.
Yeah, Snow taking a lot of damage here. It does seem like Kira's going to survive that initial damage from the Reaver. Mini going to have to go back and make another one. I think he's picked one up just now. Meanwhile, Snow's workers having to retreat. At this point in time, I mean, there's a lot of blows going around here. I don't think necessarily one team is ahead of the other here, especially with the damage that Snow's taken now.
Yeah, Mini and Action are almost out of the game. Now, Mini does have a lot of units he can micro, such as a Reaver and a Shuttle, but in terms of army, not that much. And actually, the Shuttle might get taken out here by the Vikings.
We have the Shuttle trying to get away. The two Reavers are now stuck over here, and Kira's going to dive in. Takes out the battery. The Reavers are going to try to slow crawl back here. You could see why you never really have these units without a shuttle. They're just not that strong, not that nimble.
I feel like Team SKTX is starting to fall apart right now with this Nexus going down here. Now, there is a little bit of counter damage being done. Snow basically all but eliminated from this game there in the bottom right corner of the map, but Dark and Classic are basically playing a 2v3 from this position.
Yeah, Mini is dead. As we're starting to see all the StarCraft 1 players die out pretty quickly. He's going to slow push the Reavers into the main. Now, he could still kill all the workers. Mini has lost the Nexus. He's going to come over here. Okay, the Stalkers are going to come up. I don't know if these have Blink or not. Oh, I'm sorry. These are on the same team. It's a 4v4, guys. Sorry.
This
I don't
is really
cast a lot
hard.
of these.
I'm literally like pointing at the monitors trying to keep track
That's
of which
crazy.
units are which. Oh, and here come the Stalkers.
Oh.
Oh, what a big hit there by the Reavers. So many SCVs going down. It's the kind of stuff Artosis is nightmares about. And now the Ling's also coming in here, getting a ton of damage done onto Dark. Classic does have this huge ball of Stalkers levying heat here on Cure's side of the map, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. I mean, the team on the left side, Dark, Action, Classic, and Mini, it's basically just Classic with a little tiny bit of support. Everyone else is scrambling to stay alive. Even Dark's drones getting caught here in the transfer. I don't know if Classic can do this all by himself.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of crazy. We're seeing the infantry now get thinned out. And so this isn't going to make much more headway. Well, hold on a second. The whole army's going to try to push up. It's all going to be about trying to collapse over here on the top right. There is a Warp Prism to juggle if he wants. He hasn't used it yet.
Oh, DT warped in as well here, so that's going to assist in the defense. His Classic is trying to fight for his life to stay alive right now, but there's so much units. The Lings coming in on the Stalkers. They blink back to try and save the pros against the Hellions, but this is just going to be too much pressure here onto the last remaining player for Team SKTX, as I think AGSL is going to be winning this 4v4 match tasteless.
This was a hell of a game, dude. I feel like it was all but too short. This has been nothing but action the entire time. So fun. In the classic Hunters fashion, Mini, no doubt, doesn't have any more Scarabs in here. And so the final Reaver is going to fall. And it looks like...
Using the last shot there on that Reaver. Man, seeing a Reaver try and skirt away from the Liberator range is so funny.
There's nothing more pitiful.
Oh, that's great.
So, right now, I mean, it's been an insane game here, but it does look like the AGSL team is going to slowly close this out.
Action, Dark, and Mini combining for 8 supply right now, with Classic really the lone player alive in the top right.
And mutas are going to be made here in a second from Soulkey. He's hatching a big amount of them. And that should be the nail in the coffin here. I don't know how on earth Classic can stay in the game any further. There it is. They're tapping out. GG.
GG is called, and that was even more chaotic than I was expecting.
I apologize to everybody for there was moments where I'm like, oh, these guys are allies. No, they're enemies. Or that was crazy. Yeah. I haven't casted that many players in a game ever.
That was chaos.
That was wild. StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2. So many things happened back in that game.
So what was on the line there with that 4v4? 500,000 Korean won, that's about $500 US. And also, should we go to that final best of 3 ace match now, Team AGSL will be able to choose whether they want to play SC2 or SC1. And a pretty stunning victory to start things off.
Beautiful game. And again, I love that we kind of went back to our roots there with an old Hunters game. The map where everybody kind of learned StarCraft 1 in the early days. That was before we had proper maps that were manicured and tailored for competitive play. And, you know, it made for kind of an old school crazy game. Guys, we're going to a break. When we come back, the actual show match begins.
아니 그래서 다들 노출할 옷들이 좀 있으신 거예요? 나 2개 정도 골라놨거든요. 진짜? 나 입고 왔어.
야. 야 너무 야해.
어머! 어머!
예쁘다 안개마. 바지 좀.
섹시하나요?
바지가 저게 뭐야?
언니 전 이걸로 할게요. 입을게요.
너무 야하죠? 응. 이거 입어도 되나? 되겠다.
섹시한 옷 가져왔어요.
유의사항 포인트는 훤히 드러난 어깨, 몸의 실루엣이 드러나는 아주 이거 타이트하다고요, 이거 아주.
그 길거리에서 흔히 저 여자 섹시하다 했을 때 그 흰 티에 청바지? 그리고 약간 서련님 그 느낌을 제가 좀 이런 건가?
오늘 의상 컨셉은 섹시 큐티예요. 있는 거 다 보여주자. 딱 달라붙는 낫을 한번 준비를 했어요. 아마 갖춰져 있는 건 저니까 아마 제가 제일 섹시하지 않을까. 이런 붙는 옷을 입으면 또 얼마나 튀어나올까. 여러분들 조금 이따 기대 많이 해주세요.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time to actually start today's matchup. This is going to be Snow versus Action. Snow with a StarCraft 1 Protoss versus Action, playing a StarCraft 2 Zerg.
That's going to be so much fun. I can't wait to get into these games. It is so dynamic watching the StarCraft 1 races fight against the StarCraft 2 races, and there's so much that could happen. You know, it's just like something that hasn't fully been explored yet in the history of StarCraft 2 or StarCraft 1.
It's so funny because I have thought about StarCraft and compared StarCraft 1 and 2 for like my whole life, right? It's to the point where when people, like if I'm at a bar with a couple buddies and they start to argue about StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2, I have to go, I can't do this. I can't have this conversation anymore. I can't think about this anymore. But here's something that I never wrestled with in my head. A StarCraft 1 race versus a StarCraft 2 race. Never had the conversation. It never crossed my mind. And so I could not be more excited. I am so hyped for this. I don't know how, like, in air quotes, fair or balanced it's going to be. And I don't really care. I'm more interested in just seeing what happens. Now, I want to put a caveat here for this match specifically. Snow and Action really didn't get into StarCraft 2. Okay? So, you know, and it's like we were saying, you know, before the show match started, where, like, some of the StarCraft 1 guys never switched into StarCraft 2. All the StarCraft 2 guys did come from StarCraft 1. So, you know, we've got Snow, who's going to be playing StarCraft 1 Protoss versus, you know, and look, Snow is like one of the scariest Protosses of all time. He's the best at PvT, but really, right now, he's still probably the best Protoss that there is in StarCraft 1. And he's going to be going up against Action. And look, Action is a very scary StarCraft 1 Zerg. He's always top 8, oftentimes top 4. But how good is he at StarCraft 2? And so it's going to be Snow going up against a race he doesn't really know how to play against, and Action maybe not even knowing how to play the race itself. I think this favors Snow, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think Snow definitely advantaged here, as the AGSL team will be playing StarCraft 1. And for Action, though, you have to kind of wonder whether his teammates are going to help him prep for this, because it could be that we have something like Dark giving him a proxy hatch, like 12 pool and a proxy hatch, or Roach Ravager all in, or something like a Bailing Bust, something completely out of the box, or like a Nidus Queen all in, just something completely insane to throw Snow off, where it's like, look, you follow this build order, you just manage the early game, and then you kill him, and you don't have to deal with the complications of playing the StarCraft 2 version of a race that you really don't know that well, the StarCraft 2 Zerg.
Yeah, maybe there's almost an advantage for the StarCraft 1 guys coming into StarCraft 2 because they can at least be prepped by their teammates. We're like, how do you even help Snow? He knows StarCraft 1 Protoss better than anybody, but he doesn't know how to play versus this race. Fighting Spirit, you know, we talked about Hunters being the classic map where everybody discovered the beauty of competitive StarCraft 1. Well, we're going to go on to the OG competitive StarCraft 1 map to start this out. It's going to be Fighting Spirit. If you play StarCraft Remastered, this is always in the map pool. Everybody kind of knows the map. I'll talk more about that in a second. Guys, this game is starting now. Snow versus Action. Let's see what happens. One other thing I want to mention here. You are starting out with more workers in StarCraft 1. That's another big factor here. Obviously, in StarCraft 1, you start out with 4 workers. Obviously, we know what the games would look like if you had StarCraft 2 amount of workers versus StarCraft 1. So that's another thing. The StarCraft 1 builds are going to be different, but I think at a pro level, it's kind of fairly easy to flow into naturally pretty good build orders.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's see what happens.
Yeah, both players, regardless of which. The Brood War. Oh, by the way, gas pool very early here for Action. I think we are going to have some aggression coming in.
Yeah.
I bet this is something that Dark has cooked up specifically to help him win this matches.
Oh, pause the game.
I have a very brief pause right here as we get started. Of course, whenever you dive into a new mode or a mod like this one, might be some hiccups to start things out, but yeah, you do start with 12 workers, as you said. Another thing that is worth noting is the building sizes, from what I can tell, I believe they basically always follow the StarCraft 2 rules. Like a supply depot for Terran, even if it's StarCraft 1, is 2x2, not 2x3.
That's correct.
They follow the StarCraft 2 size. Same with the Cybernetics core and the robotics facility. It's the 3x3 StarCraft 2 size. So walling is a little bit different for the Brood War players, but similarly, like, say you play StarCraft 1 Terran, you can't lower your depots. It is a StarCraft 1 depot. It has the stats of a StarCraft 1 depot, gives the supply of a StarCraft 1 depot, I think. And, yeah, it's just a couple changes you have to make, really, to...
And I think that there's going to be updates to this version.
I would hope so.
As time passes. Like, maybe they will make, let's say, Terran depots in StarCraft, for the StarCraft 1 Terran race, a little bit bigger. I don't know. I'm just excited. It looks like whatever our snafu was, we are going to be back in the game. So we'll put that back on camera in just a second. It is a wall in here at the expansion for snow. That is typical in StarCraft 1. I know we see it all the time in StarCraft 2 as well, but you pretty much always do it in StarCraft 1 now too. And, you know, for action, and, you know, State, I think you really nailed it when you said that probably, you know, a StarCraft 2 Pro just gives action some kind of very active, aggressive build to run to basically rush the StarCraft 1 Protoss. Why not?
I think it's the best shot that you're going to have here as Team SKTX playing StarCraft 2. You have Action and Mini both playing the version of their race that they really aren't familiar of because, as you said, you know, these StarCraft 1 pros, especially on this team, aren't very familiar with the StarCraft 2 engine, with the way the StarCraft 2 civs work.
I can't believe this is Fighting Spirit. Can we have some grass planted on this map, please? This is like, what is it, Fighting Spirit in November?
It's quite barren.
It's a very barren map. We got a Skull and Crossbones on the bridge, too.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's going to be... Oh, God, it's so funny. It really is a StarCraft 1 build, even with the core being made over there. So, let's talk about what StarCraft 1 should look like in a PvZ. Normally, you go on 2 bases. There are a lot of different techniques you can go for, like Corsair, DT, but keep in mind that, as well, you need to get Overseers to detect for DTs here. So I don't know if DTs are going to be much stronger. You can also go for speed lots. A lot of times you power up to gateways and you push. So you're really trying to set up the push. In this game, from the Zerg's perspective, it's a very quick Roach Warren on 2 hatches.
Yeah, Action is building basically no drones. He's making 1 more, and I think from there he's just going to save Larva and go further all in. Whereas Snow already with a fast expand throwing down double cannons, so he's maybe smelling a little bit of aggression from the StarCraft 2 Zerg player.
Oh, there's going to be a Robo made here for the Protoss. So keep in mind, a Reaver, I mean, it's already devastating in StarCraft 1, but it's going to be better in StarCraft 2 because it's cleaner pathing. So I don't know who holds here. I think Roach Ravager is quite scary. A Reaver, if microed correctly, it's an amount of damage that's kind of maddening. I guess we just wait and see, right?
Yeah, I'm feeling like Snow, if he gets the Reaver out quickly enough, should just be able to hold on, especially Dragoons just being so microable here in StarCraft 2 engine. This is never going to glitch out. He's even testing the water fling is very far forward. Wow. That Snow is not shy about using that Dragoon to micro. And this Wallen is pretty formidable here for Snow, too. Those are StarCraft 1 pylons, man. They have a lot of HP.
That's true. Yeah, StarCraft 2 pylons die right away. StarCraft 1 pylons, pretty good. The shuttle is being made, but I'm just looking at when the Ravagers are going to be here. It's possible that this rush just kills Snow before he can even get to what he wanted.
Yeah, that's what Action is gearing up for. A lot more links in production. There is no economic follow-up. Action is completely all in, but I think if he wants to win, he's got to move very soon. Coming right now, hit those biles on the wall. Oh, he catches the Lings! Or he catches the Zealots, excuse me, with those Zerglings. That's a big pickoff to start things off, and now Snow realizes the severity of the situation. Cannon, in fact, into the back getting biled out. Oh no, the Ravager in the front gets picked off by a cannon. Bit of a missed micro there by Action, and the probes getting pulled. They're actually holding their weight.
Yeah, the cannons are actually hanging on pretty well here. He needs to stay back. Action, I think he's treated this a little bit too much like it's a Hydralisk bust. Keeping that a little bit too far out in the front. He just needs to bile down these cannons. There's not a lot of
what?
He basically knew he was going to try to move forward and block, so he just targeted that instead of the cannon.
So many probes just went down to those biles, and Action behind this is droning. I think he realizes that his opportunity to kill Snow is pretty much closed, and he was able to get a lot of workers, but still, it's 28 probes to 18 drones. I don't think that this is the damage that Action was looking for by any means, even after picking off those Zealots, even after getting those insane biles on the probes here.
Dude, that Zealot came out and killed the Ravager. That's hilarious.
Did it really?
Yeah. StarCraft 2 Pro would never, ever lose that to anything that's that slow. So the Reaper's out.
Oh, my God.
And look, these Scarabs basically don't miss. Now, there's technically a Bile can hit a shuttle, but if you can just move out of the way. So he's going to chase us all the way back. Now, I don't know what is here that can really fight. I mean, I guess how would I know, but do you know how many Scarab shots it takes to kill a queen? I think, is it 2?
I'm not sure about that. 2 sounds right. It's either 2 or barely 3, I would think.
Yeah. He's gonna head out. Now, it's just 2 hatches.
Wait, how many queens do we... Is it only just the 1 queen?
Yeah, I don't think he's used to having to have queens for larva inject here. So it's possible that now this comes out.
Oh, he could get the Spire. Oh, no.
Oh, my God.
If Snow decides to go for that Spire, that could be devastating. Oh, my God. 7 drones already going down. Warp Prism speed, excuse me, shuttle speed just completing now. And there's nothing really that can take down this shuttle or this Reaver until that Spire is done. And Snow, he's already been over it. He knows that he has like a minute to play with. And
oh, my God. Yeah,
2
it's
shots
be 2.
for sure. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Oh.
This is not
Our
G-rated.
toast just woke up in a cold sweat.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. It's crazy how much better these Scarabs are than Brood War Scarabs.
Yeah, it's insane. Wild. It feels like they move faster. Like, every part of the Scarab is just so much better. This Reaver could just solo the entire Zerg base.
The trash talk is real.
He's literally laughing. Oh, wait, where is this one going? Well, that was almost a Brood War shot.
That was a little Brood War-esque, little boomerang Scarab.
81 supply to 38.
Oh, my God.
Action is just getting manhandled by 1 Reaver right now.
You can really see how good this is when you get shuttle speed as well.
Uh-huh. What do you do? It even 2 shots the queen.
By the way, Snow is the best Reaver control player in the world in StarCraft 1. And this Reaver looks like it's literally better.
37 kills! 38 now. Here for Snow.
Okay, he can get 1 more. Keep in mind, you know, he really hasn't lost anything but shields here. This is disgusting. Oh, there's Mutas out.
There's only a couple of Mutas. They're not even going for this shuttle. They're going to try and get counter damage.
That Muta is literally fleeing the map. He sees that there's a Snow shuttle out here.
Oh, man. Well, finally, this is going to get cleaned up. The Reaver with 41 kills finally dies.
Oh, what do you know? There's a lot of Dragoons out here.
And another Reaver in a shuttle. It's been reincarnated.
This is actually a style of play that's not really used in StarCraft 1 as much. You can see it, but it's very rare, which is like Dragoon Reaver pushes, sometimes with observers versus a StarCraft 1 Zerg, because you can try to kill their lurkers. This, I think, will just win the game, because now the Dragoons just cover the Reaver. And I guess this comp actually makes perfect sense versus the StarCraft 2 comp that Action's made.
I mean, Roach Ravager, even if there is barely anything on the map right now except these Mutos, but Roach Ravager, I feel like, would have a hard time dealing with this composition as Snow just completely demolishes in game number 1.
That was fun. I got a big grin on my face. I really enjoyed that. It's so fun when you have 2 different... Well, you just don't know what's going to happen, right? I love that we're in this phase right now. We're kind of learning, okay, so you know, how does this matchup work? And I actually thought Snow was dead when the Ravagers were morphing. I think that maybe Action could have controlled that better. At the same time, though, shuttle speed with Reaver, that looks pretty good.
I feel like even if Action was able to break into the natural expansion there of Snow, that Reaver was so effective. It could just be that Roach Ravager busts do not work against StarCraft 1 Protoss. I mean, this is the kind of thing that we might see a couple times tonight because this mode is so new. The StarCraft 1 races clashing against the StarCraft 2 I almost call them nations. Races.
We're calling them naces. In this special mode, they're not races, they're naces. Yeah.
I mean, we might have a couple different matches where players get checkmated because of the way these individual races play out. I mean, the game is so complex. You imagine these guys training in for this one. You have 6 different races you have to prepare against, right? I mean, you could play any of the StarCraft 2 races, any of the StarCraft 1 races. And it's not like this mode has a ranked queue that you can go for right now. It's strictly just custom games because it is a mod in the StarCraft 2 engine. So
coming up next, TY Why am I forgetting who TY is against? Classic.
He's going up
Thank
against
you.
Classic.
TY versus Classic. StarCraft 1 TY versus, obviously Protoss StarCraft 2 Classic. So, State, you and I were talking about this, and we are under the impression that maybe StarCraft 1 Terran is a little bit weak versus the StarCraft 2 races. We don't know.
My instinct is that they would be the worst of the races in this game mode, especially on the StarCraft 2 maps, because you really need to spread yourself thin on those. But there are some advantages. I think microing things such as vultures is a little bit easier. Here with the StarCraft 1 race, in the StarCraft 2 engine, being able to shift you a ton of spider mines all over the map very easily is also quite nice. And also, I'm pretty sure, I'm 99% sure that the siege tanks do not overkill, because it's a StarCraft 2 engine. So you're getting maximum value out of the StarCraft 1 tanks, whereas one of the big ways that you mitigate their power in Brood War is by, say, dropping a Zealot that absorbs all of the shots of the siege tanks in the vicinity and then breaching the position. But here in the StarCraft 2 engine, those tanks will be able to distribute their shots a lot more efficiently, I'm pretty sure. So there are some advantages here for StarCraft 1 Terran coming into the StarCraft 2 engine, but overall, I feel like it might be a touch slow.
You know what I wonder as well is, in PvT StarCraft 1, there's a lot of tricky things Protoss can do to just kind of kill the Terran. There's a lot of cheeses. Terran has that as well, too, on some level. But what about StarCraft 2 cheese versus a StarCraft 1 Terran? Basically, StarCraft 1 Terran in this matchup, it takes a little while to develop. It's one of the more challenging early games, but once you get into the mid game, if you have hit all your marks, you're looking pretty strong. But I mean, with StarCraft 2, there's these oracles. You've got Blink with Stalker, as well as threats like DT, which are already a big problem for Terran in StarCraft 1. We're gonna go on to Oceanborn as well. Yeah, dude, this is fun. Game 1 was so sick. Let's get into Game 2 here. This is TY versus, StarCraft 1 TY versus StarCraft 2 Classic in this TVP right now. Team A up 1 in this best of 5. State's crying right now. He's so happy.
It's so
with this.
beautiful.
You don't have to cry right now, man, but I mean, it is pretty good, right?
Just can't hold back.
He's got a little bit of the sniffles. This is going to be a map with just 2 spawns here. Okay.
Yeah, we're playing on Oceanborn,
Yeah.
StarCraft 2 map. So we're getting a little bit of a mix of the StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2. I think Fighting Spirit is the only Brood War map that we're playing here today. I think the rest of them are GSL maps.
Couple of things because I know we have people that watch StarCraft 1 exclusively or StarCraft 2 exclusively. StarCraft 2, guys, there's a lot more just 2-player spawns here. In other words, there's a lot of special cheeses you can do on those maps. StarCraft 1 maps, they have maps with 2 spawns, 3 spawns, and even 4 spawns. Now, that means that there might be some pretty dirty cheeses that we haven't even imagined that Classic could do here. Like I was saying before the game started. Oh my God, he's gonna go for a quick command center.
Well, TY's doing it. I have faith. This is a guy that understands the StarCraft 2 and the StarCraft races so well.
I'm so stunned he's gonna do it like this. I thought for sure he'd go with the Classic StarCraft 1 TV P opening. But I guess the reality is that you get so many minerals, how do you not make a command center, right?
And again, for the Brood War races here in the StarCraft 2 engine, the mining does feel considerably better just because of the acceleration here of the workers. I mean,
and more workers.
Yeah, there's
you
so much more
just get a StarCraft 2 number of workers at the start instead of the 4 workers. So I guess things just develop faster.
Classic going for just a gateway expand with a wall on the low ground. TY now lifting that barracks, throwing down the bunker in the natural. Trying to set up so he has a little bit of a wall. Keep in mind, TY playing the StarCraft 1 pieces means that he cannot lower that depot. And yeah, Classic is going to do some really early aggression. I'm wondering what he might proxy, because really it doesn't feel like there's any wrong answers, whether it's a gateway, a second gateway, or more likely a Robo or a Stargate. I don't know how TY with his opening is going to deal with something like a Void Array as a Stargate thrown down, or even if there was a Robo like Immortals this early hunkering down against that bunker.
Yeah, I mean,
so tough.
So, with StarCraft 1 Terran, Bio is basically useless versus StarCraft 1 Protoss because everything kind of beats it. It would seem like everything StarCraft 2 Protoss has would also beat Bio. So I think you have to go mech regardless, and TY thinks so as well. He's getting a second factory. And so there is a brittleness to the StarCraft 2 Terran. This is kind of leading up to what we were saying. Classic is going to hit hard, and I don't know if TY is going to be ready for this.
He's even stopping Marine production, I think. And if this is a void array coming out of the map, there might not be enough anti-air at all to deal with this. Even the Oracle, I mean, it's 4 Marines. I do not think that beats a StarCraft 2 Oracle. How do you stop this? He doesn't even have an engineering bay in production right now. It's an armory even. Ooh.
Oh, wow. He's going for kind of like one of these older Flash builds where you get an armory and try to make up for not having an eBay. But at the same time, you know, I mean, an orbital just obliterates Marines. And these Marines are in a bunker, but, I mean, you don't have to even deal with the bunker. In fact, you could just shade around this, right?
Yeah, just go into the main base as well. His SCV's unprotected here in the main base. TY with no answer to this Oracle just yet. Not even reacting here in the main. Surprised he's not pulling these back to the natural. Instead, just waiting for the Marines to come reinforce while vacating the natural expansion as those Adepts continuing to rain hell in the mineral line.
In a parallel universe where the StarCrafts are different, that Artos just woke up in a cold sweat.
Yeah, I mean, this is
That's
tough.
11 SCVs already. Now, there's a Vulture out, but how does a Vulture versus Adept even pair?
It's a light unit. I would think it's a light unit. Can't see the armor tag right there. It might not just have an armor tag. It's hard to tell. The mode is so new. These are interactions we don't really get to see. But the truth is there just isn't an answer to this Oracle just yet. Goliaths are now in production. This is going to be the response. But Classic already taking third base. He hasn't stopped pro production. He's nearly double.
Look at how fast Vultures are.
Yeah, they're quick.
Oh, my God.
I think they two-shot probes too. Yeah, they do. But this Stalker warping in right here. Oh, there's no shield battery. And the natural, that Stalker is going to potentially get taken out. Pylons being thrown down to wall this in, so the Vultures will not be able to breach into the natural expansion.
Now he can plant Spider Mines here. Unlike Widow Mines, guys, Spider Mine goes off once. It'll plow into the unit.
He's trying to surround them really with the Spider Mines. This is actually going to do a pretty good job of zoning away. Oh, the pylon got canceled, and now these 2 Vultures getting into the main base should be able to get some good counter damage done. Spider Mine goes down in the ramp, just like in StarCraft 1. They do not trigger against the workers. They only go against the ground units. So that means these Vultures, actually a recall going to pop in to try and get the Stalkers back into the main base. No, in fact, the Oracle, but look at how many probes have gotten taken out, Tasteless. TY going tit for tat, 11 probes killed.
Oh, my God. And now there can be a push. He's going to find the proxy gateway and Stargate. It's funny, he's going to plant mines around it like it's Brood War, but they don't have to warp from there. It's funny to see the kind of the ticks, the things that you know, impulsively players spam out.
With Revelation, God, that's the tiniest Revelation I've ever seen, by the way.
Yeah.
Usually in StarCraft 2, you get the little indicator above the unit.
Yeah.
The Spider Mines are so small. It's like 2 pixels wide.
Yeah, for a second I was confused. I'm like, how is he seeing this? I'm like, they are underground, right?
I mean, Goliaths look cool in this game, too.
Yeah, they really do. And it's nice to see them go up and down ramps cleanly.
That's
one of the harder things to do is get Dragoons or Goliaths to go up and down ramps.
Now, the push potential here for TY is pretty scary, Tasteless, right?
Well, I mean, look, mech, when you get enough of them, is pretty good. But that's also normally versus Dragoons, which are kind of clunky units. They don't attack that fast. Stalkers have blink. They're not as strong as Dragoons, but they're more nimble. And, you know, you're looking at a Protoss that's almost as nimble as a Zerg versus a very clunky meching Terran. StarCraft 1 mech is like a lot.
Oh! TY with a foresight had Spider Mines planted in the main.
Yeah, don't blink into Spider Mines. That's another thing
to
know.
Oh, wait! Tasteless, it's not over yet! Okay. Barely be able to kill that one as Vulture's attacking to the third base, picking off even more probes.
But that was an insane number of workers killed off. Yeah, I guess, you know, blinking on top of things is a different kind of game versus a StarCraft 1 Terran, right? Because you really are, like, blinking into a mine.
Yeah, I'm trying to think back to the games that I've played, because in StarCraft 2, you can see there's a kind of a darkness to the terrain when a Widow Mine is burrowed there in StarCraft 2. But in StarCraft 1, with the Spider Mines, I'm not sure how visible that graphic is, if at all. So it could be quite hard here for Classic to deal with it. I don't think he saw those Spider Mines at all in the main base until they connected with the Stalkers.
So now we've got tanks and Vultures pushing. StarCraft 1 tanks are very scary even when they're not sieged. And he's going to be able to clear this out pretty quickly. It seems like Classic wants to rely on counterattacks. He's going to use the Oracles to see up onto the high ground and try to blink there. Well, I don't know if he can even do that. Classic is still growing pretty steadily and does have a very healthy worker count here. You can see that, you know, what normally would be enough to keep you safe from, you know, like a DT drop or something is not quite enough turret placement-wise to deal with the Oracles there. So they can kill off a couple more SCVs here and there. A fourth base is being taken down.
The upgrades now coming in from Classic as he gets his second Forge set up back at home, and he's really trying to just pin TY to the best of his ability. He wants TY to stay in his base because the push potential, even though TY's army supply is not that high, it's quite potent. A good number of siege tanks with vultures reinforcing quickly from those factories. If they get into an entrenched position outside the third or the fourth base here of Classic, could get a lot of damage done, but Classic using the mobility, these Stalkers able to blink onto the natural expansion, take down one siege tank at the cost of only one Stalker, and then retreat back at home. That kind of chip damage is what Classic needs after losing so many Stalkers in the main base of TY earlier, but he's got to watch out for these spider mines.
And usually in this matchup, at least from StarCraft 1, Terran perspective, you would just build up from here. You kind of camp and you start to mass up. The Terran army mech maxed out, in StarCraft 1 at least, is the scariest thing in the game. I don't really understand how the upgrades match versus each other in StarCraft 2. But, you know, let's see. I mean, the game's going to continue to build up here. It does feel like, you know, Vulture Tank could be very, very scary. But, you know, charge lots as well. If there's not that many vultures, maybe you just topple whatever else he has.
Yeah, might even be able to charge the spider mines and drag them into the siege tanks and such like that, too. These vultures getting a couple more kills. Over here at the fourth base, as Classic expands all the way up to the 2 o'clock position for his fifth. TY continuing just to build up back at home as Classic looks to set up a drop here in the main. And for now, he's content just to contain, but I'm wondering if Classic, with this Warp Prism in the main base, which is, you know, basically playing the role of, what do you even call it in StarCraft 1, the recall coming in?
I like the Zealot drops, forces these Vultures back. You can see, by the way, Vultures, very, very good versus Zealots. They're not going to struggle versus that at all. And we've got this very, very StarCraft 1-esque layout. Now, can he bust him? StarCraft 1, sometimes you can bust a Terran with Mass Dragoon Zealot. We kind of have that with the Stalkers charge lot here.
Yeah, Classic wants to. He sends the Stalkers forward just to pick off the spider mines so that he has room for the Zealots to charge in. But this is a very tough position to break, especially with a SimCity being what it is.
It's kind of funny because there is a clumpiness to the StarCraft 2 engine, right? Which makes things like mines really scary. Oh, he's going to go for carriers behind this. Hold up. He's going to try to come through here. This does not look like it should work.
No. Oh, man, the Science Vessel dropping down the defense matrix on that siege tank, too, in the perfect position is so clutch. Command Center does get killed, but
that could not have been worse for Classic here. Another forced cancel over here. I wouldn't be surprised if TY tries to do a push. Now, these are going to be StarCraft 2 carriers being made. They're a little bit different from StarCraft 1 carriers. I'm having a hard time even imagining how these two things are going to interact. But of course, you know, with carriers, that you have to get enough of them before they're good. And it would seem to me that TY having a pretty good army supply lead, as long as he can deal with counterattacks, should be able to push here.
And the carriers are not going to be very well upgraded at all either. +1 air weapons perhaps forgotten here by Classic as it has not even started. And with the upgrades for TY being as strong as they are, this could be tough for Classic to try and break. By the way, is that the same defense matrix in the beginning? Does it really last that long?
Yeah, it lasts that long.
That is crazy.
Defense
Scan
matrix
barely misses the Stargate transition.
Defense matrix, stasis. There's a couple things that, like, I think if they had kept patching StarCraft 1, it just wouldn't have lasted that long. I don't think anybody wants to patch it now because the game is kind of fine where it is. But yeah, D-Matrix lasts that long. He's getting EMP. I assume that's what that upgrade is. That's for the Science Vessel, by the way. And look, you know, TY is 10 supply away from being maxed. That's just one more wave out of his factories. The carriers have started. You know, they take a long time to make. I do feel like we're going to see some movement here from TY any second.
Yeah, but Classic is also itching for a fight. He's here with a Gateway army that is not going to scale very well into the late game. And
instead of Valkyrie?
Yeah, Valkyrie in a...
Yeah. You never make a Valkyrie in this matchup, but I guess why not?
I guess it's good against Warp Prism, right? It can chase it down quite well. Perhaps better than a Wraith. And TY is gearing up for that move out.
Ooh, now this is that scary StarCraft 1 mech push. And what the Protoss wants to do, it looks like it's StarCraft 1 or StarCraft 2, is try to just counterattack. You want to try to create a threat, because sieging and unsieging is so time-consuming.
That is so many siege tanks, Tasteless.
Yeah, and the siege tank is one of the best units by far in the game. Siege mode or not in siege mode, when it's upgraded like this.
The Spider Mine just completely destroyed the Zealot Ball. This is Classic's army here in the front line. He's reinforcing with carriers back at home.
Now, he doesn't have, I think, very many Goliaths with the army. How many? He's got
Three Goliaths in total, yeah. So he's going to have to remax on those after the fight commences.
So, you know, the issue is going to be that carriers can slowly kill this. The problem is that the ground army may be just so good they can run this over. But, you know, 4 carriers is kind of the right number. 4 carriers is sort of enough to deal with this.
I don't know, though. I mean, the upgrades are so good right now for TY. Science Vessel's getting picked off here by the carriers. This is a nice focus fire by Classic as the Vulture is going to start to siege down this position. Oh, look at the defense matrix on the Goliath. They might even be able to take down that carrier in the back. It micros away. Stalkers and Zealots are going to catch these siege tanks that were in a defensive position, and Classic kind of turning this game on its head really quickly here.
Yeah, I think that TY didn't have the game sense to realize no matter what StarCraft race you are as Protoss, carriers are going to be a pretty good answer, and now the Goliaths are just out a little bit too late. The counterattack's going to come in. Obviously, Immortal's going to be very good against anything that comes out of these factories here. And the supplies have been completely turned upside down. I think Classic may be close to closing this game out.
I mean, TY, it looked like he was building up to such a strong push, but Classic able to section off just a small force of TY as they're outside his third base, and then also those 4 carriers hold on to the defense. Back at home, so clutch, and I think we're going to tie this one up 1-1, Tasteless. SKTX taking the victory here.
That was fun.
And we are all tied.
I love it. That was crazy. I thought TY had that, but you know, if he had attacked a little bit earlier, I think that what looked like some pretty bad counterattacks from Classic actually worked in the end because they bought enough time.
They also gave him the supply he needed to actually get the carriers out. Like, losing those Zealots, as bad a trade as it was.
He gets those 4 carriers started, he loses supply. Now he has 8 coming when those first 4 come out. I gotta say, TY, I'm kind of surprised. I feel like him and Soulkey should be the least likely to lose no matter what race, StarCraft 2 or StarCraft 1 they're representing, just because these are probably the 2 strongest players when it comes to both of the races and both of the games.
I'm right there with you, but for Team SKTX, this is exactly what they need, because Action and Mini both playing StarCraft 2, probably not the strongest players on the roster. Just all being said, because they are limited in their experience in StarCraft 2 compared to the AGSL team, who is good at both StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2. If SKTX, they want to force an ace match, they need Classic to win, and they need Dark to win, in my opinion. I think that's possibly the only way they're going to get 2-2, because Soulkey, you see his ASL and GSL achievements. If you're one of these StarCraft 2 players that started watching, perhaps, you know, in the later stages of Heart of the Swarm, or very, you know, even later on, like Legacy of the Void, you might not be so familiar with Soulkey, but this guy back in the day when he played StarCraft 2 full-time was easily one of the best Zerg players in the world. I mean,
there was a period where I think he was
good.
literally the best, and he just won the last 2 ASL seasons. He may be the best player that's playing in our event right now. Like, he is so good. And the fact that he's going to be coming in here, he's going to be going up against Mini, who's playing a StarCraft 2 Protoss, which I feel like this is probably the biggest mismatchup of the evening.
Yeah, Soulkey with StarCraft 1 Zerg, able to select multiple hatcheries at the same time, have like, what, 100 lings on one control group against Mini, who's going to be, I mean, Mini is a great player in StarCraft Brood War, but here he is playing StarCraft 2 against the reigning ASL champ, right?
And I think crazy. I think he'll know what the StarCraft 1 Zerg can do. I don't know if he'll have the right tools to stop it.
Yeah.
But, you know, obviously Mini can be coached and maybe taught, okay, here's some kind of weird StarCraft 2 build you can do. Maybe this will work.
Maybe we see some like 4-gate claves, one of the really simple to execute builds.
Maybe something where it's like, oh, that actually does beat speedlings, or I don't know, you know, something like that. remember that StarCraft 1 Zergs, for the StarCraft 2 players watching, StarCraft 1 Zergs, they don't get a queen that's sort of this Swiss Army knife of defense. So maybe there's some cheesy stuff Mini could do.
Yeah, and set 3 actually played on Daybreak, so a little bit of a throwback to the glory days of GSL, back when legends like MC were taking championships here in Wings of Liberty.
Oh, this is going to be fun. Okay, so our game is loading up. Guys, in this best of 5 for match 1, we're tied up 1-1. Going to Daybreak, Soulkey with a StarCraft 1 Zerg versus Mini with a StarCraft 2 Protoss. You know, with these soundproofing headsets, I do like to see which players take the helicopter microphone and put it down by their mouth, and which ones keep it up by their head.
I didn't even pay attention to that.
Mini had the mic by his mouth like he's going to be talking to somebody in this game.
Maybe it's just force of habit from streaming or something like that.
Yeah, it's just so funny.
That is funny.
So we have Soulkey here with StarCraft 1 Zerg. Obviously, it's going to be a little bit of a different opening no matter what for the StarCraft 1 players because they get more workers.
Wow, that's natural. This natural ramp brings me back, man, to the early days of StarCraft 2. Seeing the pylon on the wall and like that, yeah. This is one of the maps where it's a little bit before the time that StarCraft 2 maps got kind of standardized in terms of base layouts. And
it's funny, I was doing a little history lesson on my YouTube about PVZ, and I was talking about how, it took a little bit under a decade for them to start to make maps in StarCraft 1 correctly where Protosses could fast expand, and I forgot that we literally had to do this also in StarCraft 2 where I'm like, we don't know how to make maps again? Like, you're making this with an entrance that's too big? So, Mini's going to go for an expand. I think it's going to be much more interesting to see what kind of tech he does behind the expand. For what Zergs can do, attacking Protoss in general from StarCraft 1 is Hydra busts are quite good. And I don't know exactly what... It's probably the strongest rush in the game, if you had to compare all the different rushes. I don't know what you would do with that in StarCraft 2. In StarCraft 2, you get Hydras very late in the game. In StarCraft 1, it's like one of the first things you can get, and they're extremely strong.
It's a hatch tech unit, so...
Yeah, it's a tier 1 unit. I'm not saying Soulkey has to go for it, but Soulkey is a pretty abusive player when he can be.
All the best players in the world are.
He's the kind of guy that if he just sees there's an easy one, he's just going to go for that. Already getting up to four hatches. Dude, we've been in this game for 2 minutes and 15 seconds, and we have the 4th hatch coming down.
Yeah, it's different when you start with 12 workers, man. It is crazy, the pace of play. And
keep in mind, you don't have a queen to put at each of those hatcheries, but the way the StarCraft 1 Zerg race goes, you don't really need one.
Yeah, the Larva generation, I'm not sure what the numbers are, but it is certainly better for StarCraft 1 Zerg than StarCraft 2 Zerg.
It comes out real fast. I think it was a cool mechanical feature that they did in StarCraft 2 was to make this unit. I think it kind of fit with the lore and the kind of look of the race and everything. But yeah, you're gonna have a lot of stuff. He's gonna go for a Hydra Den. He's getting 8 Speedlings, and there's a Stargate being made, but I don't think the Stargate can answer any of the threats that a Hydra bust would present.
No, I'm imagining this is Mini just trying to. Oh, actually, it'll be Phoenix. I was almost certain he'd be going for an Oracle to try and get some counter damage done. But
same. That's what I thought. And then I was thinking maybe a Void Ray, but that would also just die to Hydras, right?
Huh. I'm a little worried for Mini with his tech of choice right now. With only, 1 or 2 gateways, Phoenix is in production.
You know what's funny about it is he's basically doing a Corsair fast expand build. It's just the Phoenix is the Corsair, but, Corsairs, well, I guess Phoenixes are going to be good versus StarCraft 1 Zergs, right? I mean, maybe a Corsair is better.
StarCraft 1 Lings against StarCraft 2 Pylons, by the way. The Pylons go down very quickly. Mini's going to need some shield batteries here in the natural expansion soon, I think. He's building another sentry, but he doesn't have another force field in the bank. If Soulkey wants, he can just tear down this wall, and I think he's going to do it.
I don't think that pylon to the right powers the cybernetics core, does it?
Oh, man.
Oh,
it does not.
It does not.
Oh, they can even barely skirt through. These Lings might just walk into the base and get a lot of damage done. This is looking very scary. StarCraft 1 Lings, their attack speed feels so much faster than StarCraft 2. Oh no, the Zealot even not in the right position here. This is kind of what you can tell. The players are not that experienced with the StarCraft 2 engine, as Mini thought he had the Zealot in the wall, but in fact was barely not. And already 5 probes going down, and this is what, just the first wave. It's only a couple of Lings. The Hydras haven't even entered the fray yet.
Yeah, and the Hydras, I think, should just be the nail in the coffin. He's got some Hydras back here fighting these Phoenixes. It's funny, it's the same concept in a classic StarCraft 1 PvZ where the Phoenixes, instead of Corsairs, will just kill off the Overlords. I guess this is keeping the Hydras back here. And funnily enough, yeah, you know, the Phoenixes can pick up Hydras and kill them off in a way you really can't do anything like this in StarCraft 1.
Hydra speed about to finish here is... I mean, he is stabilizing back at home. I was a little bit worried we might have more Lings or Hydras streaming across the map here in a moment, but instead he's actually been able to work back up to 41 workers.
My concern is that there's nothing on the ground to fight the Hydras. Like, force fields are not going to help you here. Does he have cannons behind that wall in?
I don't think he has a forge even.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. I guess I'm just so used to seeing attacks like this where
it's only 8 Hydras, Tasteless. I wonder if we get, you know, 1 warp it. Yeah, Soulkey's going to retreat. We have almost enough Phoenixes to lift up every single Hydra that's on the map right now. Soulkey, if he wants to actually commit to a push, is going to need significantly higher numbers than he currently has.
Yeah, I guess the Phoenixes create enough of a threat that you really can't go across the map with the Hydras. You can't split them up. You know, when it's Corsairs, you can have like 1 or 2 Hydras at each location and kind of defend. But when it's Phoenixes coming in here, I mean, you could pick up a Hydra, you can pick up drones and kill it and run right back out.
See how much damage the Spore does to Phoenixes, by the way?
It's
that is
wild.
Crazy.
Well, StarCraft 1 Spore is busted. Like, if you have an air unit that can attack it, you almost never actually attack it. It's like just such a crazy strong defensive structure.
10 more Hydras about to pop right now. His Hydra speed already done, and Hydra ranged missile attack as well as range upgrade, both about to complete here for Soulkey. But the Phoenix count is so high that I'm kind of liking Mini's position more and more here. He's playing this really well, honestly, after the opening hiccups where he lost some workers to the first couple of Lings.
But the Hydras are going to keep building up. The third base has been taken. I don't see the clear tech yet for what's going to fight these Hydralisks yet. I think you have to have Psystorm.
Colossi, with the Sentry count being as high as it is, might be able to do the job, though. This is not like StarCraft 2 where you can have Ravagers mixed in that will destroy the force fields. Those force fields are not going away.
That's true. And, you know, the reality is StarCraft 1 Hydras are a lot squishier. It was one of the hardest things for me to get used to when StarCraft 2 came out was my relationship changing with the Hydralisk, where I'm like, wait a minute, this is not like a... You know, they were kind of like Adepts or something like that in StarCraft 1. Like, you get a lot, and they did a lot of damage. They scaled pretty well, too, but it's going to be a different game. So a lot of gas for Mini has just been spent continuing to make Phoenixes, and the Phoenix threat remains a problem here. I mean, sure, you can get a Spore to try to keep this away, but with this many Phoenixes, they are going to just be able to get through.
Mini paying attention there. Fast reaction is Soulkey now going up into Hive Tech. Mail attack and Carapace is Mini's done a very good job of just kind of sequestering him onto his side of the map. Soulkey, with that early boom of Hydras and Lings, was potentially looking to get some aggression done, but the Phoenix count just being as high as it has been and growing over the course of basically the entire early game was such a threat that it really mitigated a lot of the aggressive potential that Soulkey had with his opening. And now we have Mini building up. He's not going for Colossus Tech just yet, instead adding in Immortals, getting Charge. Continuing to develop back at home already on 3 bases, whereas Soulkey, he's gearing up a little bit better for the late game. He already has Lurkers underway, 4 of them already out on the map. Hive Tech nearing completion.
It's so interesting to see this matchup pan out with the 2 different races.
Is he going to try to force field the ramp?
Oh,
those are 2 max energy sentries. That's 8 force fields.
Yeah, you know what? Why not?
Oh, wait! This could be really bad here for Soulkey.
Gamer alert. Yeah, he could just keep doing this.
Oh, with the Phoenixes paired too. Yeah, this is almost indefinite. I don't know how Soulkey's going to hold on to the main base. He might lose the Hive. If Mini is on point with these force fields, Soulkey just got caught with his pants down, Tasteless. I don't know how he's going to get up this ramp. He doesn't have Biles. It's like Wings of Liberty all over again.
Yeah, it didn't even occur to me that this could still happen again. He has to be really careful to actually stack those correctly.
And allowing a couple of Hydras in is okay because the Phoenix count being as high as it is, and actually it seems like he's just content with the damage he's gotten. Sentries work their way all the way back up, so the Hydras are going to be able to make their way back into the main. I feel like Mini could have gotten a little bit more done there, but still, this is a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think he would have been better off had he just like ensured that that was that the force fields kept stacking. We've got more Warpins coming here. Dude, Mini's actually, this is crazy.
He's playing very well.
Mini might actually beat Soulkey with StarCraft 2 Zerg. This guy does not play StarCraft 2. This is
yeah, it's kind of
crazy.
insane. And look at the gas bank right now for Mini, almost 2.4k gas.
Yeah.
He's going to start warping in Templars.
Yeah.
Oh, he's even lifting the Lurkers.
This is so funny, too, because you can't do anything like this in StarCraft 1, 2 Lurkers.
Oh, no, not again.
God. Oh, yeah.
This is the beginning of Mini's StarCraft 2
Look at that.
career.
The map maker's like, here, Mini, I put a circle here. Put your force field here. Thank you. It's like a parking spot. You're like, well, where does my car go? It's right in between those two lanes there. Wow.
More sentries
We
getting
deal
worked in.
more damage to shields now, too.
We talked about earlier on how Artos would be waking up in a cold sweat.
Yeah.
MC is just having a really good day right
That's
now, and he doesn't know why.
Yeah.
He's just feeling really happy. He's like, something's right in the world, you know? Everything's going to be all right.
He's just having waves of euphoria. He can't explain why. He's like, I don't know. I just feel good for some reason.
And this is like classic Wings of Liberty StarCraft 2 play on a map like Daybreak where you just come in.
Oh, no! And it turned into like a Minecraft bug. What is this? It's a glitch in the Matrix. It just turned into ice cream. It was like a mashed potato animation when they killed the hatchery.
I can't believe how well Mini has been playing this one.
Well, he is one of the smartest Protosses of all time.
Oh, these drones are not going to have a good time here. Enough energy and all these Phoenixes to lift every single one up. We have more sentries coming into the main. Mini really likes this force field mechanic, I can tell. Now, the standing army back at home here for Mini is not that strong. So the counterattack does have some potential here for Soulkey, but once these Templar get enough energy for Storm.
Yeah, that's going to be the big moment here. He's going to attack it now.
The macro for Mini behind all of this flare of aggression has been, frankly, quite poor. And that's, I mean, one of the side effects of playing a race that you're not particularly familiar with, all these Phoenixes even getting taken out.
Yeah, my fear is that Soulkey is just going to 1A move through this.
Oh, Soulkey actually has... Oh, never mind. This Storm is pretty good. Force Field's also going to be able to stem the tide right now for a moment. But Link's able to get us around. There's no more Templar left on the map. Did Mini bungle this?
Yeah, Mini bungled it.
What a game!
He did it great harass. He just didn't make an army that could beat the StarCraft 1 Zerg army.
That was actually so funny. It's like 10 minutes of Mini dunking on Soulkey with all these cool plays, and then we go back to Mini's base, and he's macroed up like 2 Immortals in 10 gateway units, and he can't stop this.
So funny.
I'm so used to watching StarCraft 2 Protoss players where I'm like, I see Soulkey's army moving across the map, I'm like, yeah, Protoss is going to have enough. Like, he's had free reign to harvest
you
for 3
realize
bases.
that there's no cannons, zealots, and immortal.
Like no forge
no
upgrades,
batteries.
No batteries.
He makes 8 force fields in a row, and it's like, well, all your energy's gone. And then
the guy that had 2.4k gas somehow only has 3 storms.
I will say, you can see that Mini is really good. I mean, we thought this would probably be the biggest mismatch here. Soulkey probably the best player from StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2 coming into this versus Mini, who does not play StarCraft 2 at all, being forced to play StarCraft 2 Protoss and still almost made it work.
That was just one of the funniest StarCraft matches I think I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I mean,
that was
so much damage done to Soulkey. So many drones dying to Phoenixes.
No one
the
should have
hive
recovered
goes
from
down,
that.
The pool goes down. The extra macro hatchery in the main base goes down. We had like 20 separate force fields on the main ramp, stopping Soulkey from defending the hive cluster. He just waltzes across the map and kills him in like 10 seconds flat.
It's crazy.
Oh, man.
So it's going to be Cure here up against Dark. Now, it's going to be Cure as a StarCraft 1 Terran. Dark as a StarCraft 2 Zerg. Now, Dark, I mean, out of all the StarCraft 2 players that we have here for the SKTX team, I feel like Dark is the best with that.
Yeah, in my opinion.
I also feel like you could probably just do some weird Roach Ravager stuff again and maybe win. What do you think?
I don't know how that would play against StarCraft 1 Terran, honestly. I think ZBT from SC Evo, with it being the Brood War Terran against the StarCraft 2 Zerg, is probably the matchup I have the least experience with.
Yeah.
So I'm not really sure how that would play out because I think it's the StarCraft 1 Terran, you still just want to go bio. I don't think you want to really mix in that many siege tanks. I think you want to play your Marine medics, which is a very scary force, by the way, in StarCraft 2. The fact that you could actually kite with those Marines and micro them like StarCraft 2 Marines, even though the stats are a little bit different.
Yeah, no, functionally you could still do a lot of the same micro tricks with them.
So I don't know. I feel like Roach Ravager on paper should be pretty good against that, but just the potential of a Marine medic push mixed in with a couple of Firebats here from Cure.
It's a good point.
Could be very deadly, especially if he's able to somehow find a +1 timing and actually really mitigate the armor effects of those Roaches, because that's really what they have going for them in that matchup.
It's so true. Like, normally you have to wait for the medevac before you have any ability to fight, but, you know, maybe just a standard bio push is enough to grapple with it. Guys, Game 4 is ready. Let's do this.
Right, Cure spawning down in the bottom right is the StarCraft 1 Terran. Dark in the top left is the StarCraft 2 Zerg.
Yeah, you know, you made a really good point, State. I kind of forgot. You know, I think so much about StarCraft 2 from Singapore.
From Singapore, welcome.
Yeah, I think so much about StarCraft 2 Zerg and what, you know, all the things they can get away with, and they can kind of roam freely on the map. But that's only because there's not a medic Marine push. So, for the StarCraft 2 people watching, StarCraft 1 Terran, there is no medevac. There are drop ships you can get, but you can get a medic right away. And it's like a beefier Marine. So it's harder to target down, it's harder to kill, and you also get Firebats, which can obliterate Zerglings. So
they obliterate StarCraft 1 lings, which pack a lot more punch than StarCraft 2 lings when they connect.
StarCraft 2 lings should just disappear.
It makes me think that Ravagers and Roaches are kind of
They maybe are not that. Maybe,
but I mean, you can't just go Ling Bane against it, can you? I'm not sure. It's so fun to not know what the basic interactions are going to be. I love this so much.
This is the best time to get, you know, into something fresh for RTS, because you just don't know, right? I mean, we could speculate, but
I mean, as someone that's been following StarCraft 2 since the very beginning and only really played StarCraft 1 as a child and never really got involved in the StarCraft 1 pro scene, to kind of relive the moments of Wings of Liberty in just a small scale here, you know, the inherent childlike wonder that any RTS player has when they try to deconstruct basically a new strategy game. I mean, I know it's the StarCraft 1 races and the StarCraft 2 races, but you don't know how they interact exactly.
You don't know the timings of everything. You don't know.
It's always my favorite time.
It's my favorite time.
Any RTS game and any strategy game, and this is just going to be so much fun. We already have 3 racks here for Cure Academy coming up.
Is he getting the Academy?
I believe so, yeah.
Oh, no, it just started.
Yeah, just started here for Cure.
Still not used to the icons there for the StarCraft 1 buildings. What is that? Is it a Fusion Core?
Yeah, also, they borrow a lot of the StarCraft 2 upgrade icons as well for the StarCraft 1 upgrades. Like, I think Roach Speed icon is the Hydra Speed icon.
I think so. I never messed with the StarCraft 2 map editor that much. I guess I haven't really messed with the map editor in any of the RTS games since maybe the first year of StarCraft 1. But yeah, I think they basically just kind of rotate those in for the upgrades, for the upgrade icons that they otherwise wouldn't have. By the way, Zerg going on to 3 bases. So this looks very much like a StarCraft 2 Zerg TVZ opener, but I think Terran's going to be able to move out pretty quick here. And you know, you could stim from the Academy.
Wow, that train's quick,
Look at how much fuel has to be burned for that upgrade. There's so much smoke coming out of the top.
Yeah, of course. You see how fast it's researching? They're working overtime, man.
Crazy. Yeah. Okay, so there are the medics. Now, medics also can be used to body block lings, but I don't think it would be as strong in StarCraft 2 because the pathing's a little bit smoother.
I don't know how Dark is going to hold on to this. This will be 2 medevacs with 2 Firebats reinforcing.
He literally, Cure just moved through a blind spot.
Yeah, and Dark is only just now seeing them pass the Overlord of the main base, so Ling production is starting up, but we don't have a Baneling Nest. We don't have any gas here for Dark.
Also,
he's relying purely on Lings and Queens.
So this is a very, I guess, standard move from Terran and TVZ, StarCraft 1. I don't know how, I guess, how good can Queens be versus this as well? I'm not sure.
It's hard to say. I mean, look at the DPS of these Marines, really. It feels quite high.
So he supply blocks Dark. An Overlord finishes, which is going to make him at 58 of 58. You know, usually the way that you hold off infantry in StarCraft 1 is with sunken colonies, and a lot of them.
Oh, no wall in here for Kira.
But there is a fire bat. Whoa.
Wow,
Whoa,
that attack's so
easy.
fast.
It's a pretty sick animation, too.
That's a lot of flames. How does he have the fuel for that? That tiny little suit, man. That's crazy.
So I guess the queens have to sub in as the sunken colonies.
But it's only 4 queens. You can see the damage being dished out right now by the Marines.
No, that's too much.
That might be. Lings trying to get the surround right now, but you can see the tankiness of the medics. All right, these Lings reinforcing from across map. Able to take this out, but honestly, this isn't that bad of a trade here for Cure.
I gotta say, the sustain is actually insane.
Like, so many of those Lings just went down. If you imagine Cure had his whole army together from the natural expansion, also that forward army pushing into the third base, I don't know.
I mean, the queens are scary, but of course they're not fast when you get off the creep, right?
I think even a couple of Firebats mixed in right there could have completely changed the dynamic of that fight.
I'm under the impression Firebats are way better in this version of the game. Firebats, and it's weird, like they are good versus Lings, but if like the Lings hit them at the right angle, like their shots don't quite connect, it's a unit that you would have, like I think anybody who like played the campaign as a kid was like, oh, well of course you want the guy with the flamethrower to take on the little weak melee units, but they don't work out as well as you'd think. They are still, of course, used in competitive play, but I do feel like they're stronger in this mod just because of the way the pathing is so much cleaner in StarCraft 2.
And we have siege tanks coming out. This is almost looking like a StarCraft 2 build a little bit, the way it's lining up here with these tanks.
Well, I guess StarCraft 1 as well. It's not uncommon to make sometimes up to 3 tanks and try to push with this. The funny thing is that the Zerg isn't building up to the same stuff. Most of TVZ is defined by the fact that Dark Swarm can be a threat in the matchup. Dark Swarm, you can't really damage anything inside of it. And so it's like Terran is trying to just end the game before that. It seems like without Dark Swarm here, the Zerg has to basically almost have their own army to just kind of clash with this, where, well, at least with the StarCraft 2 Zerg, whereas the StarCraft 1 Zerg would basically just be like making lurkers and Dark Swarm and you know, trying to camp it out and turtle it up.
You know, another thing to consider here for Cure, oh, by the way, Science Vessel in production, they radiate quite good in the StarCraft 2 iteration of this, just by virtue of the way the engine works. Units tend to clump a little bit more here in the StarCraft 2 engine, but also I feel like in a lot of StarCraft 1 ZPTs, mutas are an important part of the matchup, right? But here, for Cure, the StarCraft 2 muta isn't quite as scary as the StarCraft 1 muta. So all those minerals that he would otherwise be spending as a StarCraft 1 Terran against the StarCraft 1 Zerg on missile turrets, he can just instead use to kick up the pace of his expansions, kick up his production in terms of Marines, Medivacs, and Firebats. And so there's some significant pacing advantages here for Cure, with the Science Vessels coming out, with these upgrades coming in, even a second starport underway and a second engineering bay. Now, the opening push coming in from Cure didn't get too much done, but it did slow Dark down. Cure actually briefly ahead in workers there for a moment, and he has mustered up quite a powerful army back at home.
Okay, 1-1's done here for Dark. Dark is one of the best Zergs at just straight up fights. Now, of course, Banelings are a very different thing here. You don't really have anything that's quite like the Baneling. Maybe the closest is like 2 lurkers running into your mineral line and trying to burrow.
Those are the first StarCraft 1 Marines to die to Banelings on TV, tasteless.
That's right. So Dark's setting up counterattacks. And I don't think Cure's going to budge. This is going to go into a pretty wild macro game.
Yeah, I think it might. I'm wondering what Cure is going to be able to get done with these Science Vessels, by the way. I have heard whispers of the power of Irradiate in SC Evo in this mod. And I really want to see it here against the StarCraft 2 Zerg. Dark now getting some infestors out onto the map. Ultralisk Cavern also starting, as well as Adrenal Glands, as soon as that Hive Tech completes.
Okay, more Banes coming in, but a really clean pull away. You know, Cure being a StarCraft 2 Terran, you know, when he's not in this this show match, is going to be really fast at pulling away from Banes. If we had a StarCraft 1 Terran playing StarCraft 2, maybe it would look a little bit different. But like, one of the things, maybe the most important skill to have as Terran is to play keep away from banelings, right, from StarCraft 2. So that skill is going to translate pretty nicely here into StarCraft 1. Terran for Cure.
Oh my
Cure
God.
is going to go for the pretty modern battlecruiser tech into the late game. Now, again, I don't know. It's very clear, by the way, Cure is very well versed in StarCraft 1 Terran TVZ. But, you know, he's kind of played it as if he's versus StarCraft 1 Zerg. Every step he's made is just like, it mirrors the matchup itself. But he's against Dark, who's a StarCraft 2 Zerg, so I'm not really sure what to make of this.
Yeah, I guess Cure just has confidence in the late game power of StarCraft 1 Terran, even against the StarCraft 2 Zerg with Vipers and such like that, because he is not afraid of shying against the macro game against, honestly, one of the best late game, if not the best late game Zerg player in the world. I mean, it's either Dark or Cyril in my book, right? They're both so creative and so crafty and so good at getting out of tough situations. Now Cure with this Bio Ball coming in.
There's no medevacs, so when the banelings come, you can't just scoop up your ground army.
Irradiate popping on that Queen.
Oh, look at the Irradiate animation. It's like Silent Hill smoke over the
yeah,
Queen
it
here.
Is. It really is. Packs a wallop too.
Now, Dark is just continuing to grow. I think Dark actually has got a really good take on how to handle this. He's just gonna disengage. He's like, whatever. You have to push me to kill me. Now, oh my God. Irradiate's coming down.
Oh, I mean, this is so good here for Cure. I almost feel like Dark needs some hits here. He's going to get drone kills. 2 drones go down. Almost was even worse there for Dark. I feel like he needs some answer here to the science vessels. I don't see any. There's 10 vessels on the map. This army is so scary right now, Tasteless. The Cure is assembled. I mean, it radiates even on the Ultralists like this. You know, the units in StarCraft 2, they tend to clump up so much more than in StarCraft Brood War. I'm getting a little bit worried here for Dark. I feel like Cure is just playing a fantastic game. Even using the minerals right here as a bit of a wall. Dark is going to have to disengage and try to find another target. Oh my God, the Irradiate, look at it! Dark has to play keep away with all these different units.
Yeah, and this is, you know, there's no Scourge, right? I mean, I guess you could make Corruptors to fight
Oh,
this.
the Banelings just getting blasted by Irradiate right now.
This is crazy.
I don't know what the answer is here for Dark.
Well,
what do you do?
Things clump up so easily. In StarCraft 1, things sort of organically disperse. Here, they just, you know, and I think probably there's, you know, more things on less hotkeys, by the way. It almost seems like inadvertently you're able to not lose as much from Irradiate just because you have things kind of spaced out on different groups. Oh my God. I mean, this is, you know, it's only 75. Oh my God. Only 75 energy, by the way.
Yeah, with 13 science vessels out on the map. We were thinking it's going to be battlecruisers, but why would he make them when Irradiate is this good?
I swear I thought I saw a battlecruiser. Man, I must be crazy. I think I'm just not used to, you know, these images here at the top left for the unit tab. But I mean, it does feel a little bit like the walls are closing in.
Oh, even coming in with a defense matrix on the Firebat and Marine in the front, absorbing all the damage from that Ultra. And Dark is sustaining so much damage.
Yeah, and Cure's steadily growing. And that was basically Cure lashing out one time. A bunch of Irradiates. What are these?
Overlord Cocoons.
He's going to go for a drop.
Really big drop in the main base coming up here. And this might be what Dark needs to try and get back into this game, because this army roaming around the center of the map is just so difficult for the Zerg player to contest at this stage. 14 science vessels. Yeah, they are low on HP, but at this stage, you can basically irradiate everything. The Spore Crawler is going to take 2 of them down, and Dark is lifting at the bottom of the map to send these Lings into the main base. Meanwhile, Ultra's going to try and get this around here with the Lings on this bio. You're going to retreat all the way back to his base, and those Overlords about to drop in the main base, Tasteless.
Now, this is the moment where Dark could turn this game on its head. He's going to be dropping Lings everywhere. I don't think there's any Banelings in here. A lot of times, you know, StarCraft 1 Terrans are... Oh, he's actually dropping on top of those tanks as well.
That's a very smart move right now by Dark, as Cure's supply plummeting a little bit. He's starting to eat into his bank as the Lings clean up 2 siege tanks there in the front line.
Keep in mind, StarCraft 1 SCV is a little bit tankier than StarCraft 2. They have 60 HP.
Still, 19 SCVs, 20 SCVs now going down as the numbers continue to rise, and Dark is getting some really big wins on the map right now, Taste. It's even coming in here. No planetary fortresses for the Brood War Terran. So these positions a little bit hard to defend. Finally, the Lings in the main base almost completely cleaned up, but Cure is just bleeding out so much supply.
He's going to do the eraser. You can cast or radiate on your own vessels. And of course, they're mechanical, so they don't die. Now, I think that basically Cure didn't spend his minerals as well as he should have. I think Dark wins this game anyways. Cure had an incredible showing, but sort of burned out. Unbelievable. Dark is going to win this.
I mean, you can kind of tell the inexperience these players have in this game, but where we saw Mini in the previous match just completely dominate the early and the mid game there against Soulkey, and then when push came to shove and the counterattack came through, he fell apart. And in the same way, Cure just kind of falling apart here in this game. Yeah, you do have the Science Vessels, you have the Irradiate, but Dark just with a multi-prong attacks into the fourth base, into the third with a Ling drop in the main. Able to get so much done. 98 SCVs. On the left in total. I've never seen that go up to triple digits.
It's insane.
So many SCVs have fallen.
102 SCVs now.
Because after a couple of seconds, that number does go away. It stops going up.
Cure is going to have to tap out. I think he had it for a little bit.
He really did.
The drop kind of threw him off, but I think he also overextended a little bit everywhere.
I mean, he's trying to fight in this because he still has 1,000 minerals in the bank, but no, that's it. GG is called. We're going to go to an ace match. Dark just pulled the rabbit out of the hat. I cannot believe he won that game.
Yeah, Dark had a rabbit that was pulled out of the hat that was irradiated many times over and still won the game. Okay, so who's going to be the ace player?
Yeah, I have no idea. The ace map is going to be Fighting Spirit. We know that, but we don't know who the players are going to be. And for SKTX
has to pick a StarCraft 2 player. I think they're going to pick Dark.
Yeah, I think it has to be Dark or Classic. I mean,
and then
no matter what.
I think that you got to go with Snow for the StarCraft
tough.
ones.
For AGSL,
maybe. I mean, I guess, for AGSL, it's going to be easier. I don't think you go with Kira, no disrespect to him. Actually, I think he played really well in that game, but I think Snow, TY, or Soulkey. What about ZVZ?
Yeah, I mean, Banelings are so good in that matchup, right?
I guess that's true, and you also don't get a Queen. Yeah, you wouldn't want to pick a Zerg, right? I think you got to go Snow. Snow, make a Reaver, go win the game. Get that Reaver going.
Get another 50-kill Reaver.
He's like,
on the
anything
map.
else I need to know? And they go, don't forget shuttle speed. And he goes, I'm not going to forget that.
Yeah, I think I can see Snow or TY here.
I think 1,000% they're going to pick Dark, though.
Yeah.
For SKTX.
But if you know it's going to be Dark, we saw how well Cure was able to play with the StarCraft 1 Terran pieces, especially with the Radiate there against Dark.
Yeah.
He was giving Dark fits in the mid game.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you go with TY.
Maybe you go to TY because TY knows how StarCraft 2 Zerg is going to play. He's a guy that played in the most recent GSL. He's a guy that played in ASL very recently as well. He is as in the same vein as Soulkey. He's one of the best players of both games that we have here on stage today. And if you really want to leverage the power of StarCraft 1 Terran in something like a TBZ matchup, TY could be a really good player to come in with a snipe.
Who is it? TY? Okay, TY. All right, so
I think this makes a lot of sense here for AGSL.
Then it's got to be Dark, right?
You would think so.
It's like we're going to get Mini again. Mini go there.
Make Phoenixes and get a lot of kills and then lose the game.
Yeah. Just remember to make the stuff that doesn't make.
Oh, it's classic. We're going to have a StarCraft 1 Terran against the StarCraft 2 Protoss.
Again?
Yeah, have the rematch.
Again.
On Oceanborn Classic was able to take it.
Again, and now on Fighting Spirit? Qua? I can't. This is the match. I can't believe this.
I was also thinking it's probably going to be Dark, but maybe they were thinking that, StarCraft 1 Terran with a Radiate, very hard for StarCraft 2 Zerg to deal with, so maybe they do just not want to risk sending Dark out to try and play up against TY, who is going to be able to execute at least as well as Cure did there in the mid game, and also not fumble the ball there in the fourth quarter, right? I mean, Cure was so close to closing it out.
This is so interesting. Now it's a Fighting Spirit, Classic playing a StarCraft 2 Protoss. You can't do the same kind of cheeses here because there are several different starting locations, right? It's not like a normal StarCraft 2 map.
Yeah, and also after those 3 bases, it's really hard to expand. You have to go into the other corners on the map, and that means that TY with the Vultures might be able to get a lot more damage done. This is also a map where you're able to try and set up lanes of spider mines that are hard for the StarCraft 2 Protoss to work through. I mean, on Oceanborn, there are so many different pathways and so many expansions that it's hard to cover all of it. But here, I think TY is going to be a little bit more in his element.
I think so. Also, TY took quite a beating at the start of the game.
Yeah, that Oracle got
so
so
in
much
there.
done.
The Oracle did a lot. It seems like TY, timing-wise, didn't appreciate that. I think StarCraft 2, all that stuff can start a little bit quicker.
Especially with a proxy like that, too, that went unscouted, right?
Yeah.
Maybe with the Goliath, he was going to be prepared to deal with an Oracle that came 20, 30 seconds later.
Sure.
From the main base of Classic, but with it basically proxied outside of his third, just no time to react. And he was still able to basically recover from that position into a mid game, which it didn't in the end work out for him because he was so unlucky with the scans. He missed the carrier transition with 2 or 3 different comm sats. But
also, by the way, I do think that a StarCraft 2 kind of parting-esque 4-gate Stalker Blink with a War Prism could be really good versus StarCraft 1 Terran.
That's right.
Just trying to get his ducks in a row, and then the Stalkers blink in there.
I'm thinking about the main base of Fighting Spirit. There should be some pretty significant service area for the Stalkers to blink into the main base too, right?
Fighting Spirit specifically has big mains. I mean, the maps aren't 1-to-1. There's some geographical, things you can't quite replicate in the game, but yeah, I mean, blink seems really good here. Anyways, guys, this is the ace match. Let's go. Okay, TY in the top right. Classic here in the bottom right.
Vertical spawns. And I wonder what Classic is going to bring to the table this time. First game on Oceanborn, of course, he went for the proxy gateway with Adepts. So it's a proxy Stargate for really fast Oracles behind an expansion. Got so many kills because of it. And he's also going to first scout here on Fighting Spirit. Oh, is he not? What are you cooking up there, Classic?
Well, you can proxy in the center of the map, too.
Oh, this is a gold, by the way, here in the middle.
Oh, I didn't even know. That's so
awesome.
funny. Yeah.
I like that. That just makes sense. It just makes sense.
No, of course that has to be a gold map. That's so funny because I actually forgot that gold minerals were a thing for this.
Yeah, that's right.
Obviously, there are no gold minerals in StarCraft 1, but, I don't know why it didn't even occur to me there would be any maps with those on there.
Can you break down a little bit? Do you have any insight into Classic scouting pattern here? Because I'm a little bewildered by why he would go halfway up
into
to the
center?
top side and then go down to the bottom
left. He's looking for double racks in the middle of the map.
Gotcha.
There's
the StarCraft 1 meta, being a StarCraft 2 guy, I'm not super keyed in on it.
Well, here's what's funny. TY does go for double racks here. It's just not in the center of the map. But there's a lot of, honestly, any map in StarCraft 1 where there's like a place you can build things in the center, people just kind of go through there. You're not losing that much mining time. StarCraft 1 maps are also designed to not have as much, as many places where you can make things.
TY.
And so, that usually you just check right there. There's a proxy pylon here, although I don't think it really matters because he can't do anything to get in here just yet. But the Marine's also blocking the probe out. So this is really important because it might look to the Protoss like Terran's expanding. Terran's going for a stim rush.
And this is a lot scarier with the StarCraft 2 engine than is it within the StarCraft 1 engine. I mean, these Marines are so microable. They pack a lot of power. And with medevacs out this early, there's very little that Protoss has that actually has the DPS to force this down. So Classic now going to move out with his first Adept, and he's going to spot no bunker. He's going to spot these 2 Marines. No command center on the low ground, so he should be tingling his senses a little bit.
So he sees that this is going to be a Marine medic push. Now, you cannot do this versus StarCraft 1 Protoss. There's just too many things that will beat this. But against the StarCraft, I'm sorry, you can't do this against the StarCraft 1 Protoss. There's too many things that beat this. What I'm trying to say is I don't know what this means for a StarCraft 2 Protoss.
StarCraft 2 Protoss, you do have shield battery overcharge, but you just see the DPS here of these Marines. It is so high, and with 2 medevacs up early, and this is like healing on this bio that you never get this early in any kind of TVP. Even the boys getting pulled right now, and these are StarCraft 1 boys. They're the OG boys, Tasteless.
They got 60 HP. They're holding minerals. They're going to try to stab him with the minerals.
All right, battery overcharge gets popped. That's what TY was looking for. He's going to retreat now. wait for that cooldown to expire, even stimming the reinforcement to try and get him here as quickly as possible. And oh my goodness, getting so much damage done. Oh, the soccer gets isolated. It's rallied on the wrong side of the gateway. Classic needs every unit he can. Overcharge is over right now. Shield battery barely able to out DPS.
Oh my god.
But the fire bats just melt these adepts. Look at that damage. There's only one stalker left, and then the probes are getting pulled.
And the fire bats are so good versus the probes.
Oh, they're melting. They're melting, Tasteless. I think TY has done it.
Sick opening. I think this game is done.
Wow.
Unbelievable. Just a standard, like 1998 Medic Marine Bio Rush against a StarCraft 2 Protoss that is trying to, you know, expand and poke. Really smart move here from TY.
I mean, you never see shield battery defending an Oracle against Marines like this so early in the game here in a TVP. So Classic is going to be able to clean it up. But look at the worker counts right now. It is 23 SCVs to 12 probes. Now Classic, he does have battery overcharge. Maybe he can't, or not battery overcharge, excuse me. He has Chrono Boost, so he can't get his worker production back online soon. And maybe he can get something done with these Oracles actually, Tasteless.
Yeah, this is interesting. But again, the Oracle, you know, it has to
hold on.
It has to go through its energy. It's not going to have energy forever. The StarCraft 1 Marines are going to stim and drive this back. Turrets are going to have to be blanketed down here. This is a funny game because, yeah, I also, as that rush came out, I didn't appreciate, of course, an Oracle can take out many more weakened Marines.
Oracle's out of energy now, so we'll have to retreat. But Classic actually doing a very good job of recovering here. This is kind of crazy. I thought TY was having that in the bag with that push into the natural expansion, but these Oracles just getting so much damage done. I think the fact that the battle lasted so long in the natural expansion there of Classic means that TY with basically no energy on those medics and such low HP on the Marines getting cleaned up by one Oracle set him back so much. You can see the units lost there. 15 SCVs, or 15 probes, excuse me, for Classic, but fighting back very well, getting more than a dozen SCV kills here. The natural expansion.
You know, you stim out, but Stalkers, they're pretty good with this range shot. They can kind of play keep away. The tank's out. Now, the dilemma right now for TY is he's still on one base. And I think even in a long game, you probably don't want to have Bio versus StarCraft 2 Protoss. I think it's the same rules as StarCraft 1. I think you probably want to have mech. I think it's why we saw mech the first time around. I guess the more matches of these we have, the more we're going to learn about it.
Yeah, and this makes me wonder if we're just going to see a straight-up siege tank push with Marines here against Classic, because this is something that historically StarCraft 2 Protoss has struggled against StarCraft 2 Terran with.
Right.
Is an early push with Marine, Medevac, and Siege Tank. And you know, TY with a couple more production cycles, even though it's just 2 barracks and 1 factory, if he's able to push across the map against an Oracle-based army, and Classic doesn't really have much of an answer for it in terms of tech on the ground, like, for instance, right now it's, what, 2 Stalkers and 1 Sentry in total.
This really makes you appreciate how well Oracles can play keep away versus infantry.
Yeah.
Obviously, you know, it's still the same, you know, it's similar to StarCraft 2 Marines, but man, StarCraft 1 Terran just doesn't quite have anywhere near as much to deal with.
The concerning thing here for TY is that Classic is really starting to run away in the worker department. Being able to chrono boost these Nexus for so long. He's already up almost 10 workers after we basically equalized just a few minutes ago. And now TY is coming with his big push, and he's pulling a lot of SCVs with it too, Tasteless. Robotics Bay coming down now for Classic, so he's going to try and scramble to get Disruptors or Colossi out, but this might be the second punch that knocks Classic out of the game. There is so much firepower in this army.
Is he going to like try to make bunkers and turrets, or is he just going to throw these SCVs? Okay, he's going to start a bunker.
First stim comes through right now. The Immortal already lost its shields.
Oh, the bunker's shot down. That's big.
It's a little bit too far forward right there. Instead, turret's now going to drop.
He just needs bunkers and turrets here.
Can't get them down yet. Immortals coming in, they can't quite connect with those siege tanks. If they're able to, they will be able to take them down so quickly.
Dude, it's so close. It's so not clear who's going to take this. Again, the Oracles, they need to come in at the perfect moment.
Yeah, they've just been trying to intercept the reinforcements for TY right now. I can see on the minimap cleaning up another Marine that's been rallied across the map. Soon that Cybernetics core will be taken down.
That means no more Stalkers.
3 more gateways in production as Classic is scrambling to try and get enough production up to stop this push.
The medics are depleted. I mean, they're nothing more than cheerleaders here in this fight. Another stim comes in, but of course the Protoss can back away, milk the batteries for their energy, and the damage on the infantry is quite permanent.
Oracle's able to get some good damage, but they're so low on energy, they're not even going to be able to get this siege tank down. It's like 3 or 4 shots and they're done.
You know, there's so many StarCraft 1 games that end with a push that kind of look like this.
He knows that Classic can basically only make Zealots, so he's trying to almost set up a wall here in the natural expansion
That's
of
exactly
Classic.
right. He just wants to get in range of the Nexus and kind of force a fight, I think. Well, hold on, a Disruptor.
A Disruptor in production, but I mean, only 2 or 3 volleys. These siege tanks can probably take it out, Tasteless. These are StarCraft 1 tanks. They pack such a big punch.
And they've got a lot of range.
First bunker about to complete. Oh, battery overcharge popping right now. This is when Classic wants to take the fight. The Immortals are focusing down the bunker. They're not quite able to get it until just now, but the battery overcharge is almost completely dissipated. And Disruptor is out, will be able to find the connection. No, only gets 1 low HP medic. Nexus falls, and TY with a follow-up attack might have just secured the match 1 victory here for Team AGSL.
Yeah, he's going to drive him up the ramp. Versus StarCraft 1 Terran, usually if you're driven up the ramp, it's a really impossible game to win from there on out. There is a counterattack at the natural, and I don't know what exactly is back home, but I you know, if this isn't walled in, Zealots and Stalkers might just kill everything that comes out here. Oh my
TY
God,
has to go back home. This game is absolutely insane. Siege Tank gets stuck in the middle right there of the ramp, and now all these Zealots coming out. I can't believe what we're watching, Tasteless.
And keep in mind, he was throwing workers in that fight over and over again at the natural. So now more workers are going to be picked off here. Now, I think that TY can come back and salvage this, but the Nexus has been restarted over at the natural. So
this is just insane.
This is a great game.
Look at the workers right now. It's 32 SCVs to 31 probes. Dead even.
Oh
Recall
my God, of course, I
happen.
forgot they could recall. This is so weird to cast.
It's strange, right?
We're getting...
Oh, Disruptor shot going to try and find a connection, but TY with just the perfect reactions, able to dodge it. Second Robo coming down now for Classic.
This is crazy.
Game is just completely insane. TY is going to be able to find the pylon and the Stargate, so this will limit the counterattack possibilities here for Classic. And I think for TY, you just want to move across the map again. You know that Classic is hurting.
Yeah. But I don't know if you can with a Disruptor out. A Disruptor really makes it harder to be liquid in your position. He's going to try anyways. And again, a Disruptor shot. See how clumped this is? I mean, you know, it's one thing to deal with it as a StarCraft 2 Terran, because at least you can pick up and split. Oh my God, of course, another counterattack.
He might just try to walk up the ramp, even as a sentry, the force field. He's going for the main base. He does not care about the natural expansion at all. TY realizing the situation,
you
he's
can just
pulling
force
the
field
SCVs.
here. You can just force field the ramp. They can't get up there.
Look at all of the sentries right now. There's no medevacs, only medics. Disruptor shot comes in. You got to get up the ramp. The force field comes through.
This is crazy.
Oh, but wow, the SCVs are actually getting so much damage done with just a couple of Marines in the siege tank. Somehow Classic's army just got completely floored. That is insane.
StarCraft 1 SCVs are a lot stronger. And of course, in the StarCraft 2 engine, they'll target the workers first and the attacking units later. It's the other way around.
It's not that way in Brood War.
It's the opposite in Brood War.
Oh my God.
So,
and TY also sectioned off just enough army to push up over here. Classic's on 35 supply. I thought that push into the main base there at TY was so smart because of the force fields, but...
Well, I think he had to control it a little bit better. I think he just looked at that and thought, okay, I can just A-move here.
Just not appreciating the strength of the Brood War SCVs with the rallied, rallied Marines and tanks.
The extra 15 HP makes a big difference.
Yeah, it's huge.
For some of these, Tier 1 units that attack a little bit slower.
What a game. What a sick game.
This is so sick, dude. It's like we're casting a totally new RTS. This is just wild. Oh, GG. TY takes that for our first match.
Team AGSL wins the first best of 5.
Team AGSL took it. Wow.
What a game, man.
What
I thought
a
TY
hell of a game, dude.
Had that one in the bag with the very first push. Classic was able to almost bring it back with that counterattack and then recall, but At the end of the day, the follow-up push there by TY, the third punch, able to knock his opponent Classic out. In what has probably been the best map that we have played so far today.
That was the funnest.
So much fun.
I thought with the force fields up, he probably made too many sentries, by the way. He probably needed like 3. Like sentries, they don't do a lot of damage, and you know, Terran units are a little bit beefier. I guess especially the SCVs that, you know, what looks like a moment where you're just going to kill the workers and the army, suddenly like all the SCVs are gone, but it doesn't matter. There's like 4 Marines, they win that fight. That was fun. So guys, right now, that was a 2-3 score in the best of 5, but that's really just match 1. We're going to go to match 2. Some of you guys are about to turn off your PCs. Stop. Order some food. Get a blanket if you're cold. We're going to go to the next show match right after this.
아니 그래서 다들 노출할 옷들이 좀 있으신 거예요? 나 2개 정도 골라놨거든요. 진짜? 나 입고 왔어.
야 너무 야해.
어머! 어머!
예쁘다 안개라. 바지 좀.
섹시 않아요?
바지가 저게 뭐야?
언니 전 이걸로 할게요.
너무 야하죠? 응. 이거 입어도 되나? 모르겠다.
섹시한 거 가져왔어요.
이 의상의 포인트는 훤히 드러난 어깨, 몸의 실루엣이 드러나는 아주 이거 타이트하다고요. 이거 아주.
그 길거리에서 흔히 저기다 섹시하다 했을 때 그 흰 티에 청바지? 그리고 약간 서련님 그 느낌을 제가 좀 이런 건가?
오늘 의상 컨셉은 섹시 큐티예요. 있는 거 다 보여주자. 딱 달라붙는 낫을 한번 준비를 했어요. 아마 갖춰져 있는 건 저니까 아마 제가 제일 섹시하지 않을까. 이런 붙는 옷을 입으면 또 얼마나 튀어나올까. 여러분들 조금 이따 기대 많이 해주세요.
Shine like the sun when the pressure's rising up and you don't know where to go. You might think of giving up. Sometimes life can bring you low, but mama ain't raised no quitter. I ain't come to take it easy. I ain't come here to fail. Father told me keep believing, so I know it is well. Feel good when you slide through. Ain't nothing you cannot do. I feel on top of the world. Who can stop you? Tell me, are you looking for a breakthrough? Hey, hope you ready to run. Hey, let's go. If you're looking for a breakthrough, hey, come on, gotta shine like the sun. Shine like the sun. Your time's coming. Just wait and see. Keep on running. Hey, 'cause it was meant to be. So you gotta shine like the sun. What's life without any problems? When did it ever seem fair? Gotta make your way through the jungle. Don't feed the lions and bears. I know life gets wild. Sometimes we get scared. Sometimes unprepared. But like unchecked bags, gotta carry on. We can make it. Yeah, we can take it. Come on, don't hold on to that fear. I know, we're almost there. I'm looking for a breakthrough. Hey, hope you're ready to run. Hey, let's go. If you're looking for a breakthrough, hey, come on, Shine like the sun. 'Cause your time's coming. Just wait and see. Keep on running. Hey, 'cause it was meant to be. So you gotta shine like the sun.
Step off the canvas, lest you get beat up, bullied, and dunked on. We gon' leave you beat up, bullied, and dunked on. We said we only rock with Mavericks. If you a clone, then step off the canvas, lest you get beat up, bullied, and dunked on. We gon' leave you beat up, bullied, and dunked on. Excellently, it was pressing to me. Descended from the parents, I inherited 3 passports. I can flex a triple residency. Probably why I'm passing boundaries so effortlessly. If a rapper wanna step, they step with hesitancy. Cause I'm wrecking with ease. Flow epidemic on these beats that I finessed in the beam. And got a reservoir of seconds I can spend on you tweets. Think I got a ton of patience, homie, tested to see. I undertook a mission with impossible odds. I can't cruise with no time, uncles, I'm obviously not easily boxed. That's why they be asking what do I rock. It's Tino Ranga, Tira Tonga, and abolish the cops. Oh yeah, unapologetic with nothing in it, don't fear. Metal up the team, they're in the pedestal here. It's real, we don't do it for the aesthetic, not here. But we nice right here, cause we only rock with Mavericks. If you a clone, then step off the canvas. Lest you get beat up, bullied, and dunked on. We gon' leave you beat up, bullied, and dunked on. We said we only rock with Mavericks. If you a clone, then step off the canvas. Lest you get beat up, bullied, and dunked on. We gon' leave you beat up, bullied, and dunked on.
Word to the daughters who robbing me on my flowers. I'm working too many hours, check the time sheet. Cut the sugar out my life, but she's still telling me that I'm sweet. I'll sleep when the job was done. So never too clever, who's your favorite? I'm better. Flow wetter, froze ready like Eddie from Motec, and insecure in your position, so you checking up. Check the front without the rear, out of love or out of fear. I ain't got no competition, listen, I'm looking in the mirror, oh yeah. Saying that you love me just so you can be my peer. Remember when they hated cause I had a different hair. Now they wanna be invited when it's time for throwing cheers. What the f you think this is? You wanna know the man, but you was trying to kill the kid. Trying to ride my train, you wasn't giving me a lift. Tragic, self-evident to everyone, you ain't no maverick.
Only rock with Mavericks. If you a clone, then step off the canvas. Lest you get beat up, bullied, and dunked on. We gon' leave you beat up, bullied, and dunked on. We said we only rock with Mavericks. If you a clone, then step off the canvas. Lest you get beat up, bullied, and dunked on. We gon' leave you beat up, bullied, and dunked on.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for waiting. So in case you're confused, you're thinking, wait a minute, this isn't over? It's not.
Only halfway through it.
Only halfway through, or maybe even less than halfway through, because right now, Team AGSL is at a 1-0. Everybody from SKTX had to play StarCraft 2 races, and everybody on AGSL had to play StarCraft 1 races. Now we flip it. So basically, it's 1-0 and a best of 3. If it's a 2-0, obviously we end it. I don't think I need to explain that. But if it gets to 1-1, then we go to an ace match where it is a best of 3.
Yeah, so SKTX fighting for their life right now here in the show match. And we're actually going to get, for the 3rd time tonight, TY versus Classic to start things out. But, you know, one of the beautiful things about this game mode is, yeah, we're getting a matchup between these two guys again, but it is going to look totally different because this time, TY is going to be playing the StarCraft 2 Terran pieces, Classic going to be playing the Brood War Protoss pieces.
Now, I gotta point out, it's TY and Soulkey as the first 2 players here playing StarCraft 2 for the AGSL team. So, TY and Soulkey, again, we would argue these are probably the 2 players most versed in both of the StarCrafts. Soulkey was, when he was playing StarCraft 2, at times the best Zerg. TY is literally qualifying for GSL and ASL at the same time. But, you know, Classic, obviously anybody who is playing here today came from StarCraft 1. They can play StarCraft 1. We're going to have to see, you know, what exploits, what kind of meta these players are going to try to bring us. Right now, TY looking like a killer. We're going to go to game 1 here and start off the second half of this super match. Go ahead and wrap this up. Normally I can close it out a little bit faster. I don't know. All right, guys, let's go.
All right, spawning in the bottom left as the StarCraft 2 Terran. It is TY for Team AGSL. And in the top right, on Alcyone playing Brood War Protoss, we got Classic. Both these teams trusted these players in the ace match of the previous set. They're here kicking it off in set number 2. And I'm wondering exactly how this one is going to shape up, because I feel like if Classic can safely get to 3 bases in Storm here when Brood War Protoss against StarCraft 2 Terran,
yeah,
I think it's going to be very hard for TY to start to find some damage.
You know, State, I think you're right. You know, Radiant looks OP.
Yeah, it does, man.
It does.
Got to get this guy in the caster booth.
More OP. It's more OP, I think, in this version of the game. In StarCraft 1, you can't have your whole army on one hotkey, so things are never that bunched up. So you kind of let stuff get irradiated and you grab it and you right-click it away. You don't have to worry about it, you know, accidentally getting regrouped when you bind stuff up. Yeah, I think you're right, though. Look, in StarCraft 2, for those of you who just watched StarCraft 1 and are tuning in, StarCraft 2 bio is pretty good. Like, you can go for bio and medevacs, you know, Marines and medevacs and all that against Protoss, and it has a little bit of power, but StarCraft 1 Storm is stronger than StarCraft 2 Storm. So, you know, and again, you know, it's not totally, I think what I'm saying is true, but I don't know how true it is because we've never seen StarCraft 1 units used with StarCraft 2 pathing. So, you know, maybe Storm is even better versus bio just because, you know, it's instantaneous and it's hard to dodge in StarCraft 1.
Yeah, and it feels like it also does more damage. I think, in fact, the stats are just better for StarCraft 1 Storm in this version.
Yeah. It's also funny to see the placement here. When the StarCraft 1 race is being played, the placement is treated as if it's in the StarCraft 1 matchup. The same is true for the StarCraft 2 placement. We don't actually know what the placement is supposed to look like in each of these matchups. Like right here, I don't know. Is the gateway supposed to be in the main? It makes sense in StarCraft 1 versus a StarCraft 1 Terran, but does it make sense here?
I think it's because it lines up perfectly with the Dragoon coming in to throw or force away this Reaper coming into the main base. Reapers, of course, in some of these matchups, very good against their StarCraft 1 counterparts. For instance, Zerg in Brood War really struggles at dealing with Reapers in the early game, as you don't have Queens to kind of thwart their aggression against your drones. They just kite the Lings until speed is done, which feels like forever.
It's funny, because the Reaper, when StarCraft 2 first came out, was actually a problem. I think it was a cool idea, but I think Blizzard didn't realize the implications of having something that could just, you know, circumvent certain defenses and jump up on a high ground. It was basically nerfed to the point of irrelevance in some ways in StarCraft 2. It's kind of used as a control play. Now the Dragoon, for the StarCraft 2 people that are watching, this is a much, much beefier Stalker. Like, it can really, against StarCraft 1 Terran, kind of take on anything. It can beat mech when it engages correctly. It can also kite bio, especially once it gets its range upgrade. Its range upgrade makes it considerably strong. I don't know how that works versus StarCraft 2. You can see it doesn't do a lot of damage to the Reaper, by the way.
Yeah, range upgrade already done here for the Dragoon, and also in StarCraft 2, once that range upgrade is done, same as StarCraft 1, it actually outranges Marines in a bunker. So you can kind of do the same thing unless they put a Marauder in it or something. And Classic is going to very quickly be gearing up for third base, I think. He's already sending a probe down to that 12 o'clock position. We'll see how quickly he is going to take it, or if he just wants a spotter pylon, and TY going for a Widow Mine drop. All right. Now keep in mind here, the Widow Mine and the current iteration of StarCraft 2, after it fires its first shot, it does not stay hidden. Even if there is an armor, you have to get drilling claws for that to take place. So the fact that Classic, being the Brood War Protoss, needs to get an observer bay to make an observer even.
And he's going Reaver first, by the way.
Isn't too much of a problem here for him. I love watching Leapfrog.
Yeah. So Soulkey Soleil Dragoons.
As long as he doesn't sustain too much damage and his reaction is on point, these first couple of probes going to get taken out here, and then Widow Mine should be quickly cleaned up. Only 2 probes in total. I think one of the Widow Mines actually fired on a probe entering a
You're right, it did. So, I got to say, I mean, this is not looking good here for TY. There is going to be a Reaver push, and, you know, he's getting a tank, but You know, it's funny. These are like some of these StarCraft 1 fundamentals that just seem to be kind of, and we had it as well in some of the StarCraft 2 games, but it's like, yeah, what do you do against a Dragoon Reaver push? This is one of the oldest concepts in the game. You don't see it win games all the time, but you see, you know, kind of the backbone of this. Oh my God.
It's
now,
really low HP.
Here's the thing. When the Reaver gets up here, it will just kill this.
Oh man, even the Viking almost getting taken out there by those Dragoons. Just look at the range.
It's funny because this takes a lot more finesse to do in StarCraft 1. Pretty easy to do in StarCraft 2 with the pathing.
Yeah, a lot of these StarCraft 1 units pack so much more punch than StarCraft 2 just because they aren't buggy. You can control them flawlessly here.
I think he's going to try to elevator this into the main. Yep. So he's going to just try to run in here.
Oh, watch out for that. Those units on the ramp, by the way. This Reaver can get a lot of damage done. These unupgraded Marines, man.
Oh my God.
All bunched up like this. Interference matrix being researched. First shot only getting a couple of SCVs.
There is a siege tank hitting this.
This Reaver's getting a lot of work done.
Oh, he needs to pick it up. Oh, okay, it eats the shot. So, you know, one more shot and it's gone.
I love how there's just been one Dragoon attacking the bunker this entire time, too.
I thought this would have gone a little bit better here for Classic, but I guess, you know, it's harder than it looks to actually make this work. Now, he's going to continue to get Dragoon Reaver here.
Yeah, I think in the Stargate as well.
And we're kind of seeing both sides tech into normal play for the matchup the race is from, but we don't know what's actually stronger, you know? Like, you know, he can keep getting shuttles and Reavers. Oh my God, another big hit.
4 SCVs go down.
Shuttle speed's done. Of course, the Reaver was the inspiration for the Disruptor. A lot of people were very upset when the Reaver wasn't made. A Scout?
We got Scouts coming in, Tasteless.
So a Scout is the worst unit in the game. It costs too much.
It's like 400 resources or something, right?
It's like
crazy.
375 minerals and just too much gas. I don't even remember. It's not very good versus ground, and it's okay versus air, but it's slow unless you get an upgrade of the fleet beacon. Oh my God.
It's a miss micro here by Classic. Cannot blink those guys away, but oh, the double Reavers dropping. Look at all the Marines just get instantly evaporated. That was so much damage. It's like a Disruptor shot, man.
Yeah, it's pretty nasty. But look, I mean, this is the funny thing is it just seems to me like Dragoon Reaver is going to beat this army just because Reavers, you know, what are you going to do versus this? I think the reason why they didn't put the Reaver in the game later on is because of how strong it is. Or I should say it would be. A Disruptor, it's like, it at least has to shoot out. Oh my God. You know, I never thought I'd see a Scout again in StarCraft 1. I never thought I'd see a Scout in StarCraft 2. I never thought it would happen.
That carrier's in production already as well. Man, that thing is
And
slow.
why?
What is it scouting at this speed?
Yeah, and the funny thing is it's called a Scout, but its vision's not that great. It's not that fast. It costs too much.
What are you good for, Scout?
Yeah, it kind of looks like an adept with giantism sleeping on its back. Ready for an operation, maybe.
I mean, one thing that is
anesthetized.
a little bit difficult to deal with is, you know, medevacs just park themselves or liberators later on in the game. So maybe just a preemptive scout for that. But, oh, man, these Reaver shots getting so much damage done again. Interference Matrix actually dropping on him. So this is not the worst engagement. That's pretty bad. I mean, even with these Interference Matrixes coming in, I mean, the Dragoons just pack so much of a punch. All the bio has been whittled down. It's just these Siege Tanks and Widow Mines all remaining. Oh, a little bit of miss micro there by Classic. That's a big
crazy
hit.
Reaver's out, but the Reaver almost gets shot down. There's a Scout here. Get him out. Get rid of the Scout. Never again.
So many Reavers, Tasteless.
It just seems like you should only make Reavers. Oh, there's a carrier here. An old friend of the Scout. Just hearing the news. He's getting 3 carriers at a time. Again, I think that you just get carriers in the matchup and you win. Uh-oh. Now, a speed shuttle should be faster than a Viking.
Yeah, with the stutter step, though, TY is able to close the distance a little bit. Even moving on an intercept path over to the 3 o'clock position, but Shuttle should be able to retreat safely, and soon we're gonna have 5 carriers on the map. It's a lot of carriers, especially considering
the thing
so
is,
many Marines have fallen to the Reaver shots already.
But I guess Vikings, if you get enough of them, maybe you can beat this.
Now, I wonder
There's
if
not stalkers to kind of protect the carriers from the Vikings either, right?
Right. I wonder if the leash behavior for the StarCraft 1 carrier exists in SC Evo, because the way that you can leash and have your interceptors attacking a target and then retreat with a carrier is much better in StarCraft 1 than it is in StarCraft 2.
Yeah, in fact, it's crazy good in StarCraft 1. Yeah, I don't actually know. I would imagine it's hard to replicate the kind of bugginess. You could also just make the interceptors stay out.
Didn't we just cast a Maru game that looked like this with the missile turrets outside the third here? All right, well, this engagement coming in. The Reaver's getting some really good shots on the ground against the Bio. Vikings slowly trying to take down the carriers.
The thing is, I don't know if he can get enough interceptors out here.
Oh, another Reaver coming in. Very low HP, even low on shields.
Oh, my God, that was 9 SCVs.
This is such a hard position to breach.
Disgusting.
Mind that shield battery has to be manually targeted to these. I don't know if
the March
Classic realizes
Reavers.
it, man. Those Reavers all very low on HP, but they will survive. I think Classic is going to close this one out. What a well-played game there by Classic.
Yeah. Artosis right now, as he sleeps, having nightmares. He's shaking his fist at the moon, thinking about those StarCraft 1 carriers. And now StarCraft 2 Reavers.
StarCraft 2 Reavers are pretty insane. I'm telling you, man, I feel like the StarCraft 1 race is maybe a little bit better in SC Evo right now. I know the mineral gather rate a little bit better because the workers move faster, but even just disregarding the economy, they pack such a punch. You know, like Dragoons versus Stalkers, StarCraft 1 carriers versus StarCraft 2 carriers, Reavers versus Disruptors. Just in this matchup.
Yeah, it does seem like there's a little bit more oomph with every one of the StarCraft 1 units. I think that's kind of what gave StarCraft 1 its original stickiness in RTS games. You know what I mean? Every unit in StarCraft 1 kind of stands out.
Yeah, they have very clear identities.
But, you know, I don't know how true it is. I think we got to see a few more games here and see what, you know, the StarCraft 2 race can do. I think that could have gone either way. Coming up next, guys, we're going to have our mirror matchup. This is our first mirror matchup, right?
That's right. Yeah, Soulkey versus Action.
Now, I feel like StarCraft 2 Zerg has to be better than StarCraft 1 Zerg, but am I wrong about that?
I really couldn't say.
I don't know.
Because it feels like Ling Bane obviously is going to reign supreme in the early game, but should you get to the mid game, I mean, you can build your Hydralisk ball so quickly as the Brood War Zerg.
Yeah, but StarCraft 1 ZVZ, you can't go Hydras. You have to go Ling Muta.
Oh, do you?
So I feel like fundamentally this is going to be better for the StarCraft 2 Zerg, but I don't know. So,
against I was going to say, against the StarCraft 2 Zerg, I do wonder if maybe Hydras are going to be a little bit better. It's hard to really read the situation because it's not going to play out exactly the same way it would against a StarCraft 1 Zerg, for instance, right?
Yeah.
It's not the same matchup in that way. It still is a mirror matchup, but it's a StarCraft 2 Zerg. The macro mechanics are different. The units are a little bit different.
I think so.
And so
I don't know. This is actually out of all the matchups we had today, I'm the most interested in this one.
I really don't know what it's going to look like. It could just be that Soulkey here goes for some kind of insane Ling Bane timing attack, and Action cannot stop it. But also, I don't know the potency of the Sunken Crawlers. We're going to have to figure this out, man, here on Daybreak. Is Soulkey versus Action going to be game number 2? ZBZ, Brood War Zerg versus StarCraft 2 Zerg. Let's get to it.
Okay, so, Usu.
Soulkey, bottom left Zerg, playing the StarCraft 2 pieces in Action in the top right.
So,
StarCraft 1.
Real quick here for the StarCraft 2 people watching. StarCraft 1 ZVZ is the most limited matchup in all of the StarCrafts in many other RTS games because you know, some support here for the mod, I agree. Thank you, Team Corpu. So, in StarCraft 1, it's like impossible to not go Ling Muta, Scourge. There are games where you tech past it. There are games where you get up to 3 bases, but it's actually just a limited matchup. And it's statistically the shortest matchup. And for a lot of people, it's their least favorite matchup. TVT and StarCraft 1 is a problem as well, in that it's like kind of long and a little bit dry. I think StarCraft 2, they cleaned the mirror matchups up a little bit better. There's a little bit more, I guess, dynamicness to it. But what does ZVZ look like with StarCraft 2 versus StarCraft 1? I'm not sure. I guess what I want to see is, does this have to be Ling Muta? If it is Ling Muta, is the StarCraft 1 Zerg better? Or is this maybe, like, I almost feel like no matter what, StarCraft 2 Zerg should just be stronger.
I almost feel like you can't go Ling Muta in this matchup because of the Baneling. It's just my intuition looking at it. I feel like you would need to play a different kind of composition here, which might be really weird for a player like Action.
Can't the StarCraft, what I'm trying to get at is, can't the StarCraft 2 Zerg just go Ling Muta Baneling? Ling Baneling Muta like into that make them just defend, and then
it's hard to say.
I don't know. I've casted so much StarCraft 1 ZVZ that it's like I've seen it pan out in a very specific way, but maybe it won't happen here.
All right, second hatchery finishing up for both players. Soulkey continuing to drone. Bottom left Action. Already starting Ling speed, a touch ahead of Soulkey. Already 6 Lings in production as well. He really wants to ramp up the aggression, and Soulkey, it seems like he is going to work up towards Banelings. He's still gathering gas with 3 workers at a time. But this is a lot of Lings coming out from Action Tasteless. He is not set his foot off the gas pedal.
So, yeah, he's going to keep making mass Ling. Now, there's the Banelings nest that you were talking about. Now, StarCraft 1 Lings versus StarCraft 2 Lings. StarCraft 1 Lings are a little bit better, correct?
Yeah. Certainly pack a little bit more of a punch.
But there's a queen here. So, you know, the queen changes the math on that. It does feel like we're just watching Action play a StarCraft 1 ZVZ. I guess this is not too shocking, considering, you know, where these guys are coming from. If you don't know exactly how to play this, you might as well go for, you know, what you know. Yeah. He has sent a couple Lings around. Now, the Baneling's nest is going to be finishing. But the Banelings, obviously, they're not here yet. They do make very fast. But is it possible for Action to hit before? Because his Ling speed's going to finish. 2 Banes start, 2 gases start back at home as well. He should be moving in now, I think.
I feel like this is the timing that you want to hit right now. Those 2 Banelings are going to finish. That scouting Link should have spotted them. Oh, we'll see if we can get us around on these Queens, but no. Lings and Banelings able to zone these away. And, well, I feel like Action is going to have map control.
But now, can't you just counter push with these Banes?
Careful. Oh, some nice micro right there by Action, able to trade out that Baneling for just 1 or 2 Lings. The thing is, the Banelings are quite slow. So Action could do a pretty good job of just controlling the mid game, especially catching Lings like this. And when Sunken's back at home, I wonder if he's just going to be able to defend 8 more Banelings in production, all outside the natural expansion of Action.
It's like what you were saying, Staley. I mean, you could just Baneling down the Lings, the Sunken Colony, you name it, it dies to Banelings.
I don't know if this is the correct play here for Soulkey. It's hard to say because unless those Lings come over to reinforce,
well,
we'll see. Creep Colony is morphing in. Sunken already done. You can see Action just trying to trade out Ling by Ling with these Banelings, which is the correct move. He's going to be able to get at least another one. Sunken's come in, but there's only 2 Banelings left. How many Lings do we have on the map? Only 6 right now for Action. 12 more in production. The Spire is about halfway done.
More Lings are going to come up now. The Banes are going to turn back around. He's
big hit. Oh, that Spire might get taken down too. Very precarious positioning there. Instead, Soulkey can be opting for the drones. Getting 2 of them taken down already. More Lings flooding into the natural expansion. And maybe the Ling Bane is just a little bit too strong. Tasteless Action. Is he going to be able to hold on?
Well, he's not dead yet. He's banked up quite a bit of gas as well, although his mineral count is pretty low.
The Ling Flood coming in is so scary right now. I mean, look at the army supplies, 26-6.
I don't know that he can survive this. I'm worried that basically, even if he has a Spire tech, he can't really get any mutas out in a kind of meaningful number. He's going to be able to come in here and wipe this out. The Sunken Colony is going to go down. It's just going to be Lings to defend. And of course, with Banelings in the mix here for Soulkey, it's going to get a lot worse here for Action. In fact, this may be our shortest game of the evening as Soulkey is going to spill into the main. GG, Soulkey takes that game, tying it up 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, that just seems like a tough matchup for Brood War Zerg right there. I'm not sure exactly how you're supposed to play that as Action in that situation. I don't know if you can do the same kind of early game link play that you would normally do in a StarCraft 1 game. I feel like maybe it would be better to throw down the macro hatchery and do something like, this might sound crazy, but like a wall in a natural expansion with a sunken while going into Spire or something like that. Or maybe just foregoing the Lings almost entirely and opting for Hydras and defending that way, because you can get a pretty good number of Hydras out defensively, especially with a SimCity against Ling Baneling, and I think do all right. But certainly does seem like one of the hardest matches.
A Brood War player discovers what Banelings are in ZVZ.
They are disgusting.
Like, that is insane. Like, what? Yeah. The Baneling did change ZVZ forever when it came out in StarCraft 2. It really made the matchup look and feel different. Before
Very
that,
exciting.
It was just Zerglings fighting each other and sunken colonies coming down. Or, you know, you had the spine crawlers as well. But yeah, the Baneling just kind of makes it so that the Zergling, it's zoned away from. Okay, so now we're going to go into Pure versus Dark.
Dark going to be playing the StarCraft 1 Zerg against StarCraft 2 Terran, and
now, I don't think that Dark, I think, had a very different background in StarCraft 1 compared to everybody else.
He said that he played a different race in StarCraft 1.
I think he played Terran.
I see.
Or
this might be a little bit
Protoss?
tough.
I'm not sure.
He certainly plays StarCraft 2 Zerg like a Protoss.
I'm like, maybe Night Elf? No, he did play Terran. I just got confirmation from production. So, you know, I don't know. You know, that being said, I think he's probably still going to be solid.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, the game does feel very different here. The thing is that he's going up against Cure, Terran, who's one of the best players in the world.
Yeah.
I got to say, I've been playing a lot of this mod over the past week, kind of in preparation for this. As someone who doesn't really have a lot of experience with StarCraft Brood War, to kind of learn how these units interact with the StarCraft 2 iteration of the races. And of all the matchups, I think that StarCraft 1 Zerg against StarCraft 2 Terran, at least for me personally in my games, has been the most fun to play as Zerg. It's very dynamic. I love building up a Mutaball of StarCraft 1 mutas. They pack so much punch. I love how scary it can be trying to dodge away from Widow Mines, just barely finesse them with Muta shots and Muta Micro.
Yeah.
I love mixing in Queens to go for a snare on the Bioball because there's really no other way to get a surround on the Terran player, and it just feels like a very fun and dynamic matchup. And I'm a little worried that we might not get that showcase completely here just because of how insane Cure is with Terran and TVZ. He's the second best Terran player in Korea, definitely a top 3 Terran player in the world. So he might be outclassing Dark a little bit here, but this matchup certainly has the potential to be one of the best matchups we have all day today.
This is going to be fun. Again, we're tied up 1-1, so whoever wins this is going to be taking the lead for their team here. Ghost River will be our map for map number 3. Yeah, here with the StarCraft 2 Terran. Obviously, he is a terrifying StarCraft 2 Terran to go up against. Dark here with StarCraft 1 Zerg. Let's see what happens as Game 3 is ready. Okay, so Cure in the top right, Dark in the top left. I gotta say, this has been such a fun evening.
I hope we get more of this.
We need to do more of this, guys. You need to let Afrika TV know if you enjoyed it, and I bet you did. Tell them to do more.
I would love to see this develop into something bigger. You know,
I would
just
love
so
that.
much fun.
It's been so fun, and I think it's also educating each of our horribly tribal sides of StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2 that all have opinions about the other side, even though they mostly haven't played the game that much. They're getting to see what makes each StarCraft interesting.
It's so cool.
know?
I mean, it really is kind of the best of both worlds, especially the show match format like this, where, you know, the prize money, win or lose, it's pretty even. Like, everyone's going to go home happy. There's not too much on the line. We're playing this for fun. This is so
Think of this
pure.
like a pilot. Think of it like a pilot episode, okay?
Yeah.
We got it. You guys are the, why am I forgetting the words for this? You guys are the test audience? Is that what it is?
The test audience, sure.
Yeah.
If there's a more official term, I do not know it, Tasteless.
Yeah. They're going to be like, so what did you guys think of the games? They're like, well, we thought it was really interesting and the casting was bad. They're like, all right, thank you very much. We'll see what we can do about that. So, it's going to be a quick command center. It seems like no matter, you know, what StarCraft StarCraft 1 or StarCraft 2 you're in, you just have to fast expand. It is because we're giving the StarCraft 1 race the same number of workers as the StarCraft 2 race starts with. I wouldn't even
criminal
mind
to give them 4 drones.
Yo, I wouldn't mind seeing a mod, yeah, where they each get 4 workers.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That could be cool.
That could be pretty sick, actually. Oh!
Those games would last a long time. I feel like I've almost gotten spoiled with the pace of StarCraft 2.
Yeah, that's true. Well, at least we kind of get to where we need to be.
Yeah, at times I'm nostalgic for the 6-worker start days of Wings of Liberty or even...
I miss it personally.
Yeah.
I think I liked the mass workers originally in StarCraft 2, and then after a while I was like, you know, they should have moved the workers around a little bit more.
Experiment. Try like 9 or 10.
Try 9, you know. Maybe even try more than what you get, just see what happens.
By the way, this first Reaper coming across the map is going to get so much value. Dark went for 3 hatch, actually a 4 hatch all the way to the 9 o'clock position, and relatively late Zergling speed, which surprised me. As someone who mostly plays StarCraft 1 Zerg in this matchup against StarCraft 2 Terran, I'm quite often opening with very quick Zergling speed exactly for this reason, because a Reaper in the hands of a good player is impossible to kill until Link speed is done. That Reaper already has gotten 3 kills, but more than that, it has forced so many Zerglings out of Dark that could have been drones instead. And even the mining getting disrupted by grenades like this is just such a thorn in his side.
And if you've seen this image a million times before because you watch a lot of StarCraft 2, remember that there's no queen ever coming out of that hatchery. There's no necessary end to this in sight. In fact, he's going to have to make a sunken colony to try to deal with it.
Oh, a little bit of his micro there by Kier, but reacts fast enough. Link speed is done. Now I think Dark almost didn't even realize Link speed was about to finish as that Reaper escapes. Finally, it should get cleaned up in the main base by those 2 Lings, and it does. And that was a lot of pressure on a Dark with just 1 small unit. As a result, the drone count, which Dark would have loved to balloon a little bit higher than he has, is sitting at a measly 36 to the 30 SCVs of Cure, who's just been powering up behind this. I think he might even have a 3rd command center. Yeah, just completed. But do not underestimate the mid-game power of Zerg, especially once they get Lair and they get a good number of mutas going, because you thought StarCraft 1 mutas were crazy when you could only have a handful of them on a control group. Wait until you get 20 or 30 of them.
There's literally old videos of me talking about this and being worried about this before StarCraft 2 came out.
I think I've actually seen that.
Yeah, where I'm like, there's going to be, you can just have too many mutas on one control group, and like, who knows what that'll be like.
Nice counterattack, by the way, by Dark. This basically equalized everything.
Yeah.
From that first Reaper. 5 SCV kills this early. Let's take that to the bank here as Dark.
It's funny to see this kind of weird sunken placement versus Hellions. So the Spire's coming down.
As well as double Evolution Chamber, and I think he's just going to play mostly Ling Muta. And usually, with this style as Dark, you also are going to want to get the Queen's Nest 4 Ensnare because it is so good. And yeah, Queen's Nest already going down.
So, it's kind of funny. I guess a StarCraft 1 Zerg can really just take the whole map versus StarCraft 2 Zerg, at least to start this out, because Stim is delayed. I didn't realize, you know, just how good StarCraft 1 Zerg can be. Or maybe I should actually rephrase it, just how much Zerg was tamed by, you know, just Stim Medic Marine from StarCraft 1. This is 4 bases. We're 5 minutes into the game.
Yeah, you can scale really fast.
It's kind of insane.
Now, Liberators are a pain to deal with until that Mutalist, almost calls it the Mutalist Den, until the Spire is done and the Mutalists enter the map. As there really is no answer to this. Without Hydras, Dark is just going to have to wait this one out. Spire about 90% done, so maybe a minute away from being able to clean up this Liberator, which is also eliminating about 1/4 of his production, sniping all the larvae under this, and it's also doing a good job of zoning for these Hellions. Uh-oh, that's a corner there, Kier. You cannot go that way, Kier. Uh-oh.
Yep, just cornered and beaten down there by Dark. So Liberator's going to come in here and immediate pull.
Oh, Scourge in production, actually. God, even the eggs get sniped.
Dude, this is insane.
He killed the
what?
Scourge being produced.
You just hardlock the Zerg out of a hatchery with that? That's insane to me. All right.
Yeah, I'm doing some theory crafting right now in my head. Imagine, this is finally that gets cleaned up. Imagine rushing out, sneakily rushing out 4 Liberators, and just setting them up on every single hatchery the Zerg has. They would never be able to make.
Yeah.
They would never be able to make.
Yeah. We all know what happens when you get 4 Liberators over 4 hatcheries. If you don't have the tech there, you're out of the game.
Yeah, that slowed Dark down quite a bit. Oh, Antenna gets canceled there by Dark. I love that upgrade. 50 minerals, 50 gas, get a little bit more vision.
Dude,
I really
dude,
didn't
look how much of the
appreciate-
map Zerg has right now.
Yeah,
This is insane.
Well, I mean, what in StarCraft 1, these would be like macro hatcheries in your base, right? But in StarCraft 2, you could actually put them out.
Well, in StarCraft 1,
expansions.
there would have just been stim marines outside of the natural.
that
and
also.
you just don't get that many. And maybe you like get your 3rd base or 4th base up, and you like cover it with lurkers and sunken colonies and try to get into Dark Storm. So this is a queen.
Oh, he's not going that heavy into Spire units just yet. Instead, is he just going to go 2-2 and Adrenal?
Yo, by the way, I want to mention this. You can infest a command center in StarCraft 1 with a queen. I don't know if you can do it to a StarCraft 2 command center, though.
I don't think you can infest a StarCraft 2 command center. I was trying to do this in my games literally last night, and I was getting very frustrated.
Because you can make infested Terrans out of there, and they're basically like super banelings.
Yeah, I think you can only infest the StarCraft 1 command center. I don't think
change that.
I agree with you.
They gotta patch that.
Also, while you're at it, let me get infested zealots.
Yes.
Give me all the infested.
No, I'm Protoss. You can't do that. You've gone too far.
All right, well, Adrenal gets started as soon as the hive finishes here for Dark Goose. By the way, he's only playing on 48 drones. He is really going man mode with the Lings right now. +1 Lings. You see how much damage they just dish out.
Yeah, look at them just take down Hellbats like no problem.
Yeah, they are
This is
crazy
actually how
strong.
they beat Firebats in StarCraft 1. That's so funny to see. He's like, what?
Even the Ling, or even the Muta, or not the Muta, Jesus, the Marines are having a hard time, and also the Scourges fly in! The Medivacs get evaporated right there.
I think that Dark is going to win this game in a couple minutes.
Yeah, this is crazy.
This is wild.
24 more Lings in production, and soon we're going to have 2-2 and Adrenal.
Yeah.
Defiler's also coming out soon.
That's right. They actually do get Defilers in this. What does StarCraft 2 Terran do versus Defilers?
Don't think we have enough energy for Ensnare just yet.
Infest it. Make it real. Make
Not
it
gonna
happen.
happen.
Come on.
Yeah, I think he was trying to make it work.
Yeah, he wanted to make it.
actually.
Well, he was doing that for Tasteless. He just found out too, like me. It's like, oh,
He's
you
like, oh,
can't
this
do that
is-
in this version?
This is BS.
Okay, so I don't think he can do anything versus this.
It's gonna be a little bit tough. Adrenal not done just yet.
I think
Sunken should do a good job of dealing with the Hellbats,
Yeah.
and then I think with Ensnare you should be able to hold on here as Dark, but actually the army supply for Cure quite massive. Oh, Queen gets sniped instantly right there. Oh, he even focuses down.
Hold up. Hold up. Well, he doesn't have any energy on these Medivacs.
Yeah, but there aren't that many Lings on the map right now, Taze. So Stark just threw like basically all of them away in the third base of Terran.
He has actually like 30 army supply.
Adrenal's done. +2 melee attack is done. No +2 Carapace just yet.
What?
Uh-oh.
Oh my god. Dude, he's gonna... Cure might actually do this.
They're solo on HP though. Oh, but look at this positioning.
But there's more coming.
Yeah, there's more
He's
rally
gonna get the
across the
spawning
map.
pool. That's the source of all the Zerglings. Oh my god. Cure's gonna win this.
Wow.
Oh, and the Defiler it's too big in this version. That's insane.
I thought it was an Ultra.
It's like the
glance.
Ultra's little brother.
Yeah. All right, they get ensnared. Everything's slowed down now. GG.
What? There were so many things wrong about that game.
I think this is why you got to go more heavy into the mutas here, Zerg.
Yeah, you should absolutely. You need to go Ling Muta. You can't just. He actually, Dark almost like started out like StarCraft. He went to StarCraft 2 Zerg in a StarCraft with StarCraft 1 Zerg. Right. He's like just making Lings and trying to defend. Like it's like Roach Ling. It's like, dude, just get Mutas. Mutas are so good. Cure now wins that. And we're going to get another mirror matchup, right? It's PvP now. Snow versus Mini.
Yeah, that's right.
But it's this time it's Snow on the StarCraft 2 Protoss. And old Min-Min doing StarCraft 1.
Min-Min.
Yeah.
I
I call
like
him the Minister of Protoss coming in here.
Apparently I need to watch more AGSL. This is good.
Yeah. This is what I bring. Dan can bring the analysis.
It's gold.
I say stupid things.
No, this should be a very fun match here on Fighting Spirit 2 also.
Yeah. Now, again, Snow's the only Protoss on this team, so it's not like he has another Protoss that could just sort of coach him, kind of like what I think Classic did to Mini earlier.
Might have another ace match coming up here, Tasteless.
I think we could.
StarCraft 1 Protoss in a PvP is very difficult to beat in this matchup, in my opinion. Unless you can find some crazy damage with something like an Oracle, just catch your opponent off guard.
Well, it just seems like Dragoon Reaver, if you have an Observer, that's just too good.
It's very strong.
I mean, we've kind of seen this throughout the day where, like, whatever's going on, eventually Dragoons and a Shuttle and a Reaver come out. It's like, oh, yeah, this was, you know, by the way, it's not as viable in some of the matchups in StarCraft 1 now. PvP, obviously, it's what you're both doing. But it seems like it would be more robust than, you know, what StarCraft 2 Protoss could do. But StarCraft 2 Protoss could just go blink and use recall and warp prisms and kind of do almost like you're the Zerg in the matchup. You're counterattacking. You're trying to kill workers.
I also wonder how something like Immortals at a Prism against Dragoons would do with good range. Is that microable? Does the range mitigate it too much because the Warp Prism can't get close enough to really do a lot of dropship micro?
That's
it's
a good
kind of
point.
tricky.
Immortals should beat Dragoons with Warp Prism micro. At the same time, what if there's a Reaver there?
Oh, that might be one
That's
of
a
the
great
few
way to
ways to
analyze
actually
StarCraft.
dodge the
Yes,
shot.
but what if there's a carrier there to hit the shuttle?
But no, there's also a good point. If you have the Reaver out, Warp
But
Prism
now
might be
there's
one
some
of the
other ship to keep it cloaked. I can do this all night.
Warp Prism might be one of the few things that can actually mitigate the shots of a Reaver in StarCraft 2 effectively.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So I feel like we almost have to see Robo versus Robo. By the way, in StarCraft 2, you cannot lift the Reaver with Phoenix. It is a massive unit.
Oh my god.
Which also means you can drop it out of a shuttle to break force fields.
Yeah.
if you so desire.
It's finally, we
But
need
I've
this thing to
played
get
so
better.
many PvPs in this mod where my opponent plays StarCraft 2 and they go for Phoenix and they cannot lift the Reaver and they just
so
rage,
funny.
man. It's great. Anyway, guys, Snow versus Mini, PvP. If Snow wins this, AGSL is taking this victory. If Mini does it, we're going to an ace match on Fighting Spirit. Let's go into match number 4.
Mike's down for both the headsets.
Yeah, I think both players in the previous match had both their mics up.
Okay.
Is it the Protoss players that want to? Is it the they're trying to connect?
Yeah, they're trying to connect.
They can communicate.
Even though the race doesn't have mouths, they at least play with the mic down.
All right.
Okay, so it's
Mini in the top
yeah,
right.
sorry, Mini in the top. Top left, right?
Top left, yeah, excuse me.
Yeah, okay.
I
Snow
got
in the
that
top
right. It's just I forgot my left from my right for a moment there. I knew what I wanted to say.
Okay, so Cross, Spawn, Nexus first. Artosis woke up again in a cold sweat. Ow. It's OP even in the evolved version of the game. So, I mean, I think we know that Mini's just going to go Dragoon Reaver, right?
Yeah, I would be surprised if he did anything else.
By the way, you can, I think, get DTs as in StarCraft 1 much faster than you can in StarCraft 2. I don't know if that is a factor here.
Even with Warpin. Because you have to build it out of the gateway, right?
So the Dark Shrine takes comically long to build. In StarCraft 1, it's actually pretty fast. It's just a Temple Archives. You just kind of throw it down.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Yeah, and if you get like even one Dragoon, keep in mind like there's, you know, this is not a map where you're probably going to be two-gating a whole lot. You can kind of two-gate PvP StarCraft 1. I think you know, the best players seem to do it less, so it's not as much of a televised experience, but it is something you have to deal with. In StarCraft 2, you don't have to do it as much. So the reason why I'm bringing that up is you could just like get a Dragoon, barely hold everything off, and go right into DT, and maybe the StarCraft 2 Protoss isn't ready for that as well.
The thing is, I feel like both players kind of need to go Robo in this matchup, and
yeah,
the StarCraft 2 Protoss obviously doesn't need an observatory to get those obs out. They can just chrono boost one out quickly.
Right.
So it's tough to say. I wonder what the builds will be, because my intuition says it pretty much has to be Robo versus Robo. But maybe Snow will try something out of the box. If anyone's going to do it, it's going to be a Brood War player playing StarCraft 2, right?
Yeah, no, I think with this matchup, I think StarCraft 1, most of the game is kind of laid out for you. It's like, well, just play a PvP. It's going to look a little bit different, but see what you can do with it.
StarCraft 1 Zealot coming into Mini's base, by the way.
Yeah.
There's a Dragoon out.
No, that's a StarCraft 2 Zealot, right? Yeah.
StarCraft 2 Zealot. I don't know, I'm all jumbled up right now. These mirror matchups throwing me off.
I'm like, the dreadlock on that one isn't long enough. I'm like, can't you just look at the dreadlocks and tell, State? Oh my God, you're supposed to be a commentator.
Two more gateways going down now for Mini.
Sorry, what is his building proxy? Is that a Robo?
I think it's the Robo for Snow, yeah.
Okay.
He's going to try to Immortal Bust him.
Snowbow. So he's just going to go for maybe an Immortal push?
It's a little scary right now for Snow, though, with this proxy, because there isn't very much actually to protect against the Dragoons. He's lucky that...
you know what? I guess I didn't appreciate you can just get your Robo faster in StarCraft 2. You do seem to get stuff a little bit quicker in general in StarCraft 2.
Especially with a Chrono Boost.
Yeah. Yeah, God, I forgot about that.
This Immortal is going to be out so quickly.
Now, but how... The Immortal should be quite good against the Dragoons, but how good? Can it just, like, walk out and fight, or does it need a Warp Prism to kind of aid it?
Well, he's going to go for a second Immortal before the Warp Prism, and I feel like this fight absolutely favors Snow. Should they engage right now? And keep in mind, again, the Shield Battery not quite as good for the Brood War Protoss. It is definitely better on the StarCraft 2 side of things. StarCraft 2 can overcharge it, Brood War cannot. Brood War also needs to manually micro that Shield Battery.
Yeah, StarCraft 1 Shield Battery is so bad compared to the StarCraft 2 Shield Battery. I feel like Mini has to do something pretty quick here. I feel like you can't look at this Robo and just, like, wait it out, you know?
He does have a lot of Dragoons, though. We're getting to the amount.
I cannot believe that Mini's just going Mass Dragoon.
Well, he focuses down the first Stalker.
But does the Dragoon actually have better range than the Stalker? It looked like it
barely
did.
does. Oh, it's a little bit scary.
Uh-oh.
4 more Dragoons in production. Maybe he wants to try and get a sandwich on this because one of those shields already did pop. Honestly, if he pulls probes to fight with this, Mini might be able to see the fight. Oh, he's going for the counterattack. He's aware of recall, right?
This is like a pretty, this is an advanced StarCraft 1 move where you just go a big counterattack. But yeah, he's got recall. So he just needs to kill the Nexus and head him back home. But does Snow have enough for recall? I don't think he does.
He might not. Immortal's focusing down the Dragoons here in the main base right now with Mini. 2 of them immediately falling.
He needs to recall. He has 5 energy away.
Yeah, 5 energy away right now. Oh, that first Immortal taking a ton of damage on the front line. Shield Battery dropping here at that main ramp as well.
Does he know that he can recall here?
He has like no eco left. Mini might just be able to hold this. I mean, how do you work up the ramp against all of these probes? The Immortal's so low on HP. There's a third one joining the fray now.
Okay, he might be able to power up. You can't block as easily. Yeah, have fun with your shield battery there from StarCraft 1. Okay, so it's going to be one of these games where it's like whoever loses all their buildings first, I think.
Yeah, it kind of does feel like that right now. Mini is not retreating with his Dragoons, only just now bringing them back. The probes and Zealots actually popping out should be enough to take down this army here against Snow. The Zealots trying to get on top of the Immortal.
He can just send the Dragoons back now. And I think the game ends.
Yeah, Snow literally doesn't have a Nexus.
Yeah.
Wow, Mini's going to bring us to an ace match.
Had he banked up enough for a recall, I think he could have killed the Nexus, recalled, won the game. Interesting PvP, though.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit stunned to see Mini just went for Dragoons.
Yeah, that was surprising.
That was kind of a funny moment for all the technical things that StarCraft 2 Protoss could do. He's like, I'm going to make more of the basic boys.
Maybe going into Reaver is just a little bit too slow against a play like that, you know? Because the Immortal, as you said, the Robo gets out so quickly. You don't need the Robotic Spay. To have the Reaver even be useful, you also kind of need the Shuttle, too. So it's very expensive to get it up.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I just
Maybe
don't know.
Dragoons are just the answer, because the counterattack there was so potent.
That was one of the weirder games. I feel like Snow's sitting at that table right now, and everybody's explaining to him about recall.
Maybe, yeah.
Everybody's like high-fiving Mini, like, good job, man. And back over there, they're like, you could have just brought it back home.
Interesting game, and we're going to go to an ace match. I wonder who it's going to be.
TY.
Will it be TY versus Classic again?
You see here, I'm looking at the other table. We gonna make Classic go out there?
Actually, no. It's probably going to be Action or Mini, I would think, because it's SC1 for SKTX, right?
Yeah, I would send Mini.
Yeah, Mini could be pretty good here.
Mini seems to be pretty fine. What's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Who are you going to call?
I'm thinking Mini.
By the way, guys, if this is tied up 1-1, if SKTX, am I saying that right?
If SKTX wins the ace match,
we're tied up 1-1, and then we go to a best of 3.
We go to a best of 3 ace match. If AGSL wins this upcoming match, then it is over. We're going to be the champs today.
by the way, this has been so fun.
Yeah, this has been
I bet
really
it's going to
good.
be Classic again. I guess they're going to have to dust off Classic.
For StarCraft 1, though, I don't know. I really do think I take Mini. You could tell that the SKTX team is really considering this.
just going to the bathroom? Was it a fake? He just moonwalks back to the chair. Well, who could they pick then instead? Maybe Soulkey?
Maybe he's like, man, this is really awkward standing up there on stage waiting for me to choose my opponent. I'm just going to come back and hang out with you guys. I think the decisions are coming in.
Who could it be?
Yeah, I really want to know. This is a lot of suspense,
It's
man.
either Classic or Mini.
I feel like it has to be Mini. You're playing StarCraft 1.
Yeah.
And Mini, honestly, look quite good
And
there
I
on
think they
Fighting
have to
Spirit.
assume that they're going to throw TY out again, unless there's a rule where they can't use him again. I don't think there
I don't
is.
think that rule exists.
Yeah.
I think it's her kind of standalone best of fives.
Yeah.
I was not expecting this much. This is why you need coaches. It's like, no
Yeah.
Classic, you're going to go on stage and play. All the gamers are like, I don't want it to be me. Or maybe they really want it to be them.
Oh, is it going to be Mini? I think I saw him tell.
I would put it in Mini. Who would you go for Classic? Even in StarCraft 1?
I think I go Mini. I think I go Mini. If you have to pick a StarCraft 1 player, Mini's actually looked really good today. I thought he was going to look, no disrespect to him, I thought he was going to look pretty bad.
I just also feel like the potential of Reavers, should it be TY that you go up against, is
Reavers
so high.
And Carriers, I do feel like Carriers actually may be a little bit too strong. StarCraft 2 Carriers and StarCraft 1 Carriers in some of these matchups. But I have to actually learn, are the StarCraft 1 Carriers in the StarCraft 2 mod as good as StarCraft 1 Carriers are? TY, coming up again.
All right, trust in TY once more. AGSL just needs TY to win to have the victory tonight. Who's it going to be for SKTX? We're thinking it's going to be Mini, but they have a lot of options given that their player is going to be playing StarCraft 1. Are they still considering it? Who's the choice going to be?
It's no way. The old Minorino.
No way.
Minnowfish.
We're the
Swimming
smartest
upstream.
people in the world.
We are. We are. They're just lucky we're not playing this. Because if they had to cast us, it wouldn't be as good either. Okay, so I think Mini's got a good shot. I think TY has really shown probably the strongest range of play. Even when he lost, like in the first game we casted him, I'm like, he looked really good. And that was just because Classic counterattacked so well and barely got carriers out. But I think Mini's going to be a tough challenge here. Now, that being said, let's not forget, it seems like TY had a really good idea. Oh, look at this. When great minds meet. They're probably labbing out something they can do to thwart TY doing a normal opening. TY is very good at just doing a build that kind of gets ahead of everything and winning. I mean, that StarCraft 1 bio push versus a StarCraft 2 Protoss, where it's just like Marines and medics and then tanks, and you know, he played really well, and it didn't really matter what Classic wanted to do because he had to deal with what TY did. He might have something like that from StarCraft 2.
He was playing in the most recent GSL. He's one of the best players in Korea.
Yeah. Now,
just announced his retirement, but still, he is a force to be reckoned with.
Mini, if you guys don't know from StarCraft 2, is maybe the most abusive Protoss in the matchup.
Oh, I love him.
He's really... He'll do crazy stuff, too. Like, which, you know, almost seems too risky. Or you're like, oh, yeah, there's like a cheese like that, but people don't really do it because it's almost too volatile. He'll, like, do that kind of stuff. And he'll also just play, like, solid macro play, so... He's a little bit like partying or something like that. Man, this is crazy. So if TY wins this, it's over. AGSL is done. They've won 2-0. If Mini can win this, SKTX ties us up 1-1, and we go into a best of 3.
Reading the text messages right now in the chat. Both of them are saying that they're afraid of the other opponent's race.
That's so funny.
Mini's like, I have no idea how to beat StarCraft 2 Terran. I do not know what your units can do. I don't know how I can beat you. And T was like, yeah, man, StarCraft 1, you got Reavers. It's crazy, guys. This is the ace match. If TY wins, AGSL are going to be the champs today. If SKTX Mini wins, we are going to a final best of 3 ace match. Let's settle it here on Fighting Spirit.
All right, TY in the bottom right, Mini in the bottom left. It is Fighting Spirit. Again, it's a 4-player, or 4-spawn map, I should say. I'm trying to stop saying 4-player map. And TY sends out, oh my God, of course he does.
Is this going to be proxy
yeah,
Marauders? Or is he going to go for Marines?
He's double racks Marine in the middle of the map. He's going to go for an Ooga Booga, no mid-game rush.
Oh my God, is Mini? Oh my God, is Mini going to scout this?
Oh.
You're kidding me. This is a StarCraft 1 probe. That can beat like 3 SCVs tasteless. No way. Can he actually get the pathing? He spots it. Both SCVs are exposed. The SCVs need a fight now. But keep in mind, the Brood Warp probe.
Moving, shot, micro, StarCraft 2 pathing.
Man.
Actually not too bad, though, to be totally honest. Honestly, you know, it's funny. In StarCraft 1, this would have been even worse. But he's going to be able to finish this. Oh, but what if there's 2 probes stayed? What then?
I don't know if that SCV is going to be able to finish this. Barracks, man, if it moves one more time, TY's lucky it's staying put right there by the gas. He pulls another SCV, but he's not going to be able to get it done.
Little angels holding the SCV's shoulders so it doesn't move off the barracks. The barracks canceled.
Yeah, you have to cancel it here. Zealot already coming out for Mini. He's going into a Cybernetics core, and I mean, from Mini's perspective, this is just such a good position to be in. This simplifies the game so much. For somebody that doesn't know really the ins and outs of the StarCraft 2 Terran race that well, the timings, the threats, the compositions, to have the game be this simple from the beginning.
But I don't think Mini's played games with a proxy StarCraft 2 Terran to truly appreciate how robust Terran still is after these moments.
Look at that dreadlock.
Yeah, it's one serious dreadlock.
It's almost dragging on the ground.
I know.
That's why it has the arc to it. If it went straight down, it'd be on his neighbors.
Yeah, exactly. It would leave some very interesting footprints in the ground.
All right, some nice micro here by TY in the center of the map. Factory is about to complete back at home.
This is one of the funny things is the StarCraft 2 pathing is so clean that you can kind of just play keep away. Ooh, Mr. Body Block.
Nice micro there by Mini. With the probe, might be able to get 1 or 2 of these Marines.
Yeah, it's the probe's ranged shot makes it just a little bit stronger. Now Dragoon's coming out here.
Oh, this is dangerous.
So, StarCraft 1 Dragoon can pound Marines. Oh.
No missed shots, by the way, in this engine.
Oh, that's
shooting
a
up
good
on the
point.
high ground.
Yeah. StarCraft 1, you're used to chance to miss. Oh, a Cyclone. Now, is he going to be ready for that?
Is he going to know what it is? Is he going to get scared?
Or is he going to be like everybody else when that unit came out, like, what does this thing do? Hold on.
He's going to pause the game and open the StarCraft 2 help menu and go into the unit counters tab. What beats this?
How do you reach this thing?
Then he's going to realize there's no StarCraft 1 units in the unit counter tab.
I kind of forgot that this unit was in the game initially.
That's the first time we've seen it tonight, I think.
Look at Mini. I'm going to look at Mini's face right now. So he goes,
what the fuck
what
is
this thing? What the hell's going on here?
It's like a Vulture. It could move and shoot.
It could move and shoot.
Oh, he gets it.
Another Dragoon comes out.
Well, that Marine better hide for its life. We have a shuttle now in production, robotic space, soon to follow, I'm sure, here for Mini.
Now,
Observatory first, and then the robotic space.
Now, I think the game plan here, for Mini is pretty straightforward. Like, you just go Dragoon Reaver. But, you know, Terran is a lot more complicated in StarCraft 2, and maybe in some ways can create more problems for the Protoss a StarCraft 2 Terran can.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, that Cyclone, I think if it was controlled better, would have killed both of those and just gotten away with it.
Gotta be careful here as TY. Dragoon range, I believe, is done. And it's going to be Cloak Banshees from TY after a Liberator, so really bringing out all of the Swiss cheese for Mini. This is a good way to play against somebody who's not super familiar with the StarCraft 2 Terran race.
Oh, what's up, son? He's going to set the Liberator up over here.
Oh, Mini is getting the sweetest taste.
Yeah, Mini's like, what does Terran do with mid-game?
Mini is getting the sweetest taste of StarCraft 2 PBT. I love this.
He goes, so it unseats pretty fast, too. Okay, well, how are my Dragoons going to do against it?
Yeah, they get 3-shot, bro. You better watch out.
Terribly. Good to know.
Yeah, you don't want to mine under that thing, man. That's 3 more probes down.
Yeah. Uh-oh, this thing's back.
And behind this is going to be Cloaked, Banshees. And we do
So-
have the Shuttle, and the Reaver is about to pop.
So
Observers
it's-
on the map.
Sorry, 18 workers right now. I'm sorry. No, I'm wrong about that. 30 workers. I'm saying I look at like TY supply. I looked at not only the wrong player, but the wrong supply type for him too. Yeah, Mini's actually looking pretty good.
Oh, dude, they're faster than Cyclones. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, I thought the Cyclone was faster.
Yeah, they scoot quick.
Oh, this game might just end. Uh-oh.
Yeah, this is deadly.
But did somebody say invisibility? Thought I heard that.
Like Banshee coming in.
I know it sounds like a lot of other things.
TY
The thing is,
still hasn't moved to his natural expansion, by the way. I think he's starting.
I think Mini's just going to brute force his way up the ramp. Uh-oh.
Double Siege Tank and a Widowmine, though. I don't think you can go up this ramp here, Mini. By the way, is that TY's first command center? That he,
Yeah.
Is that his first expansion?
Yeah. He's like on a 1-1-1.
Jeez. Look at this guy.
Uh-oh.
No morals.
Reavers are out. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
It feels like it shoots so fast, doesn't it?
I feel like it shoots actually faster than a StarCraft 1.
It really does feel like
Reaver.
it.
Yeah. Look at how quick the Scarabs get there. They almost might want to slow that down.
Oh, my God, please.
No!
Oh, Mini wasn't paying the closest attention right there. That could have been so many SCVs dead. The 3 siege tanks all siege trying to thwart this thing.
He's going to just drop a Dragoon on it. He's like, I know what to do here.
If this was parting, he would have dropped that Reaper like 5 times and killed every single siege tank. Oh, gets the Banshee. A lot of chaos happening on the map. I think that one even had energy for Cloak. Just too much action here.
Okay,
What
so
a
now where
crazy
are we
game.
at? I think that Mini might be out of range of kind of being slowed down by TY, if that makes sense. Like
Yeah.
there's a second base that's up. TY took a beating from that Reaver drop.
Yeah, TY down to 26 workers to the 40 of Mini.
Oh my God, both observers are going over here. This is insane. He can actually kill more workers again.
Yeah, TY needs damage like this if he wants to come back in this game.
But he's playing like an observer is here, and it's actually not. But I guess, you know, he has to play a safe, conservative game.
Third base coming in now for Mini.
Sorry, third
Oh.
Nexus, yeah.
Man, these Banshees not cloaking, just cloak.
Cloak
my
it, what are we
God.
doing?
Cloak it.
Why? I guess there was an observer after all.
Like so many shots could have been dodged there by TY. Instead, not able to really find the damage over there on Mini's side of the base.
I keep seeing these gateways and being like, he has to turn those into warp gates now. That's insane. It's like almost 10 minutes. He hasn't used his warp gates yet.
Dragoons and Zealots in production. Another Reaver coming in. God, I keep saying Reaper because I'm so used to casting StarCraft 2. It's what my mouth just wants to. It's the word my mouth wants to form.
Is he going to try to push in again? I do feel like there's a chance that Mini doesn't yet even have a handle on like when he can engage the Terran.
He has to know that TY is pretty bruised up, though.
Yeah. TY is going to go ahead and get the bio. You do go for bio as Stim in StarCraft 2 versus StarCraft 2 Protoss. StarCraft 2 Terran versus StarCraft 2 Protoss. But I don't think there's a workaround. I don't think you could just not go bio with StarCraft 2 Terran. I think you kind of just, you know, that that's where the road will lead you.
It's very hard to play mech, even after the Cyclone changes.
Yeah, yeah.
Occasionally you get somebody as crazy as Gumiho who can make it work on occasion, but it is not easy.
You know, here's the funny thing is, I guess Mini probably never deals with, oh, hold up.
Oh, Siege Tank's unsieged! Just barely not enough to one-shot him. But this might be enough to actually breach.
I think this game's done.
Reaver does get taken down, but there's only a handful of bio because the drops are coming over to the natural expansion of Protoss, but I feel like the force that Mini has.
Well, there's one Reaver here, so if he doesn't pick this up, it's going to be really bad. Oh, but he does. What is actually defending the main, though, for TY?
There's one Siege Tank and I think just a small handful of Marines. TY's going to have to pull SCVs if he wants to hold on.
There is the possibility that this bio group actually does crazy damage and kind of keeps him in the game for a little bit longer.
Nice micro there on the Dragoon, splitting the fire, not to overkill that first one, but...
Okay, the SCVs are going to come out. Now, Mini is going to lose a lot of workers here.
Yeah, even more of them are falling. TY going to be able to save his natural expansion.
It's important to remember that Dragoons, when they're small in numbers, they don't really do that much. So hold on a second.
Mini's down to 24 workers right now, Tasteless. Oh, the Reaper, though. Reaper coming in, gets another big hit, cleaning up all the bio.
Okay, so, I mean, worker counts are low. The Reaver is still here with a shuttle, and that's going to be pretty hard to deal with. Oh my god, auto turrets come down. I think it might have been better to use the auto turrets under the shuttle even.
I was thinking the same thing. Instead, went for the Dragoons.
Now, can he get a Viking?
Doesn't even have the money to build a Viking right now.
Oh!
Just a siege taking a couple of Marines. Meanwhile, the main base of Mini is also getting dropped again.
That's it, GG, Mini
called.
does it. We're tied up 1-1.
Going to an ace match, Tasteless, a best of 3 ace.
That was a great game.
Yeah, that was action-packed.
Mini beats TY. Impressive. It's funny, you could just watching Mini deal with Cyclones and then also deal with the mines, the Widow mines, just hitting his Dragoons like, oh.
TY gave him a taste of all of the dirty Terran tricks. We just needed like a battle cruiser also to warp into
yeah, right.
into an expansion to really seal the deal.
TY almost did it with that drop too.
It's very close.
Like I think had he taken out the Reaver, I think he could have kept dropping and just stimming. You know, Dragoons, once they're against stimmed medevac Marine, like you don't really have anything you can do. You can't really micro it. The stim Marines and medevacs are actually faster than the Dragoons. By the way, it feels like everybody's having fun.
Yeah, this has been a blast.
You can't tell me these games are not interesting.
All right, well, when we get back from this short break, guys, we're going to be going into a best of 3 ace match.
Do we know who versus who?
I don't know if we're going to have the announcements yet. I think we're going to find out once we get back from this short break, guys. Do not go anywhere. You do not want to miss the end of this show match. We'll see you soon.
아니 그래서 다들 노출할 옷들이 좀 있으신 거예요? 나 2개 정도 골라놨거든요. 진짜? 나 입고 왔어.
야 너무 야해.
어머! 어머!
예쁘다 안개라. 바지
섹시하나요?
바지가 저게 뭐야?
언니 전 이걸로 할게요.
너무 야하지 않아? 이거 입어도 되나? 모르겠다.
섹시한 거 가져왔어요.
이 의상의 포인트는 훤히 드러난 어깨, 몸의 실루엣이 드러나는 아주 이거 타이트하다고요. 이거 아주.
그 길거리에서 흔히 저 여자 섹시하다 했을 때 그 흰 티에 청바지? 그리고 약간 서련님 그 느낌을 제가 좀 이런 건가?
오늘 의상 컨셉은 섹시 큐티예요. 있는 거 다 보여주자. 딱 달라붙는 낫을 한번 준비를 했어요. 아마 갖춰져 있는 건 저니까 아마 제가 제일 섹시하지 않을까. 이런 붙는 옷을 입으면 또 얼마나 튀어나올까. 여러분들 조금 이따 기대 많이 해주세요.
To come home, 'cause when you're away I'm cold right through my bones. I can tell which headlights are yours. They follow come home. 'Cause when you're away, I'm cold right through my bones. I can tell which headlights are yours. They follow me until I'm begging you to walk right through the door. Slipping through our fingers, there's nothing we can do. It's dark every hour. Still, I choose you.
I smell the blood in the air, blood on the leaves. I know I got them deceived. Most of them think that they know, but they not aware. That's why they keep running to me. It's the poison that you crave. In the middle of the night, you might try to get away, but you won't leave without a fight. This might get deadly, but I know you can't resist. I know you started off feeling good, and it come with a twist. Feel the rush in your veins. I'm the wicked to your bliss. I know you thinking this a game, but that ain't what you're gonna get. I know what you like, so you better run. If you get a taste, you won't get enough. I know your life feels good, deep in the night, so bad. You can't avoid it. I know what you like, so you better run. If you get a taste, you won't get enough. I know your life feels good, deep in the night, so bad. You can't avoid it. Lights, camera, action. You the main star. On the scene, feeling free with the chains on. So deceived, you can't see what the stakes are. I know you like deep in the night. Lights, camera, action. You the main star. On the scene, feeling free with the chains on. So deceived, you can't see what the stakes are. I know your life feels good, deep in the night, so bad. You better run. Roll the dice, but you don't know the stakes. In the game, but don't know how to play. Yeah, it's a dangerous game. Don't mess with the flickering flame. Yeah, 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 yeah. You might not come out the same. Yeah, yeah. 'Cause you might not come out the same. Yeah, it's more than a feeling. My motive's ulterior. Do it for fun. I know I'm inferior. You're never done. It's never a period. Do it again. They calling it serious. I'll never stop. I don't get delirious. You wanna taste? I know that you're curious. Catch a break. You're feeling delirious. Not for fun. Now it's getting serious.
Welcome back, everybody. This is it. We are going to decide a winning team. StarCraft 1 versus StarCraft 2 super match here. AGSL team versus SKT. I was saying the team name wrong earlier.
Were you? I didn't even catch it.
Well, there used to be STX as an old StarCraft 1 team, and I think in my brain I just repeat that. SKTX2, alphabet soup is what I'm calling them now. You know, they could take this too. They actually came back, managed to defeat TY earlier on. It's going to be the ace player from StarCraft 1 versus the ace player from StarCraft 2.
Yeah, the way I think this is going to work, my understanding is correct, is both players are going to declare their ace players.
Yes.
And then on daybreak, AGSL will play StarCraft 1, SKTX will play StarCraft 2. In map number 2, they'll switch. AGSL will play StarCraft 2. Your opponents will play StarCraft 1. And then because AGSL won the 4v4 on Hunters, should we go to a map 3, they will get to choose whether they want to play the StarCraft 1 or StarCraft 2 iteration.
Interesting. Interesting. So it looks like there's still some deliberation here.
Yeah, even after the break.
The players might need clarification too. Even you and I weren't that sure as we got from the break. Like, wait a minute, how exactly does this work? By the way, guys, this has been so much fun. Be sure to let Africa TV know you're enjoying this.
Yes, please do. I would love to do this again.
I know we have a lot of people that watch this, but I feel like they're very silent. You know, we've all been on for so long doing GSL and ASL. You know, you can kind of passively tune in and always enjoy the show, but let them know if you're enjoying this and you want to see more stuff like this. They do respond to feedback.
Yeah, and I think this is one of the best possible.
And not us. Don't tweet at us. Okay?
Oh yeah,
we know you guys tweet at us all the time. You tweet at the company. So yeah, let's get these players up here, man. Let's get into this. We've had a bunch of great games, just, you know, StarCraft games I never imagined I'd see.
Yeah, very unique and intriguing situations in a lot of these games, and a lot of the results not really going the way that you would expect watching the mid game, just the way these armies in the end eventually clash.
It's funny because, you know, I've said this before, I get tired of talking about StarCraft 1 versus StarCraft 2. I hear it so much in my life, right? And I love both the games. Never occurred to me I'd be talking about the StarCraft 1 races versus StarCraft 2 races. That's kind of cool.
Yeah. I mean, we've had StarCraft 2 mods in the past that have tried to capture a little bit of the essence of Brood War and intermingle it with the StarCraft 2 races. But this is the first time that we've actually just had StarCraft 1 races ported over into StarCraft 2, and it feels good. I mean, like, the micro on the units feels very good. The skins look great. The audio sounds are all there. A lot of preps to the dev teams,
I'm surprised it took us this long. Like, now that I'm here casting this, this is kind of like such a, both an aha, but of course, like, a duh moment.
Yeah, it feels like a no-brainer, right?
Yeah, where I'm like, really? We had to wait this long to figure this out?
Especially in Korea, of all places. I mean, GSL has been one of the biggest internationally watched tournaments since its inception.
Yeah. It's
forever. And this is also the hub of StarCraft 1 esports, is Korea. It's it's one of the most popular esports out here to this day.
And all the Koreans know that StarCraft 2 is very big outside of Korea. It's funny that we finally had this moment. We go, you know, this mod comes out. It's like, oh, yeah. Yeah, we could just actually. And you know what? Maybe it's not balanced. Maybe it's not. Who cares? Let's just first of all do it. See what it looks like. I mean, imagine a meta surrounding each of these matchups too.
Well, that's another thing, is the meta is going to be pretty damn complicated because there's so many different races. It'll take a while to actually figure it out. You have all these different matchups you got to prepare for.
So many different matchups.
So I guarantee you, even mirror matchups like StarCraft 1 races against each other are not going to play exactly the same way they would in Brood War.
No, not at all. We're still waiting to see who's picked. I think they're having to explain the rules to the players here.
I mean, it is the first time we're doing a show match like this, so it makes sense that we'll take a lot of deliberation from the players and a lot of confirmations with the admin teams to make sure they fully understand what the rules are going to be. Of course, again, AGSL having won the 4v4 show match to start off tonight with some really fun play on Hunters. We'll be able to have the race advantage, and by that I mean they will be able to choose whether they play Brood War or StarCraft 2 in the final map of the Ace match, should we go to that. It is a best of 3. And because both teams are going to have a player that has to play both StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2, I think it makes the choice, the selection, a little more complicated. I don't think you're selecting an individual player for each
I don't
map.
believe so.
I believe it's one player.
Yeah, you bring out. Now, I feel like it's a little bit harder for AGSL to bring out their player. I do feel like you have to go with Classic. So TY, this is unsurprising. We're gonna have TY here on both.
It's the biggest no-brainer.
We were making a big deal about him in ASL because, you know, a lot of the people that only watch ASL, as in they only watch StarCraft 1, they didn't know TY. Okay, and of course it's gonna be Classic. So it's gonna be a rematch. These guys have had a lot of interesting games. I do feel like TY has been a little bit more prepped. I feel like he's a little bit more in his element in both of the StarCrafts. But like I was saying before, a lot of people in ASL, if they exclusively watch StarCraft 1, wouldn't know who TY was, and then TY beats Jaedong. And he just looks really good. Classic, again, he could still take this 100%.
Yeah, he's won 2 of the 3 maps these guys have played already. In fact, he won one of them with StarCraft 1 Protoss against TY's StarCraft 2 Terran.
Yeah.
Which is quite impressive.
TY did have his StarCraft 1 push that came out across the map that kind of threw Classic off. TY by the way, very oriented towards rushes right now. Kind of came in here with some solid mech play, but it's been nothing but action-packed stuff since then.
I think rushing is a really good way to play a meta that isn't quite figured out, you know?
So I'm excited. I want to hop into this match. I hope we can get into it soon. We have one player that has joined. It looks like it's TY. We're still waiting for Classic to enter into the group. Again, this phase is a best of 3 now.
And the winner of this best of 3 wins the whole thing. It's the ace of aces.
Yes. It's the Joker card.
It's the Joker match.
Yeah, that's right. What's a better card than the ace in the deck? That's the Joker card.
I just can't wait to get started with this, man.
Yeah.
TY in the first map on Daybreak going to be playing StarCraft 1 Terran against Classics StarCraft 2 Protoss. Should be a lot of fun. As you just pointed out earlier, that early push he did with the StarCraft 1 Terran, it's tough to stop. The siege takes in StarCraft 1 pack such a big punch in StarCraft 2, and the fact that you're able to move out so quickly with the Marine medics in a style that doesn't really work for StarCraft 1 Terran, but works for them in the StarCraft 2 engine, especially against StarCraft 2 Protoss, is very cool.
It does seem like the StarCraft, both 1 and 2 carriers are really good if you get enough of them.
Yeah.
And it does seem, I mean, this is sort of a natural thing, getting carriers versus Terran as a StarCraft 1 Protoss, but it seems like you can get them even easier in StarCraft, in the StarCraft 2 engine. I gotta get more used to talking about this. Such a weird, weird way to describe it.
It's tricky. It's very tricky. I want to see a little bit more carrier micro should the games go late from Classic, because I haven't gotten, most of my games end when I play Protoss before I get to the carrier stage.
Makes sense.
With the StarCraft 1 Protoss. I mean, usually it's very mid-game focused on Dragoons and Reavers, win or lose. But with the carriers, I want to see the micro potential of the Brood War carriers. I want to see how much that carries through into the StarCraft 2 engine with SC Evo. I know that map makers and modders in the past have experimented a little bit with leash range. I think we even had some StarCraft 2 patches, if I'm not mistaken, that experimented very slightly with leash range on the carriers. Yeah. So it's something that's changed over multiple iterations of the game and also in custom games. And SC Evo, it's one of the things, I mean, this game mode is so new. This mod has been gaining popularity starting in, just a couple of weeks ago. First, it was the Afrika TV Brood War streamers who were starting to play and mess around with it. And then after that, there was this wave of the Western audiences. Everybody with a YouTube channel is basically doing something with SC Evo, which has been very fun to watch, but it's so new. It's hard to figure out. It's hard to really wrap your head around how these races should interact and what is correct play and what is incorrect play.
Yeah, it's been the best contagion StarCraft has had in a long time. This has kind of caught on. And I think, there's a general intrigue. I think no matter where you're from, this is interesting. You can kind of watch it. Because, look, there are more people that just watch one of the StarCrafts than people that watch both.
Absolutely.
And so I think this is a great way to kind of onboard everybody to the larger StarCraft scene and kind of see what makes each of the races and each of the StarCrafts so interesting. Classic is back. I think he just requested a restroom break, so he's going to be hopping into this game. So I feel like we've been talking forever, but we should be ready now to go into this game.
Yeah, both players in the lobby getting ready to fire it up. Referee's asking them if they are good to go. Excuse me. And I'm excited to wrap this one up, man. This has been such a fun day. These games have been so fun. It's so interesting.
It's been a hell of a night, man. I have just been enjoying this so much.
Cheering for both teams.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see who takes this. We've had a lot of TY versus Classic, by the way.
Yeah, a lot of TY versus Classic, but it makes sense. They're both such good players. And also, just want to say, so many fans came down to the studio today, and something that kind of didn't even really get announced until just a couple of weeks ago. It was
fairly impromptu. I feel like it was like less than 2 weeks almost.
Yeah, it does feel like that.
They were talking about this event coming, and then they reached out to us under short notice to do it, and it's exciting. It's cool to see that we're kind of jumping on this opportunity. We're gonna go now into our first game, guys. It's gonna be on Daybreak. It is TY here with the StarCraft 1 Terran versus Classic StarCraft 2 Protoss. Let's go. Okay, so TY in the bottom left, Classic in the top right. Again, a lot of these StarCraft 2 maps, they only have 2 spawns on each side. So we're seeing workers sent out immediately.
Ooh, what are you cooking up, TY?
They're going to go past each other. Now, there's 2 SCVs coming out, so he wants to do another double rags. But it's going to be spotted here.
Man, unlucky. Both times he goes for this. Unable to actually make it work. One barracks is going to get thrown down. Keep in mind, this is a StarCraft 1 barracks, not a StarCraft 2 barracks.
Yeah, I do think if there's one opener that has close to the same amount of strength, regardless of which StarCraft race you are. I think it's actually a 2-Rax rush versus Protoss if it's proxied.
Classic knows, by the way. He immediately saw the timing of that barracks and he's like, you are hiding something, you sneaky guy.
Yeah. Now, I think this was originally going to be just a Marine rush, and it's not anymore because whether there's a second probe out on the map looking for this. The mind game's already. Now, on StarCraft 2 maps like this one, there are so many spots you can build. The other player has to be very thorough. On StarCraft 1 maps, they limit the number of spots you could take. The SCV is trapped, entombed behind the own barracks that he made.
Yeah, that's just poor planning right there from the SCV, right?
Yeah.
I think you would know. By the way, Classic back at home going for double gateway as response to this. Not throwing down that Nexus just yet. Should be building it very soon. And an Academy. So this is kind of reminiscent of what we saw from him previously with the StarCraft 1 Terran, the stim push, which doesn't generally work in the StarCraft 1 version, but here in StarCraft 2, especially against StarCraft 2 Protoss, with the engine and, you know, with SC2 Protoss maybe not being quite as potent in the early game.
You got to remember that in StarCraft 2 for the Terrans, you get stim later. And
That's
so
right.
the map is a lot more open. Oh.
No way. No way! Oh, no way! You're kidding me! It's barely on the right! What?
He's going to see it now.
Oh, my God. Nearly gave me a heart
insane,
attack
yeah.
right there. All right, well, Classic knows what's coming. He has not expanded yet, by the way. So in terms of military production back at home for Classic, he should be in a pretty good spot. And I wonder how TY is going to adjust as a result of that, because these Stalkers, once they get cross-map, they could absolutely be kiting these Marines all the way back to the main base, with the exception of Stim. Those Stim Marines, they can, I think, actually chase down the Stalkers, which does make it really tricky. And TY is not macroing out of this, by the way. He's throwing down the 3rd barracks back at home. He's full committing.
He's just doubling down.
This feels so much like a Wings of Liberty game. We have a 2-gate robo in the main base of Classic as he gets scanned on Daybreak. It feels like the beginning of StarCraft 2, right?
Yeah, it really does. So Stim's done. Now, remember that Stalkers don't have Blink yet. If you have enough Marines, you could theoretically Stim and just dive into the Stalkers and kill them off.
Oh,
so
he's baiting him with the barracks.
Yeah, he's going to try to smash him into this corner, and he's going to take out one.
And actually, damage.
You know, he's going to bruise a second. It's pretty good. Is that a 3rd gate?
3rd gateway and a robo.
So it's just like, you know, this is totally... It almost looks like a StarCraft 1 game from like 1999 or something.
These Stalkers getting chased as well. And yeah, look at the Marines just very quickly come in. They're so microable in the StarCraft 2 engine. Oh, come on, one more shot.
Yeah, they're just faster.
Yeah.
They can just kind of stim and close in.
I think Colossus Tech is the choice for Classic here on 1 base. Robo Bay now coming in as well as a Warp Prism.
Yeah, I think you're right,
This is crazy.
So there's really no way to comfortably expand on either side. And so it's funny. It's like, I mean, I guess one of them could stop everything and try to take a base, but it's also possible they're just going to power into each other. Which feels like one of them has to be wrong when that happens, right? But
well, the Warp Prism should be able to micro this back. Oh, he has a force field. Not perfect.
Oh, he messes that up. You know, there's getting to a point where there's like maybe enough Stalkers you might want to think twice about moving out as Terran.
Yeah, especially with the Warp Prism and micro it. Oh, got to be careful though.
Oh my God.
That's before range upgrade is completed too.
Oh, that's a good point.
Okay, the uranium shells in a moment.
Yeah, they're going to get their U-238 shells. So the Warp Prism's going to go around. This is a little bit scary. You know, he could get intercepted. He's going to go right underneath this.
Oh! It feels like they do more damage, right? Look at that, 3 HP. It's going to be a siege tank push up 1 base behind this here for TY. Colossus halfway done.
So I don't think he can use that anymore, even though it's not dead. I mean, maybe he could try to do it if the Terran attacks in.
I feel like Classic, if he's able to meet TY in the middle of the map, should be able to slowly kite him back. Especially with the Colossus on the field.
What does he have, though, right now? What is with these tanks? Is
the barracks is only 1 tile to the right. It needs to be 2. Oh, does he not realize this? He has to know these aren't coming.
Well,
does he not know?
I think he doesn't know. I think he thinks they're somewhere in transit.
Oh, come on, TY.
This is brutal.
Terran really is the hardest race.
Yeah, this is crazy. Okay, so he lifts it off. Yeah. Now, I obviously there was a lost opportunity there. I think he can still push it and attack. Uh-oh.
Zell's now coming in. Oh, Adept's actually. Oh, the siege tanks are coming back. Yeah. I feel like that might be a little bit of an overreaction, but perhaps.
Well, I think it's like he just has to make do with what is where.
Right.
There's no eBay, so you can't make turrets here. The Warp Prism has basically regained all of its shields, which means now it is an endless threat. I think there's a world where Terran just slowly fizzles out here.
At the same time, though, I do think if TY is able to knock on the doorstep here of Classic and inch his way forward with the siege tanks, he might be able to kill him. We only have Thermal Land starting right now because Classic has been so poor. It's been such a hard time for him actually building up this army. But with only one siege tank here, this is a tough angle. More siege tanks getting set up on the left side. You can see what a punch they pack. That is so much damage. And Classic knows that if he lets TY work his way all the way to the doorstep of the natural expansion, he's going to be in trouble. He has to hold this ramp, basically.
Okay, there's 2 more tanks coming here. That's a number where you can just start to kind of stagger them.
Oh my god.
And every shot that Protoss eats here, it's going to be a problem. I mean, the battery can, build it back up, sure. But, you're not going to have batteries forever. There is a disruptor here. There are 2 more tanks north of this position. He's going to siege them up on the edge, it looks like. He's going to take the rocks out. He's going to move in with 1 more tank. And he basically wants to rapidly leapfrog the tanks forward. He needs to get in range, ideally, of the next... Oh, my God. Oh, my God. They're so close together. You should not have those tanks clumped up like that.
I think he's already getting ready to start spreading them around. With this Warp Prism, Classic can set up a flank on the bottom left side and try and get a big surround, almost a Brood War-esque surround. Oh, what a shot by that Disruptor. Hits 2 siege tanks, and Classic's going for the engagement. Colossus focus firing down the Marines in the front. Stalker's trying to get rid of the siege tanks. The dropped Adepts on the left side also absorbing a lot of the damage, but the standing army for TY still strong. Is it going to be enough for Classic to push him back? I think he barely has enough.
Oh, that's it. GG. Great hold. Also a terrible block with that barracks. Those 2 and then 3 tanks not able to get mixed in with the push. Classic takes it. StarCraft 2 Protoss defeating StarCraft 1 Terran. Now we got to switch sides here.
Man, that push was so scary for TY, though. Yeah. I mean, the siege tanks, so much potential with that early push. I feel like if he moved a little bit faster across the map, if he had maybe a couple Marines back at home to deal with the Warp Prism instead and was able to just ship those 3 siege tanks as soon as he could, there might have been a window where he's able to stop Classic from getting the army that he needed to hold that position in front of the natural, but instead, just a little bit too slow was TY with a push, and now it is match point as we get ready to go on to Alcyone for map number 2. TY going to come back in with the StarCraft 2 Terran. Classic now going to play the StarCraft 1 Protoss. Classic's already beaten TY on this map in this matchup with Brood War Toss against StarCraft 2 Terran.
Man. TY's been going for a lot of proxy raxes, StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2. I don't think he can do it anymore. I think he's done it enough times, it's kind of becoming obvious. I think the idea is not bad, but it keeps getting spotted.
I think for here on his outside, he just try to come in with something new.
Yeah.
The issue is, how do you deal with the Dragoon Reaver mid-game here as TY? It is a tough puzzle to solve.
Yeah, it does seem like it's just really strong. Now, we did have some cool techniques with Cyclones. Maybe there's some kind of weird accelerated like Cyclone move he could do to start to do, get Liberators out. The 1-1-1 didn't look terrible. All right, guys, our game is loading up now. This is game 2 here in the final match here, the ace match on Alcyone. Let's go. Okay, so
again?
Yeah, I can't believe he's still doing it. I get it. I think it's actually just strong no matter what, and I think you're at least taking control of the game, but he's going to do it again. He's going to send 2 SCVs out onto the middle of the map.
I mean, I admire the persistence. This is a guy that doesn't give up.
Yeah, you admire a man who just makes barracks over and over in the middle of the map.
It's like one of the Protoss players that Artosis would run into, just proxy 2 gates blindly on a 4-player map every single time. He's like, hey, this will get me to S rank eventually.
If I do this enough times in a row, I'll get that rank finally.
It's like people with a gambling addiction.
Yeah, right.
We need like content warnings about. Well, Classic is suspicious of it already too. You can tell. He knows that TY's had this on his mind. He is scouting around with this probe. I don't think he's going to go for a proxy with this. I think this is purely to scout.
I'm sorry, he sent one. For some reason, I thought I saw a second SCV come out.
It's for the depot.
I guess, yeah, I made it up. I thought it was in the middle of the map.
No.
So
TY is mixing it up a little bit here with this one proxy barracks. It's probably just going to be a Reaper.
Yeah, it could be.
I would think.
I was, I don't know if we're going to see it today, but I was wondering about, the weird Marauder stuff that we've had before.
You would need 2 barracks to make that work, I think. But one of the things about this build that TY is doing, and we were talking about how TY, we were talking about how it would probably be better for him to move away from the proxy barracks play because it's been so overplayed for him today. But I feel like this variant that he's doing right now might actually be better because he's been doing these committed or attempted committed proxy 2 barrack strategies, because this is not an all-in. This is a proxy Reaper.
No.
This is just designed to get some early pressure done. And Classic might overreact to this, especially with a bunker like this coming down. He's building a Zealot very early. And Classic, I mean, it isn't much of an overreaction so far. He is responding correctly to this, but the potential for him to come in with an overreaction against this kind of play was very high, considering the openings that TY went for in the early game. In multiple other matches against Classic and other players, Classic still doesn't know exactly what flavor of build TY is going for behind this. The bunker is still continuing to build.
Does he get another Reaper? I just wonder, with a couple of Reapers, what can you do against a Dragoon? Because it seems like you can basically zone it out.
He's actually committing here on this bunker. Oh, that's not going to finish. Oh, that gets denied. Kind of a big loss here for TY behind this. There's got to be a factory in production, right? Yeah, factory already done. Cyclone about to be completed. Starport being queued up. Man, TY is a cheesy bugger.
Cheesy bugger. I like that. So, yeah, he cuts it off at those 2. He's getting the Cyclone now. It is a variation of a 1-1-1. I think this certainly packs a lot less punch since that bunker is not there anymore. It didn't get to finish. Keep in mind that the Dragoon does not outrange the bunker until it gets Dragoon range.
That's about halfway done now. Maybe there's an opportunity to get some damage done, but with 2 Dragoons, oh my god, 3 Dragoons out like this.
Yeah, this is the Classic TVP opening here from Classic. There's no pun intended there, but just to get the 3 Dragoons out. He even gets a second gateway before his Robo just to make sure he's safe against any kind of pressure or rushes. I feel like Classic's playing a better game.
It feels like Classic has a really good grasp on Brood War Protoss. I mean, this seems very solid.
Well, it's funny because he kind of knew there was going to be some kind of rush. He wasn't sure what. And again, guys, when you see the batteries the Dragoons have, they look like StarCraft 2 batteries. They are StarCraft 1 batteries. So you got to right-click on them, and they are nowhere near as good as StarCraft 2 batteries.
Also can't repair or can't recharge the shields of buildings.
Yeah. So I think a lot of people that follow StarCraft 2 are not even aware StarCraft 1 had shield batteries, but they're there. They exist. Nice kill on that. This is getting worse and worse because now Protoss is going to be on 3 bases to Terran's 1.
Yeah, TY has just been playing this 1-base strategy for such a long time, and Classic has parried every single attack he's thrown at him. The first wrench that TY might be able to come in with to disrupt the machine of Classic is this Liberator, because there's only 1 Dragoon back at home, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. Some probe's going to fall here in a moment, because Classic has yet to react. They get at least 4. Just only 1 Dragoon means that, especially with this Sim City, TY might be able to cause a couple more problems. Is going to get cleaned
2
up.
Dragoons could take this out. Okay.
I don't know.
I've used this terminology a couple times already today, but I think I just have to say it again. I think that now TY is no longer in range of doing anything to Classic. You know, we don't have as many pro matches in just pure StarCraft 1 or pure StarCraft 2 that get to this point because they're so good at that kind of delicate balancing act. But it just seems like we've seen TY overextend so heavily that now I don't see a world where TY can then drop or push anywhere without losing his army, and he can't grow on the map. In StarCraft 1, yeah, okay, he actually beat me to it. I was going to say, you want to just keep expanding versus Terran because once you get enough Dragoons out, you usually can't be attacked. I think StarCraft 2 can attack a StarCraft 1 Protoss more, but not off of a failed one-base aggression. Off of a failed one-base aggression, it's kind of... well, let's get to the Reaver drop here. Oh my god, these Scarabs are crazy.
That's brutal. Oh, that's a little ambitious there. Why, he gets it alive? It stays alive?
Oh, you can do that. Yeah, you can do that with a speed shuttle and a Reaver. You can like literally drop on the tank, fire at the workers, and then pick it up and get out.
Oh no.
He's gonna let him live. I thought he was gonna shoot him in the back, execution style.
What if Classic recalls it? Watch out, TY. That's a Corsair.
Yeah. He's gonna have to get an Arbiter first.
Or Arbiter, yeah, sorry. Got my Stargate units all jumbled up.
The Reavers in this mod are a little bit more intimidating looking. They have this kind of like one angry red eye.
Dude, I haven't even noticed the red eye.
Yeah, they're mad.
Take a look at it. They shoot like they're mad, man. They attack pretty quick.
This was definitely the iteration of StarCraft where Protoss had the best technology. Look at the eye.
Oh yeah, that's a scary looking guy. All right, well, TY's gonna try and pivot over here.
So
but
TY
there's like nothing with this army though.
I think TY feels forced to do this, and I don't think it's gonna work, but let's see.
I mean, the bio ball is just so small. He's doing a great job of inching forward with siege tanks, denying range. You're on Classic, but this is a very flimsy army that TY is trying to play with here in the center. Old base Nexus going to get taken out, but Classic is powering up. They're just going to re-expand over the 9 o'clock position.
Classic, I think, is making the right move. He's just, you know, not going to try to save it. He might dance back and forth outside of this like he is going to attack it, but he just sacks it.
I think TY is just going all in with this. He has not built an SEV in quite a while, Tasteless, still sitting at 39 workers.
And, you know, Classic has to be really careful here. He's eating a lot of these siege tank shots. Doesn't matter which StarCraft Terran you're up against. You don't want your Dragoons to eat too many shots. Otherwise, they're just going to be very squishy later on. A straight tank is picked off by the Zealot Dragoon army.
Yeah, and TY started up 2 more SCVs and then canceled them. He is just fully committed to this attack, but I don't know if he's going to be able to make this work. He is not going to get any more reinforcements because of this counterattack Classic is doing on his side of the map. Oh, the Reaver gets taken out. There isn't a shuttle to protect it. A lot of batteries coming down, but keep in mind, again, these have to be manually microed. It is very tedious to get value out of them.
Dude, the counterattack is magnificent.
Yeah, that's going to get so much damage. Oh, the Reaver shot is huge on the Marines. Zealot's now charging forward into Liberators and siege tanks.
Would it kill Classic to get a shuttle here for these Reavers? This is kind of crazy.
Yeah, man.
I feel like he's barely hanging on. A lot of SCVs killed off in that attack back there. Mule's going to land. And Archon comes up here to fight the Liberator.
Actually able to take it out there with the Dragoon and the Archon.
I think TY's dead.
I love this micro right here with the Reavers.
The Reaver attacks so fast.
It's got to be faster, right? It feels like
that is faster for sure.
It feels like it's faster.
I feel like it's like 20% faster or something. Not that the Reaver attacks slowly in StarCraft 1, but I think it's both attacking faster, and I feel like the Scarab Pathing is so good that then it resets the count for the next attack to come out.
Well, TY still trying to get some more damage done here at the 3rd base.
Okay, if Classic doesn't stabilize here, this game is going to go on, and maybe TY can make it work. He needs to get a shuttle over here.
Yeah, he's still just slowly just making Reavers. Another attack in the middle of the map here for Classic, intercepting the reinforcements of TY.
So that's the other part of what you got to do in a StarCraft 1 situation is just get behind him.
Oh,
okay,
boy.
He's going to sandwich this game.
Yeah, I mean, that is a fantastic attack there by Classic, just getting the full surround. Look at all these gateways, Tasteless. I mean, even the reinforcements alone out of these gateways should be able to clean up this attack.
See, you thought about the pylon for a second. That's a StarCraft 1 pylon. Not going to kill that
Yeah.
off too fast.
Oh, no.
GG. Classic closes it out.
Wow.
Unreal.
Team SKTX able to take the victory with Classic, beating TY 2-0, once with the StarCraft 2 Protoss and once with the StarCraft 1 Protoss. And man, we started this show talking about how we felt like AGSL with TY, with Soulkey, with Cure, with Snow were probably the favorites coming into this one, but the SKTX players absolutely came up clutch tasteless. What a performance.
Yeah, that was... Dude, this was one of the most fun casts I've ever had. I mean, it was so interesting to see, you know, how each of the players fared, how each of the matchups looked. And I think there's so much more to unpack here. Like, we need to have more games like this. We need to have more days like this, guys. Let a freaking TV know if you enjoyed this, if you like this. Tell them you want more.
I mean, with a game mode like this one being as new as it is, you know that the more that people play it, the more incentive the pros have to, the better the matches are going to get. The gameplay is only going to get better as people figure it out. Yeah, these games already were a lot of fun. Both best of 5s, 3-2s, very close. Some really interesting and unique situations.
Yeah.
We had to navigate our ways through. I mean, there were so many games where I thought one player was ahead, and then the other one just fought back with some crazy play that you would never see in StarCraft 2 or in StarCraft 1 for that matter. It's just a complete mismatch.
It was a complete novel experience.
Yeah,
I mean,
this is
I
awesome.
gotta say, I was a little bit excited, but also nervous. Like, how am I gonna cast this? I don't really understand how these matchups work, but it made it so much more fun. The 4v4, by the way, was insane. I could have done, 100 more of those games. That was a real blast.
Let's have the ace match be a 4v4
That's
best
right.
of 3 on Hunters, dude. That was ludicrous.
We're gonna have an interview now. I don't know if it's gonna be with both teams or the winning team or what. But man, I mean, what a special night. And look, this is a total surprise. A couple weeks ago, we didn't even know this was a game mode, and now it's gotten so big in Korea. Andy, go for it.
All right, we got to see some phenomenal performance from both teams. And the crowd went wild. And it's been a meaningful night overall. And this was the first time we have an offline tournament of the StarCraft 1 versus StarCraft 2. And now we will commence the award ceremony. Both teams gave it their all, and we have some candidates for the MVP. All right, we're gonna call them and bring them onto the stage. Team AGSL, runner-up. Thank you everyone for your hard work today. It's been amazing. All right, we're gonna have an interview with the runner-ups. I will conduct the interview myself. There's been a lot of pressure on you, TY. You tried really hard, but fell short in the end, just by a little. So TY, you really gave it your all today, so what's your overall feeling? I never knew Protoss was this strong. It's been a really hard match overall. Recently, I've interchanged between StarCraft 1, StarCraft 2. I had a lot of confidence, but it's definitely a humbling experience for me. And if we have any future tournaments just like this, I'll try to perform better. That's right, TY, embrace the rage and make sure you get your revenge in the next one. Today, I think I've kind of let my team down today. Next time, I'll be the carry machine of the team. Soulkey, you've been sweeping everything recently, but today you fell short. So any closing thoughts? I mean, it was a fun experience. It's been great. I definitely should have closed it out, so a little regretful about that. Next time, if we have an ace match again, I'll be the ace.
이렇게 함께 선수들 어우러져서 경기를 펼치게 되는데
Cure, you're playing with Soccer 1, Soccer 2 players. So, what are your thoughts? It's been an honor. It's been a huge honor for me. A little regretful that we lost, a little disappointing, but I'll try to perform better in the next tournament.
정말 고생 많으셨습니다. 그럼 이어서 장윤철
Oh, great work today, Cure.
오늘 좀 즐거운
And last but
경기였죠?
not least, Snow.
제가 또 2패를 할 거라고 생각했는데
I initially thought I was gonna get 2 losses, but I did end up getting 1 win, so I'm pretty satisfied overall.
또 이제 응원의 메시지 보내주신 분 많이 계신데
Oh, there are so many fans here, Snow. So anything you want to send over to them?
네, 감사합니다. 또 많이 봐주실 것 같아서
Thank you so much.
좀 했거든요.
You know, I practiced really hard because I thought the audience would have high expectations about this match.
다시 한번 큰 박수 보내주시기
Alright, once again, give it up for Team AGSL. We look forward to your performance in the future. Alright, please be seated.
자, 이제 우승 시상이
And now we'll bring the champions onto the stage.
중계진 대표에서 제가 진행을 하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 정말 멋진 활약이 좀 있었고요. 끝까지
A phenomenal performance from the team, and we got to see some fabulous matches. Give it up for Team SKTX2.
자, 김도우 선수와 변현재 그리고 진짜 박영우 선수, 김성대 선수
Four amazing players, Dark, Mini,
차지하게 됐습니다. 네, 앞으로 오셔가지고요.
Classic,
상금까지 전달해 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 오늘
and also Action. We will now present them with the award,
그리고 이제 MVP 상금까지 가져오게 됐는데.
and they'll also take the MVP prize as well. And today's MVP has to be just one man, one player. He gave it his all today. It is Classic. No surprise. Congratulations, Classic. We will give you the MVP prize as well on the spot. Wow. You managed to close it out, Classic. The 4 players had a fun time, enjoyable time. So let's pass over the mic to Action first. Action, why are you acting all shy right now? Why are you like avoiding me? I'm a little embarrassed about my performance today. I was definitely carried tonight. But I think the mode overall is exceptionally well made. Hopefully we'll have more of these in the future. So any words of encouragement to the team? Thank you guys for carrying me. Next time I'll try to perform better and carry the team myself. Alright, Dark.
와, 이게 또 모두 바꿔가면서 해보는데 이게 생각했던 대로 안 되는 경우도 굉장히 많았잖아요.
You know, things didn't really go according to plan for you, Dark, so what do you have to say? You know, even if I lose, I wanted to make some highlights before I go. But things really didn't work out. You know, I had the queen, I was trying to infest the Terran base, but it wasn't working, I was clicking, but for some reason it wasn't working. So a little disappointed in that respect. And today, it's my first time seeing the StarCraft 1 players, and they've been so kind to me. The hospitality was really nice.
그 짧은 시간 동안에 어떻게 하면 좀 이기게 될까? 그 말도 안 그 엘리전 한번 있었잖아요.
Mini, there was that elimination race in one of the games, so can you talk us through it?
제 앞에다가 로봇을 빨리 지을 거라고 생각을 못.
I never anticipated that the enemy would build robotics facility right in front of my base that early, and I was really lucky to find it out. So, what do you have to say as the champions, the inaugural champion?
도우 형이 훨씬 잘하는 걸 알고 있어요. 타원 토스를 해도. 근데 이제 자신감이 너무 없더라고요.
You know, I had full belief in Classic. I knew that Classic would be really strong in both StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2, but he really lacked confidence, so we were kind of motivating him to go up there as the ace.
그 얘기를 듣는 순간 확실했어요. 아마 그런 거를 얘기 안 했으면 절대 못 이겼어요.
So I think the team really encouraged each other to be able to reign as champion today. And really thankful to Classic for closing it out. On the other side, you know, Soulkey, he won all his games, but despite that he lost, so a little bitter loss for him. So what do you have to say to the other team? You know, I honestly thought Soulkey would come out as the ace in the last match, but it was quite a surprise that they let TY. Next time, I hope Soulkey would join as the ace player.
와, 진짜
Right now, we gotta talk to the superstar of tonight.
약간 좀 뭔가
Classic.
좀 안 풀려갖고 애교 지고 난 다음에 약간 좀 쫄아서 안 나오다가
Classic, it felt like you were a little let down after the 8th match, after losing the 8th match. But to our surprise, you came as the 8th player in the last match and managed to win 2-0.
태양이가
What
너무
surprise?
양쪽에서 잘해가지고
I mean, TY played phenomenally in both StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2, so I was kind of taken aback.
했거든요. 왜냐면 앞에 경기를 봤는데 뭐 다 이긴 경기를 자원 엄청 많이 남기고 되게 못해서 지더라고요.
So at first, you know, I was gonna give the ace position to Mini, but then Mini was not performing too well tonight, so I decided to take his position.
현재가 너무 잘해줘가지고.
But despite that, Mini, he did try hard until the end and was able to win.
저도 이제 자신이 있었어가지고.
And if we go to the 8th match, I was fully confident that I'll be able to win.
슈퍼 애결 가면 충분히 이길 수 있겠다 싶었는데 이겨서 너무 기분이 좋네요.
So in the end, I'm really happy that I won. I'm really thankful to the team for believing in me. Yes, we'll get to see more super matches in the future, I hope. So anything you want to say to the fans? I mean, I never heard of this mod before, but tonight I really felt like the mod is really fun to play. Hopefully we get more enjoyable mods and we hope to have more offline tournaments with these kind of formats. Please give a round of applause to the champions. And this was StarCraft 1 versus StarCraft 2 show match brought to you by Soup. And we got to see the inaugural champions. I want to say thanks to the staff, to the players for working so hard to make this happen. We will try to have more of these in the future, collaborate with players to bring this kind of tournament to you. And lastly, we will have the players congratulations before leaving the stage. Thank you, everyone.
You know your job. You know what to do. Tell them not them. Tell a freaking TV. Tell them Soup. Sorry, we rebranded as Soup. Listen, the people that make this show need to know that you want to see this again. And in English.
With tasteless at stake.
Anglais. Yongo. I don't know, all the other words for English. Let them know. We're actually running out of time, guys. I got to go. This was a blast. Let's do this again. Let a freaking TV or Soup know. Bye-bye.